years at Sulabatsum, exploring this alternative based in a combination of social economy and feminist models and feminist economy proposals. Not only for our own business, but also, as I said before, to create incubators for entrepreneurship, especially for women in IT, to develop other kind of business models. We have learned how to integrate solidarity, friendship, happiness, passion in business models. And we have created business models where these words and where these beliefs are part of the business model, part of the accounting, part of the project management, part of the team collective, yes? We have learned how to develop non-profit business as a strategy to respond to social, economic, and cultural problems. For the social economy model inside the digital economy, the business part is an answer for the social, cultural, and economical needs. It's not the main issue, do the business part. Yes, that comes from the social economy perspective. Yes, non-profit business models where the business is the answer to these social problems. Inside the IT society who have a specific problems related with the digital. We also have learned how to put care in the center of our business model, and that comes from the feminist economy. Care in the center of business models. Then solidarity in the center of business model, care in the center of business model, non-profit models. Yes, in the digital, for a digital, non-extractive digital society. There are important challenges. We have launched our platform co-op incubators last year in alliance with the National Center for Training in Co-ops and in alliance with the University of Mondragon. And we have incubated since 10 years already digital feminist initiatives based in a model that we have created who began with a feminist hackathon, which is very different than a normal hackathon. Yes, it's a hackathon not for competition, but for sharing, yes, and everything. Cannot go in details, but we have created this incubator of digital feminist initiatives. But of course, we confront in our context difficulties in the innovation ecosystem to try to support these initiatives, platform co-ops or feminist entrepreneurship for the IT and for the digital society, because they not fit in what they understand is an innovation or in what they understand is a business model for the digital economy. Then the access to finance, to support, to technical support is very hard and difficult. We have to create them ourselves also. Then this is a main challenge. We really believe there is a need to create alternatives and demonstrate there are other ways to develop the digital economy, and we feel it's urgent. Planet is burning, and the answer is not in the business model that we have created until now. We have to create other business model and demonstrate that it's possible to develop a digital economy not based in extractivism. There are movements in advance of ourselves where we can look at examples. And always I put the organic agriculture as an example of how we can develop these other models. And also, of course, the social economy. They inspire our experience, and we hope we inspire you to propose alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kemli, particularly for reminding us that it is possible to have a digital economy that contributes to planetary justice, environmental justice, not dissociated from care and solidarity. So I think that's very important, and that's the change of paradigm. So with that, I would like to invite one of our remote speakers, Florencia Roveri from Nodo Tau, who is joining us from Argentina. So Florencia, can you hear us? Can you confirm if you can hear us?
Yes, hello, good night.
Yeah, we can hear you perfectly. Welcome, so nice to see you. Florencia, welcome to the panel. And I would like you to please, Florencia, tell us what motivated Nodo Tau to transform your e-waste management facility into a cooperative, and what has been the impact so far. Also, we are very curious to hear about the obstacles that you have faced in that transitioning process. So you have the floor, and welcome again, Florencia.
Thank you, Valeria, and thank you for the invitation to share our experience in this. Can you hear me?
Yes, Florencia, yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Okay. For sharing our experience in this instance, in this pre-event. It is very valuable for us to participate and add our view. We are a social organization in Argentina, and as Valeria mentioned, we turn from we are a social organization that work for the digital inclusion of organizations created by a group of engineers, educators, and social activists. And we move from this objective of working for the access to technology to lead with the excess of technology. In that sense, we developed a plant for the treatment of e-waste. We began sorry for I am going to start again. Sorry. Nodo Tau is a social organization created in 1995, and we develop our work in that sense. The plant we create, it has to do with the excess of machines we start to receive from companies, machines that we delivered for the organization of a network of telecenters. The plant was created in 2019, and it was in the frame of a local program of work inclusion. And it was formed by 6 young men and 1 woman, accompanied by 3 members of Nodo Tau. The plant receives mainly e-waste from companies and public bodies that must. Sorry, Valeria. I'm dealing with my nervous and the distance. I have to reorganize. Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay, Florencia. If you prefer, we can come back to you in a bit. Is that something that you would like us to do? Then we can invite him, and then we can go back to you. Is it okay?
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay. But if you prefer to continue, yes. If you prefer to continue now, it's also okay. So just let me know what your preference could be.
Mm-hmm. We create the plant in that frame I was mentioning, and after 4 years after the creation of the plant, we start leading with some aspects related to the focus of Nodo Tau as in the work of digital inclusion, but also in the sustainability of the plants. So we need to face that challenge of articulating the dynamic of the organization and of the plant management. Our focus was a more general work, and the cooperative was growing. Sorry, go on with Jaime. Sorry for that.
Thank you so much, Florencia, for sharing your experience. And then you can add anything when we are in part of the conversation. Feel free to jump in and add anything that you might want to share with the audience. Now let's turn to Mexico and to invite reflections from Jaime Villarreal from the May 1st Movement Technology Cooperative. Jaime, it could be very useful for us to hear your perspective on why it is important for May 1st Movement Technology to be a democratically run, not-for-profit cooperative. Please do share your experience with us. You have the mic.
Thank you, Valeria. So when May 1st members join our cooperative, they're choosing to join an organization that supports building movements for social and environmental justice, right? And our specific focus within that is the role of technology in both local and international movement struggles. And so in addition to the movement outreach and engagement that we do, one of May 1st central projects is maintaining our own autonomous communications infrastructure. And what that means is we run our own servers, our own internet servers. We provide email and web hosting and file sharing and other communication services like video conferencing for our members. And as part of our cooperative, that means our members of the cooperative collectively own and we democratically govern together this infrastructure. And what that gives our members the power to do is that year after year, they consistently vote to maintain this project, to keep our own infrastructure, and to keep that infrastructure free of any kind of surveillance or exploitation. And this is really, really important. A lot of times people ask us, so are you creating an alternative to the corporate internet services? And I like to say that, no, we're not an alternative to Google or to Meta or Amazon or those, because we are focusing on the needs of our members. We are providing the tools that facilitate communication, that allow them to organize and take action to create a better world on their own terms. And contrary to popular belief, this is not something that corporate internet monopolies are in the business of doing. They are not facilitating communication. Their core business is data collection and data mining. Any communication services they provide are just hooks, are carefully engineered to coerce consumers into giving up their privacy. These business models are fundamentally extractive and exploitive. So because these companies collect and store petabytes of data, personal data from citizens and from consumers, the necessary computing resources and the environmental impact of running their operations is astronomically larger than our own. So in terms of environmental sustainability, we are already at an advantage simply because we do the right thing and we don't engage in this kind of surveillance and data collection. But aside from that obvious benefit of being free of surveillance, our members are still interested in us finding new ways to increase our environmental sustainability and to reduce our carbon footprint. Unfortunately, for an organization of our size, our options are limited. Where we can place our servers is limited by both human resources and by access to high-speed broadband. And we, as a small organization, simply don't have the capital to build our own data centers that would be closer or have direct access to renewable energy resources. And also finding cost-effective solutions to processing our own e-waste is also a challenge. And so that's something we're interested in learning from other APC members about, like Nodotao. So this is the advantage, I think, that comes from allowing our members to guide our own project and being a cooperative model that gives our members a voice and a vote and control and ownership over their own communications.
That's a very powerful experience to share. Thank you so much, Jaime, and also because it illustrates the interplay between environmental sustainability and the reinforcement of the exercise of rights online and offline. So that's quite interesting and inspiring. So governments could be key allies and champions for environmental justice, and in that sense, we are very happy to have Yilmaz here in the panel with us to share the perspective of the German public strategy and approach on this field. So Yilmaz, what does cooperation mean in the context of digitalization from the perspective of BMZ? So, and welcome. And also, if you can also perhaps, let me just add something. So if you can also touch upon how can global norms and standards relating to internet governance and environmental governance can support these cooperative models and these approaches, and in that sense work all together towards a fair transition, a just transition. So welcome, and let us hear your views.
Dear Valeria, thank you so much for this interesting question. It's a great honor and pleasure to share my views on behalf of the BMZ on day 0 here at the IGF, and to learn more about the work of cooperatives around the globe and take it back to Berlin to also check how our work is aligned with what cooperatives do. Let me start with the first question and then tackle the second one too. So cooperation is at the heart of what BMZ does. It's in our name. BMZ stands for Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development. As German BMZ, we want to enhance economic, political, and societal participation of all our people in our countries, partner countries, especially the most marginalized. This is our mission, and cooperation with our partners is essential for the holistic approach necessary to address the root causes of the complex problems that we are facing today. These global challenges did not become easier if we consider climate change, which you just mentioned, pandemics, poverty, and the fight against hunger. They all require coordinated responses that go beyond individual projects. And now let me get to what cooperation means, especially in the field of digital affairs, digitalization. If we look how the world looks today, it's happening very unequally. Almost half of the world's population do not have access to the internet. We are here in Japan, and the access, of course, very different if we consider partners in the global south. There, women and marginalized communities are particularly affected by this digital divide. Whereas more than 90% of people are online in the European Union or Germany, where I am from, in our partner countries, fewer than 40% do have internet access, and we are working to change this. So cooperation is key for us in addressing these issues, and I think we need conversations between countries as from the global south and the north to make digitalization benefits all. Staying true to the claim to leave no one behind, we first need to make sure that everyone can benefit from digital transformation. What does it mean? This means prioritizing inclusivity and promoting meaningful equal access for all people, especially in these vulnerable and marginalized communities, are essential. And yes, global norms are essential in doing this. We have 3 cornerstones in our digital policy work to get there. And norms are one of them. We could talk about this in our own panel, I would say. But for us, they are essential, especially digital public goods. And this is very important for us in our work. And yesterday you had, I think, one conversation of the role of the Global Digital Compact. And we are very engaged in that process, in the dialogue, contributing. And I think we have an interesting road ahead to the Summit of the Future in getting there. And shaping this together and learning from you is helpful for us to contribute in that process and engaging in these norms. And we aim to promote a fair, free, open, and secure internet. This is also for me part of the norms you mentioned. To get a digital transformation which is ecological, social, and feminist. And in this way, the digital transformation can be a driver of progress towards achieving the SDGs, where we are now on our halftime if we consider the Agenda 2030. I hope this answered your question for now, and looking forward to the dialogue here, and thank you for inviting again.
Thank you, Yilmaz. As we heard from Kenley, we want digital economy to really contribute to planetary justice. Then the consideration of feminism and gender perspective is crucial. I don't think we can get that without considering that aspect. And last but not least, and before inviting Paz to also pose some questions for you, I would like to invite Becky to share your perspective. Becky, as a researcher in the field, how do you see this conversation of transforming technology frameworks and advancing planetary justice in the governance of technology in relation to recent policy developments, such as labeling? So very curious to hear about it.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think it's on now. And for the last year or so, I've been collaborating with a number of different organizations and networks, and APC included, to think about the values and principles that can guide more collaborations across different civil society movements. To think about technological governance that can support environmental and climate justice. And as part of that work, we've been brainstorming on what a theory of change can look like on this, really, in collaboration with a number of different partners and collaborators. So I wanted to share a little bit about some of the biggest themes that have come up from this process, because I think it really brings home how important the kinds of models are that the other speakers have really beautifully illustrated already. And I would say that one of the most important themes that has come up is, you know, if on the one side it's essential to support alternative models for technology through collaboratives, co-ops, and other models, on the other hand, it's essential that we, and I mean we in this as a group of different kinds of stakeholders coming together today, that we don't get distracted by technologies and tools that on the surface can seem quite promising for mitigating or adapting to climate change, but which have already proven to be quite harmful to different kinds of communities and populations and countries around the world. And so in not getting distracted, this would provide more room for support for the kinds of models that are being discussed today. And I'll give you a few examples of the kinds of distractions that have come up in the policy space recently and around which there is movement on the policy side to either reform or think strongly about restrictive governance and even going further than that. The first is around AI, which is a subject that comes up a lot these days. And I'm thinking specifically of the fact that in the climate governance space, the UNFCCC has recently announced a new initiative to support an exploration of the promise of AI as a climate technology. And on this front, what civil society really is arguing for is that if there is going to be a wide-scale investment, and there already is, into data-driven technologies like AI, then we have to make sure that their promises, on the one hand, aren't oversold by certain actors, and on the other hand, that the harms that already are apparent are actually taken account of in further movements around AI. And I'll give you one example in particular, because AI is now being framed as an important tool in the food and water security nexus. Recently, there have been studies coming out that, and it has been historically very difficult to measure exactly what the impact of AI has been on climate, water, and resources. But there have been studies showing that, for example, half a liter of water is spent for every 5 queries that someone makes to ChatGPT. So to put it into context, that's a large amount of water for someone sitting in front of their computer and asking 5 questions to something that is powered by a very, very water and resource intensive infrastructure. So, and that is just one example from the climate side, but there are so many other human rights centered harms that have been raised for decades now by civil society. And this really brings into question then, and I think offers a lot for consideration and food for thought as AI gets invested into as a climate technology. And a very quick second example would be around solar geoengineering. This is a long promised, but also very still quite speculative technology, which in the last year, governments have actually announced an interest in investing and experimenting with on a scale that hasn't necessarily taken place before. This is a technology for which there is currently no system of governance, and in fact, 400 scientists from around the world question whether it is even possible to govern something like solar geoengineering, because it requires enormous wide-scale coordination across the world. And once it is put into place, it creates a lock-in, because if it were to stop, it could make climate change and global heating much worse and much faster. So on this basis, a number of different groups are pushing for moratoriums, bans, and basically trying to invoke the precautionary principle to make it, to create the space to step back and ask whether this is something that actually we, citizens and people living across different regions of the world, should consent to, because once it's put in place, the impacts can be enormous. And one final example from the positive side of recent policy developments is around the EU Green Claims Directive, which is an innovative piece of policy which would help the consumer understand which products that they are interested in purchasing are actually living up to the many claims around sustainability that different companies make in terms of net zero and otherwise. This is great progress. However, again, it's clear that there's a lot to figure out in how this works in practice. And I'll give you one example, which is around carbon offsets. So carbon offsets are not directly addressed, as I understand it, by the Green Claims Directive. However, it does take the perspective that a company should not be able to claim it's climate neutral or sustainable simply because it makes use of carbon offsets. This is an important acknowledgement, and I think it responds to a number of different scientific studies, consensus around that is building, and also pushback from civil society for several decades now, saying that carbon offsets do not actually work ecologically the way that they are set out to, and that they provide cover for companies to make claims that they can't necessarily deliver on. But what's really important to ask there is how far can this Green Claims Directive go? Because a lot of civil society is pushing for a more fundamental critique of carbon offsets. They would say that it's not enough to simply say, well, you can only use a certain amount of carbon offsets. They would say, actually, the entire carbon market system needs either reform or even something more drastic than that, because at the moment, over 90% of carbon offsets, even the verified ones, even the ones that conform to all the standards that have been set, are not working. And so I'm going to leave it there and simply say that there are a lot of questions here, obviously. There are positive governance and policy developments in this regard. And the hope is that by pushing these further and not getting distracted by risky speculative technologies, that more support is available for the kinds of initiatives that we've heard from today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Becky. That's also very powerful, and particularly, how you remind us about the need to apply the precautionary principle. I think that's a must. Hopefully it has been taken seriously by all the necessary stakeholders. With that, I want to invite my co-moderator, Paz Peña, first to check also if you have questions for the speakers, and if we have also interventions from remote participants. So Paz, over to you.
Thank you, Valeria. Just to remind our online participants that they can actually share their comments and questions on the chat or on the Q&A tool. I just want to make a couple of general questions, open questions to our participants. I think based on what you have said, the big question here is, what is digital transformation in the context of climate and the ecological crisis? So as Becky said, in a way you have two answers. One is the green responses that big tech is giving, which, by the way, are super problematic because of the extractivism nature of big techs, not only in terms of data extractivism and all the infrastructure that you need for that extractivism, but also because of water extractivism, natural resources in general, etc. So that is one thing that is super important to address. But in a way, I believe that governments especially are forgetting to actually look other business models besides the big tech model in their own local companies of technologies. So it seems that, and this is something that I've been learning in all countries, for example, in Latin America, all governments try to give funds to companies to replicate the business model of big tech, in a way, more data, more growth, etc. And that is why I think it's important to ask ourselves, what is digital transformation then in the context of this climate crisis? We want more data, we want more growth of that infrastructure, because that means, for example, that we need to deal with e-waste. And this is what the incredible initiative that Nodotau is doing in Argentina. But who is paying for that? Is big tech paying to organizations to cope with e-waste in local countries as Argentina? Who's paying for that? What is doing our what our governments doing with all that kind of e-waste that we need to deal with when we are saying digital transformation is more big tech, etc., etc. No. So I think my next question, besides what is digital transformation in this context, is then what is the role of governments? Not only to deal with the problem of sustainability of big techs, but also in terms of basically fund the alternative business models, no? Because here in Latin America, we have a very historical tradition of different technological business models that sometimes they fail because they don't see support, no, from local governments. So what is the role of local governments in there in the context of climate crisis and ecological crisis? I think those questions are key in order to actually radically transform the planetary waste to the waste that we see the planetary crisis from technology. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Paz. And also, in addition to what role governments have in supporting these alternative models, I would like to also add how that support should look like concretely in practice. So both our remote participants and our speakers, remote speakers and speakers on site are invited to respond and to react to these questions that Paz has also brought up. So if any of you would like to respond, Kimberly, please go ahead. And then you could also, and also our remote participants. Okay.
Okay, it resonates me a lot what our colleague said here about not putting the emphasis in the green, but in the models that we are using. And that connects a lot with what Paz said before. Because at least for Latin America, in the imaginary of our governments, but also of our citizens, and also of our academia, the big model, yes, is startups, unicorn, big techs, yes. This business model, this way to do economy is the ideal way, is the road, the path where we have to go. And I think it's crucial, yes, to really rethink these models, yes. And when I say rethink these models, is really change tools, change approaches, change methodologies to develop business models and digital economy, the same thing, yes. We have to change that. Since after the pandemic or during the pandemic, that we all in Latin America talk the solution was the digital transformation, we always said, this is not the solution. The solution is digital appropriation, which is totally different for ourselves. Digital transformation is oriented to consumption. Digital appropriation is oriented to reduce consumption, to think which digital tools you really need, which digital business you really need to develop. For us, there is a main difference between digital transformation and digital appropriation, and we go and advocate for digital transformation. I have to say, when I talk about changing the business models, really develop tools, and I'm calling academia, I'm calling incubators, I'm calling governments to really rethink the way that we are doing business. And I'm going to put concrete examples. For instance, I don't know who of you have worked with the Canvas model to develop a business, yes? And in this Canvas model to develop a business, the center of the Canvas model is the value added of your business, yes? What we have done is put in the center the solidarity and care that your business is going to improve and develop, yes? Before the value added to get money, yes? And also we put, instead of putting in the center of this Kanban model the accumulation, we put the redistribution of the resources that you are going to make if you develop this business model. Then we have to change that, yes, because for us, this is in the center of the development of our society, and we cannot talk green if we are using unicorn startups and big companies and platform companies, not platform co-op, but platform companies as the model of the digital economy and as the model of our entrepreneurship in our countries. Then answering a little bit the question, this is my reaction. And also remember to all of you, extractivism is everywhere. Because we talk about extractivism for the natural resources, water, all of that, and it's crucial, fundamental. But also it's extractivism of wisdom, extractivism of knowledge of the people, extractivism of solidarity, extractivism of the time. Extractivism is the center of this model. Then this is my reaction, Valeria.
Let me invite Florencia to give a space also to the virtual participation, honoring the hybrid format of the IGF, and then we can take reactions from the floor here. So Florencia, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Valeria. Just to follow what you are saying, when we decide to become the plant into a cooperative, it has to do to follow with the intention of providing work inclusion for a group of young people, adding that sense to our previous work of digital inclusion, and also assuming the challenge that we were facing with the excess of e-waste in our everyday work. So we first developed the plant, and then following the process of the plant, we decided to go on with the project of the cooperative due to the aspects of the different focus of our work and the complexity of the work of the cooperative, of the plant. The plant has to lead with aspects related to production, to commercialization, and to habilitations, and it has a complexity that it aims to be a production unit on itself. We also have in Nodotau an experience of accompanying another cooperative that is working in the treatment of cartridge tons. And they are also following this process of becoming a cooperative, in this case, formed by women involved in a work of a gender organization working with issues of violence and situations in which they are involved, in which also the primary aspect is their work inclusion. So in these two experiences, we work with the treatment of technology, assuming the responsibility of dealing with that aspect of the technology, but also with a human aspect related to the work and social inclusion of these groups. In the case of the plant, we also include another aspect that is the social destiny of the equipment that we could recover and repair in the work of the plant. So these experiences invite us to rethink about the use of technology and our work with it, assuming that they are still resources needed for the communities, but the environmental impact in place is needed to be assumed by a diversity of actors. And one of the aspects we found in the work of the cooperatives, in particular the e-waste cooperative management of TAU, is that these responsibilities are not being perceived and are not being assumed. And in this sense, we distinguish aspects related to government responsibilities in the terms of developing plans for integral management of e-waste and the coordination of actors and the regulation and promotion of laws. In Argentina, we do not have a national law. We have a provincial regulation with some aspects that are interesting in terms of, for example, recognizing the figure of the manager of e-waste and recognizing the social reuse of equipments that is interesting in several aspects that promotes the reuse of computers, for example, and also the responsibility of companies and the private sector, in which we can distinguish the responsibility of producers, facilitating the disassembly process aspects with which we deal in the work of the plant, of the management plant, and also the responsibility of companies that generate e-waste, as in terms as Paz was mentioning previously. In this sense, it is important to visualize the cost involved in the treatment. We lead locally with a lot of actors that want to value the work of the cooperative of Nodotau, but they assume that the devices they discard are donations. In this sense, it is important to highlight an extended perception of this concept of the devices I do not use anymore, or the e-waste the companies generate are donated for social use. There is a slogan in a local campaign that is, "Don't donate your waste to me," because in this sense we are naming donation a process that is getting rid of a problem and give it that problem to another actor. So the idea is relevant dealing with any stuff. This is don't donate waste, but in the case of technology or discarded technology, there is some difficulties that make it even dangerous. So that is what we want to mention.
Thank you so much, Florencia. Yilmaz or Becky, would you like to take some of the questions that Paz brought up? Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much. Let me first start with an invitation for another session of the German delegation on Tuesday on day 2. We have an event, Planetary Limits of AI, Governance for Just Digitalization. This is our topic, and guests are welcome, and I will give a short overview what we contribute in this field and how our approach is towards digital transformation in particular. As BMZ, together with the European Union, we offer a human-centered digital transformation. For us, this means that we actively shape digitalization by addressing its risks for environment, but also individual human rights and society. We use the term twin transition, how digitalization can help the fight against environmental challenges. We want to actively combat social division, the misuse of data, as well as environmental and climate damage caused by resource consumption and CO2 emissions, exactly what you mentioned. And I really liked your approach towards changing a business model Canvas use, because I was taking MBA classes in the US, and this was exactly what you mentioned. And I think education is essential for this, but we'll come back to it later again. So as Germany, we're committed towards an ecological, feminist, and social digital policy. For us, this enables a fair balance of interests based on European standards and universal human rights. We want to ensure that partner countries are integrated into an open, secure, and inclusive internet and fair data markets. And for that, we also need strong local governments, and I will also come back to that later. Our digital policy is based on 3 cornerstones, and you mentioned earlier the role of standards and norms. These are essential, but also structures. By that I mean DPI, digital public infrastructure, and goods. But third, also promoting digital skills in society and in the economy. I also really like the sentence about don't donate your waste to me, because I think it's also a question of education for that. But firstly, providing structures for human-centered digital services and public goods is vital. Many of our initiatives, to give you more concrete examples, because otherwise sometimes international digital policy is very abstract, our initiatives contribute to more democratic and open, fair societies. Our goal is to support the digital self-determination of citizen and partner countries. And this requires effective, secure infrastructure that should be based on open and reusable ICT building blocks. We have one initiative, it's our flagship initiative of the German international digital policy. It's called GovStack. We develop a global toolbox for reusable open source building blocks for GovTech. And secondly, to be more concrete on the questions mentioned, we work with partner countries across the globe to promote fair regulation of the digital economy. And one initiative that I want to highlight is the so-called BMZ DTCs, the Digital Transformation Centers. They serve as a local implementation and anchor structure of these efforts. Around the globe, we already have 22, and they are our gate to the local world, to the local communities, the local governments, and further through the initiative Fair Forward, we have worked with governments of, for example, Rwanda, Ghana, and India, and together with Smart Africa, we are involved in developing national AI strategies, and these AI national strategies have a particular focus on the fight against environmental challenges. I think we support also our global partners to realize the potential of AI through local innovation, and here's where the magic, so to speak, happens. Last but not least, what you mentioned, digital skills. They are one of the cornerstones of BMZ digital policy, training of young people in job-related digital skills, but also related to waste management and getting a mindset and a culture in this regard is essential. Therefore, we support the public sector in our daily work, the private sector, civil society, and especially young women in acquiring the necessary knowledge about digitalization and thus being able to respond to the challenges of digital transformation and to use its potential. And our learning platform is called Atingi, which we rolled out via German Development Corporation and our partners, and it already reached over 11 million people. And I just wanted to stress that next to norms, we focus on standards and skills, and with these 3 cornerstones, we try to contribute towards working on a digital transformation which really contributes in the fight against environmental damages and challenges. And this is our concrete work next to the coordination efforts in the global arena and fora. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think that commitment is very important in order to detect the impact, that the policy developments and norms will have when in place, as Becky was pointing out. It might be difficult then to revert, the effects of what policies and norms enable or the result that they produce. So thank you for that. Jaime, let me know if you want to intervene at this point. To refer to the questions that Paz brought up. Otherwise, I can open the floor for questions and comments here and also from remote participants. So, Jaime, first, let me hear from you. You would like to intervene.
Sure, gracias, Valeria. Yeah, I don't know if I have anything new to add. I agree with a lot of what has been said so far. I really want to highlight some of the points that some of other guests have made. I really agree with Kemley that we have to push back on this dominant model of thinking about how solutions are made. This dominant capitalist narrative that only excessively profitable, high yield businesses can guide us through climate change. This kind of ridiculous thinking is what is driving the investment and the promotion of things like artificial intelligence. And we have to remember that artificial intelligence doesn't exist on its own. It is fueled by our data, our information. It is this rampant accumulation and extraction of our knowledge that makes this possible. And that is built on that has a very huge physical environmental impact, and it has a real emotional impact, psychological impact on us as a society to operate that way. This kind of thinking, this nonsense, is essentially trying to put out a fire with gasoline. We can't allow this to continue. And I really appreciate these comments about pushing back against the greenwashing of these businesses. These companies who make enormous profits based on these extractive business models of surveilling their users, and then spend just a tiny fraction of that money to create a few exemplary sustainable data center projects. We can't applaud these things. These public relations stunts, they don't address the total environmental impact of all of the computing resources that are needed to continue their operations. But also they are essentially, even if they do comply with their promises for reducing their carbon footprints, but they're essentially doing damage control to a problem that they themselves have created. And we can't allow this kind of thing to continue. I really agree with supporting a different thinking, different models, supporting community and cooperative-based models towards supporting communications and listening to ourselves and taking guidance from our communities in these matters. And in that sense, a lot of us have been doing this for a long time. And if we are to be supported, I think it needs to be on our own terms. We need to be trusted to continue practicing community engagement in the way that we have been doing and organizing ourselves in the way that we have been doing.
Precisely. That's part of perhaps one of the most important responses to enable that community engagement and response is possible and feasible. So let me open for reactions, comments, questions from the floor and also from remote participants. If there is anyone here that would like to intervene and to pose a question or a reaction, your interventions are welcome. So let me know. You can raise your hand. We can pass you the mic. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Valeria. I think, is the microphone working? Yes? Okay, very good. I very much appreciate this session. My name is Peter Brucker. I'm the chairman of the World Summit Awards. And what we do is we focus on best practice examples exactly regarding new and different business models. In this room, next session is on hacking digital divides, and you will see Alloy, for instance, which is a microfinancing solution for small and micro businesses. You will see Social Lab from Chile, which shows actually, I think you will love this very much, a business model based on love, and they have 600 different kind of companies there. Then we have people from Lebanon, which show how social volunteers work. And it's something very interesting because the digital transformation centers work with us regarding promoting these examples. We were just in Mexico, in Puebla, and doing this. One of the key things, however, is for this session, which I think is really so important, is to talk about the technology frameworks and the alternative of technology frameworks. And I think what Jaime was saying is really very much to the point, but he's giving, Jaime, you're giving us a critique, but you're not showing us what would be possible solutions. So for instance, one of the things which I think is very much important when you're looking at large language models and machine learning and how you train them, that very few people, I have not seen any government talk about how to tax the AI companies for how they train their models with the data. So they are not paying for the data which they use to train. They are not respecting copyright in terms of when they train it. They are not giving anything back. So one of the things which I found very interesting when you talk about the social, ecological, and feminist policy in terms of cooperation, does the BMZ have actually a clear understanding that you need to go into the economics of how to make AI smarter, and what would it be actually in terms of a cooperative model for that aspect? Because then we are really addressing, Valeria, the issue of this session, which is alternative technology frameworks. We need to see, and I think Jaime is very clear on that, is that we have a very much a hidden extraction situation, exploitation situation, but it is not being recognized as such, and therefore we are not even using market models, which means making them pay for the smartness of their models, and we are not moving to this, although we have with the German government, one of the key players in that industry, global play, So my question is very much to Ilmas on this issue. Have you thought about it yourself? Is there anything in terms of the policy development? And then Valeria, I would be very happy to engage more with APC in terms of finding good examples of where you are not creating a parallel economy, but where you are basically seeing, okay, how can we transform the economy and do that in a different way? So that would be my little 5 cents.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your contribution. Is there any other contribution from the floor, or let me know if there are remote participants who would like to intervene or present questions for the panel? No.
No yet here, yeah.
Okay, so obviously the panel is invited to react, to comment, to respond to what has been said. Any one of you would like to take that on, please?
Yeah, Peter, thank you so much. It's a very interesting question. Let me first say one sentence to our further engagement in this regard and then get back to your answer. The BMZ's digital initiatives provide knowledge about regulation setting standards, I said, in order to promote our goals for fair digital transition in partner countries. And one initiative, which I didn't mention but is really fitting in this context, is the BMZ initiative Fair Forward, which contributes towards the development of open AI training datasets in Kiswahili and Luganda inter alia, languages spoken by more than 150 million people collectively. Further, through the initiative Fair Forward, we have worked with governments Rwanda, Ghana, and India, I mentioned, and how they contribute for green tech solutions. We see open access to AI training in data and research, as well as open source AI models as a foundation for local innovation. On Tuesday in our session, our partners from the Mozilla Foundation are also here. The economics of our engagement is super interesting. the aspects that you mentioned, and I'm a fan of that approach actually as a studied economist, but I think as for now we have a different approach, and I will get that question, take that back to Berlin and discuss with our colleagues which are operationalizing doing that program, and programs are also developing and changing, I would say generally. But at the end, for me, it's important what the outcome and the impact of these programs are and how they can contribute towards local solutions and transforming the local population, and the economics of the local development is essential. But I also think it's a global question which we need to discuss, and taking it from there, I would like to engage with you beyond this panel and discussion, and let's discuss also after the IGF, please, and maybe other colleagues on the panel have also contributed.
Thank you. The cooperatives that have that are present here, obviously they have been also thinking and implementing different type of solutions and providing responses. So if there are, let me just check if there are other questions or comments here. Otherwise, yes, please go ahead.
Hello, I'm Daichi Sakamoto, and Doba Corporation, it's a private company in Japan. So very interesting discussion, and then so I'm working on the here, so IT industry in Japan. And then in Japan, there is a word that digital dokata. Digital dokata. Dokata means the construction worker. So it's just a digital worker, but working like as the construction worker means so very small work, and then so accumulation of the small work will be big, so make big building. This is the Japanese industry culture. So, but if the AI coming here, and then maybe this mindset will be changed, but I think it will be moderate because so it's very big change, and then so this kind of the layer structure. It's the small worker will be used by the leaders, and then leader use, and then this kind of the pyramid structure is existing in the industry. So maybe if we think about this digital transformation, we need to take care all of layers. So how to transform each layers. So at that time, maybe the AI will be violate or disrupt the layers, and then maybe new style or new business model will come. So in fact, so I offered several works of the new era or new business model. That means the new work is training AI. So training AI means make a data of the conversation. It's very easy, and maybe anyone can speak Japanese, can train the AI. So this is just a new style work, but there is also the big gap of the current work and the previous work. So maybe this kind of the gap of the new business model and the current model will be the problem in the industry. I felt that in this discussion.
Thank you very much. I would like to finally invite the panel and our remote speakers as well to just share some final remarks with some recommendations or demands that you might have to different stakeholders, including governments, of course, of if you want to dig a little bit more into the point that was brought up about solutions and responses. So you are welcome to do so. So I would like to start with Becky, if you would like to share some final comments with the audience.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'll keep my final comment very short, which is to say that one important thing that is required in order to support the kinds of solutions that already exist and pathways that already exist within a just transition, and that includes examples brought forward today by panelists both remotely and in the room. So to support those, we also have to challenge what the climate justice movement for decades has called out as false and misleading climate solutions. So that includes pushing for policy that can address greenwashing and also pushing for strong regulation around speculative and dangerous climate technologies. Some of these technologies are not always part of the digitalization discussion, for example, solar geoengineering, carbon credits. But they are technologies that are being invested into heavily by big tech companies as part of plans to be able to continue the profit models that they rely on. So that's why it's important for the audience of the IGF to also begin to engage around these kinds of technologies as well and see them as part of the same discussion. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So let me go to Florencia. Florencia, you would like to share your final comments and demands or recommendations?
Yes, thank you. Just to highlight again the aspect about responsibilities in related to each holder. In our focus, e-waste is a very complex problem, and the interrelation of holders and of actors is a challenge. And also maybe it would need to be involved the idea that is it should be a public service to assume this problem, and also the fact of the profitability of these actions. We work in a very small experience, but it's a huge problem affecting really deeply environment, and also it's a problem that it has a very big potential in work generation possibilities and opportunities for people, and also for addressing the digital divide also. So thank you.
Thank you, Florencia. Let me go to Yilmaz for your final comments, please.
Thank you so much. This was super interesting and an honor to be here. BMZ contributes to various political responses, processes and fora. Our key question is, how can we reinforce efforts to bring local perspectives and national perspectives from the global south in the international arena? And we have a wide growing international network in working relations with a number of governments, but also especially civil society actors and other stakeholders, which we use in favor of more digital cooperation. On an international level, the German government especially supports the Global Digital Compact, which was mentioned before. And we also actively engage in discussions in the G7, G20 context and multi-stakeholder initiatives such as GovStack that I mentioned, and the Digital for Development Hub of the European Union. Global digital cooperation is essential for us to support a holistic approach to the digital transformation, but not also for its opportunities, but also for its risks. I personally think we must foster close cooperation on a large scale in order to advance social and a sustainable digital transition around the globe. This is why we are here. Let's stay in touch. This was super helpful. Thank you so much for your perspectives. I think with sharing these formats, we are stronger, and can build a digital world where we can achieve our goals together.
Jaime, you have the floor, please.
Thank you. I agree that with the gentleman who called out these large companies for what essentially is criminal behavior of using our data to train these language models at no cost of their own. And while I agree that we need to hold these companies and corporations accountable for these actions, the idea of allowing them to pay a fine, to pay a tax, I have strong questions about this. How is this different than the system of carbon credits, and how is this different than a shell game that allows them to do wrong and pay for it later, right? With the enormous profits they're able to make from that, and likewise, this idea that how these questions, I think they're very interesting questions about how this changes the role of the worker and what participation we can have as workers in training AI models. But I think it's important to remember also that there's choosing to be a worker, and then there are ways that we will be forced to be workers, and we will be forced to train AI. We will be forced just to have access to technology through tiny widgets that are presented to us, through puzzles that we have to solve, through any kind of information that we have to give to the AI. We will have no choice in training these models. And what do we do about that, where we are exploited and we are not even treated as real workers, and we are just and we are essentially serfs within this wider system? I think that, of course, supporting local initiatives, of course, supporting indigenous languages and their preservation is tremendously important, but I don't believe that we can apply a single model to all cases. And I think it's very important to ask ourselves, are we listening to these communities directly? Is this what they want? And maybe there are cases where they are interested in experimenting and having access to these technologies, but I don't think we can apply this as a single solution across the board to everywhere, that this is the way that to stimulate local preservation of languages and indigenous cultures. I think we have to ask and give in everywhere there has to be a proper consultation with local communities whether this is something they are actually interested in.
Absolutely. And the global community has a role to play in ensuring that those perspectives and the ones impacted by in reality are brought to these conversations, because as Jaime is pointing out, there is no a single solution that fits everyone. So hearing and from the ones that are impacted and the realities and the particularities is very important. And for that cooperation and also the commitment of all the stakeholders to make sure that those voices are heard, because there is a voice. The problem is that they are not welcome or not heard in different spaces. So I think that's very necessary and one of the needed actions in order to change the paradigm. So let me close the panel with Kemli. Kemli, your final remarks, and then to thanking you all for the presence and the comments and for joining the conversation about this key issue.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Brook, for your intervention that made me think a lot, yes. But I have the same reaction than Jaime, yes. Then if you pay, you can do it, yes. And I would like to also integrate and discuss with my colleagues with a feminist analysis what you are proposing. Yes, especially because of that, because if we charge the machine learning, the training machine learning is not a way to accept that they can do that if they charge. And also because in the feminist analysis, technology frameworks has to be very related to solve the concrete problem in the context where we women live. Then technology frameworks for us, yes, have to be related with this context around us, the care of our children, the care of our community. Then our technology frameworks, we prioritize these technology frameworks. Then this is one thing. The second thing about the job and the fair job and the precariousness of work, and how that is transforming, and how all what we win as workers are transforming. And this is another discussion. And I think this business model, collective business model, cooperatives, and all of that have in the center a fair job, and especially a fair job for women. Then it's totally connected. If we have fair jobs, we can survive as humanity in this world. If we have precarious jobs or work, we are not going to survive as humanity for sure. Then just to say thank you very much. I think this is a conversation to follow and go in depth and discover and explore. Thank you.
Thank you very much again for your openness, and let's continue the conversation in the different spaces here at the IGF. So thank you very much. Okay, so do we have to clean this?
Look at this.
I'm very jet lagged.
Hi, Valerie.
Hey, thank you. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
And thank you for the participation.
Yes.
Let me
I'll give you my card.
yeah, let me just give you my card. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I can do this as well. Because you are into communication.
Yes, yes, I'm done. See you around.
Oh, sounds bad. Has it finished? Okay, hi.
Hi, how are you?
Fine, thank you. About the leaders session. No, WSA. Yeah, the WSA. Yeah, it's going to start. it's our initiative. We have a lifetime talk on.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah, so I also
Oh, that's excellent.
So we're also doing the sustainability goal.
Oh, yeah, wow.
Event is like this. We are always looking for partnership for sustainability.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Yes,
That's excellent.
So I can have your. I can have your contact.
yes. So I don't have my card, but I will.
Yeah. So let's okay. Okay.
Yes.
Our lightning talk.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Back. It's not there, but I will join.
大家知道一下。
Close to me. I'll sit here and you sit here.
How are you, Osama?
I'm Osama.
I know. I don't know if you remember me. African Queens Project.
Oh, yes.
It is really, yes, Gloria May. When I saw you, I put it there. I was like, oh, that Osama. Yeah. Same here. I love it.
Sorry, Gloria, what did you do with the copies which you have?
I put it on my own copies.
Yeah, but put them on the chairs.
Yeah, I did.
I gave them out to everybody already.
Give me more.
Want me to leave it on the chairs too?
Yeah, just leave it on the chair. In such a way that you can.
Wrong game, change.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Just do it.
Right. 女性の方がグロリアさんで、で急に参加の方がおさまさん、これは何人もなしでここにいらっしゃいます。あと3人がどうもズームじゃないかと。
じゃあ現地の方のデータは多分先ほどの方の受け取ったものだけだと思うんで。ですね。はい。はい。そういう5人でございます。はい。あとはタイミングはこっちでもう適当に出しちゃいます。わかんないんで。ありがとうございます。
consulate, WSA.
Yes, yes. Welcome. How was your flight?
It was okay. Yeah, I just missed the train.
Same thing. So you ended up staying in Tokyo?
Yes, and then
来てくれ、マイク、多分ここでなんか多分
I slept out on the plane
Oh,
yesterday.
that's
Manchester
nice.
won. That's why I won my jersey. I watched the match.
Oh, look at you. You were like, let me represent.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, yes, as an expert.
Yeah, the same thing happened to me because I thought the trains ran every, 30 minutes. I didn't know if it was a cut time.
Does everybody of you have a copy of this? Yes? Yes, you can have one. And you can, do you have a boyfriend? I have a second one. Ah, he is a boyfriend. Okay, good. You have copies? Okay, very good. You got one? You got one? We'll just can ask the technical support to see if we can put the slides in. Is that good? Hello, good morning here in Kyoto. Good evening everywhere else around the world because we are on Zoom link to a number of different countries. We are on Zoom link to Chile, to Lebanon, to Austria, and also to a number of different other places around the world. My name is Peter Bruck, and I'm absolutely delighted that you're here. This session is a session where we think about things bottom up, not top down. So we had a session before on technology frameworks, very much on policy issues, on how basically the global systems of technology, economy, and also digital solutions work. What we want to do this morning is show you how best practice examples are actually dealing with digital divides. Digital divides, that is something which is really key to the overall agenda of the United Nations, that technology, computerization, digitization should lead to a more fair, just, and equitable society. Can I have the slides, please? I'm having the privilege to organize and promote the World Summit Awards. To my left here is Osama Manzar. He is on the board of directors of the World Summit Award. He is the founder and director of the Digital Empowerment Foundation, and he has been doing this over 20 years. He looked much younger at that time when we started. Right, Osama? Yes, he did. On my right side is Poncelet. He is from Gambia. People wear hats there and soccer scarves. That's really fun, and he will be also presenting and talking with us on a number of different issues. This session is a little bit different than other sessions because when we talk about turning United Nations with its targets on the information society and SDGs into action, it needs you, everybody in this room. This is not something which we want to do abstract, but it is you who are actually the actors. And what we will do from the World Summit Awards is give you examples of how people do things, like for instance, Gloria has done in Tanzania with a project called African Queens. Gloria, will you tell us a little bit about this afterwards?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes? Okay, she will. Okay, so I'm not disappointing everybody here. Okay, good. So what we are doing for the last 20 years in this context of IGF, World Summit on Information Society, is basically looking at this issue of how we can, by sharing examples, get each other to learn better of what we actually can do. Okay, that has an advantage. Then if we are only theorizing about systems, we will never change the systems very, very quickly. We have to need a revolution. We need to have governments. We need to have whatever taxation policies. We need to have an upheaval. We might need to have technology wars, whatever. But everybody of us can do something very concretely in their community, a local solution, and to see how they are bridging digital divides. And that is actually what WSA has done. For 20 years, we have selected this on a global scale, but very much within the United Nations principle. So when you have this brochure, which we gave you here, it is a brochure which details what WSA does, but also it details the different kind of solutions which we will present today. There are 1,679 winning solutions from over 180 member states. The impact from WSA is something which you can measure, not just in figures here, but in what you will do after this session and to what you will be encouraged to doing. We are addressing a number of different kind of digital divides, for instance, the accessibility gap, the gender gaps, obviously, the climate issues, and also various different kind of ways of looking at how participation works in governments and so on. We have the chairs a little bit differently arranged here. So if you want to talk and contribute, just sit on a chair and then grab the microphone here, because this should be actually a fishbowl session, but this arrangement here is a little bit frontal. So it's a little bit aggressive, so it's not inclusive, not very community. But let's think about this virtually as being a virtual inner circle, and you are happy and delighted and also invited to talk. When we are talking about examples, let's hear from the people who are doing it. So we have 4 people who will do presentations. Malak Yakut, she's from Lebanon. She will talk about the volunteer circle. Matthias Rojas from Social Lab, Tiffany Tong from Alloy, and then Gloria Mangi. She is here in the room. Can I see if Malak is online? Malak, are you in Beirut? Are you up or are you sleeping? Malak, can we have, is she online? She is not here. Okay. Is Matthias Rojas here from Social Lab from Chile, online participation?
Yes, Peter. Hello.
Yes.
I don't know if you can hear me.
We can hear you and we can see you. It's wonderful. What is the time in your space? You are from Santiago, right?
Yes, it's nearly 11 p.m. on a Saturday night. So
okay, so that's
I'm
easy.
really enthusiastic to have a talk today.
Okay, you have 5 minutes to detail us here. There's about 40 people here in this room, many young people here. They want to know what they can learn from you in terms of what Social Lab is doing to address digital divide and which gaps do you close. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you very much, Peter. Thank you, everybody in the room. Social Lab is a social enterprise, a Latin American social enterprise, where we have built an open innovation platform. So through collective intelligence, digital collective intelligence, we recruit social innovators, social entrepreneurs that can provide solutions, products, and services to different socio-environmental issues. So our platform now has more than 1.5 million creators, these users, but we call them creators because they propose ideas, not only napkin ideas, but also more developed products and services that totalize right now 85,000 solutions in the last 10 years. So it's people that have the talent, the capabilities to create and to generate these solutions in the shape of social startups. So that's what we're based in, this, what we call triple impact, not only social environmental, but also economic, meaning that this has to be economically sustainable enterprises. So what are we doing regarding the digital divides? We believe that talent is equally distributed in population around the world, but not opportunities, not resources for people that have ideas, that have different ways of solving their problems and their community problems. So what we do is, first of all, define with enterprises, municipalities, NGOs, different issues. For example, how to produce beverages with less water, regarding one of the SDGs regarding water, or security regarding delinquency in a municipality. We raise these issues on the Open Innovation Platform, and people from all of Latin America apply their solutions. This is like an innovation contest. The thing is that we provide them not only resources, which are the prizes, to some of them, not to all of them, but also connection. So when I say that the opportunities are not equally distributed in population, what I'm saying is that if you have a fancy surname in Latin America, if you know someone that knows someone, maybe you can have a unicorn startup, you can have resources, you can have different ways of implementing what you're dreaming of. But if you haven't, the way it's pretty difficult. So what we're trying to do is to, for example, what the problem you solve in your small town, connect them to a municipality which can finance and implementing in a larger scale. So we believe that this R&D department is a when you have complex problems, you have to have distributed solutions. You can't have like one silver bullet that would solve this problem, but in this case, 1.5 million people thinking on how they can solve it from different small spaces, like in their neighborhoods, to bigger spaces. For example, loans to micro entrepreneurs, or different insurances to agricultures, etc. So what we do is that we support this triple impact solutions, or they can be in a social way, environmental way, but always having this economic component, so we can assure that if they have a good and healthy business, the impact can be auto-sustainable in the future. So that's more or less what we do. We are based in Chile. We started in Chile, but now we covered all Latin American countries because of the digital nature of our business, of our platform, that let us reach people very far away, not only in the big cities where we used to see these social startups. So I don't know, Peter, if that was clear or not. Sorry, I don't hear you.
Sorry. Clarity
Yes.
is always a matter of repetition. So I just want to see that I understood you right. You said a number of very interesting things for everybody in this conversation. One is that you have an innovation contest for solutions which are having a local impact. And you're looking at the triple impact, the social impact, the environmental impact, and the economic impact. And people who go through your process of the social lab are actually getting from you the connection capital which they need in order to have, for instance, a better traction with the municipalities, with other communities, or with the people who can institutionally implement what they want to do. Is that approximately correct?
Yes, it is, Peter. And just to emphasize one of the points you made,
yep.
We distribute money. We don't have money. We don't have like a big bag of money, but we get where the demand is. For example, in a municipality that is eager to buy, to
Sure.
implement, to finance one solution, and that money is not ours. We just channel it to the correct entrepreneur. So that makes us like a distributed network of solutions. It doesn't depend on me, but the more connections we make, the better the impact we generate.
Okay, I'm looking in the room here. I see that there are a lot of faces very eager to think about this. One of the faces which are very eager to think about this and to talk about it is from India, and it's Osama Manza, and he wants to use this fishbowl session motion to basically speak right away. Osama, do you have a microphone? Yes, it's
yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Osama is working in India with the Digital Empowerment Foundation. Osama, what questions would you have or comments on what Matthias has said about Social Lab?
Okay, so thank you very much, Peter. As you can see that Peter has been watching us since 22 years, so and also the development of digital. I would say that the biggest challenge to digital in the last 20 years is that it real relevance, that whether it's social or not, whether it's really bottom up or not, because we all adopted digital from the perspective that it is environment friendly, it is efficient and all that. But after 20 years, it is very clear that the way social media is actually creating havoc in the social and the society. Technological overpowering our life is also environmentally challenging us. And in many, many ways, this small little communication system, like here we are sitting here and look at these wires. Look at how many wires are here, and you know the machines are here to communicate. It looks like that they are more overpowering than our human intelligence, you know. And the beauty of World Summit Award, I would say, is that to find out who is doing great work in these challenges. You know, can we identify them? Can we adopt them? And that is, and India is always in the middle of these, we have the highest level of IT. As you know, we export a lot of IT, we use a lot of IT, but we also have the highest number of poverty and unconnectedness. And therefore, the examples that we bring from there is worth taking, that how frugal can be technology and communication system that we can adopt. And I would like to leave with a message that it's important that all of us, all of you, who are looking at innovations, digital innovations, look at World Summit Award in a manner that how in 20 years for thousands of innovations that is there in our database can be influential, to be adopted by you and to be contributed by you and to be criticized by you, and see how we can adapt it in the next 20 years. Thank you.
This was not a discussion on what Matthias said on Social Lab, but it was a marketing speech for WSA. Thank you very much for this public relations effort. If you open up this booklet, which we have distributed to you, you can see on pages 10 and 11, you can see a description of the projects which we are presenting, and you can see also a description of Social Lab. And you find also the connection of what Matthias has presented. So if you want to just to Google it while we talk or later on, you can do that. Are you ready to hear another example? If I don't hear you speak, I will not call up the next example. So can you please say loudly, yes? Yes. Great. Can you say it in Japanese? Hi. Very good. So everybody try now Japanese. Say yes in Japanese. Hi. Okay, very good. So Tiffany, are you ready to present? Because everybody said in Japanese, yes, hi. Tiffany, yes. Are you online?
Hi, also from me.
Hi, Tiffany. How are you?
Very good. How are you, Peter?
Very good. Where are you at the moment?
I'm in Nepal.
In Nepal, and in which place in Nepal?
In Kathmandu, the capital.
And you have a very early morning, I guess.
That's right. Yes. I love early mornings, so very, very appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much, Tiffany, that you are talking to us. You live sometimes also in other places, right, than Nepal. Where do you live and work from usually also?
That's correct. Our company is headquartered in Singapore, and we're mainly operating in Nepal right now and expanding to other countries.
Okay, you can see, so everybody in the room and also online, you can see that actually solutions which WSA is selecting as best practice examples are global solutions, the way Matthias has talked about and also Osama, global solutions for very concrete local and community problems. What is the community problem which you are dealing with the solution called Alloy? Tiffany, please.
Yes, definitely agree with that. And I definitely also agree with what Matthias said about talent is equally distributed in the world. We firmly believe that, and that we also need distributed solutions that are solving last mile problems, right? So that's what our company enables. We are a financial technology, a fintech company that is focused on social impact by helping informal sector micro-entrepreneurs access financing so that they can build their solutions and build their businesses so that they can provide really close last mile services to the customers closest to them. So what we do is that our technology helps monitor how loans are being used and how they are being repaid so that the lenders that have more trust to lend to these micro-entrepreneurs. Right now, a lot of micro-entrepreneurs don't have these traditional requirements for financing. They don't have collateral, they don't have credit histories. And so most lenders don't want to lend to them, and they cannot access a right level of capital for them to grow. So what our technology does is it provides more monitoring that is automatic through the technology so that the investors have more trust and they can see what is happening with their loans so that they want to work with these types of entrepreneurs more. And what we're doing in Nepal in the last 5 years is that we've built up different sectors and different value chains that we work So for example, we work in electric vehicles and we work in agriculture. So in electric vehicles, we work with these electric minibuses and e-scooters and e-vans. And in agriculture, we work in dairy and coffee and small grocery stores, helping them to use our technology to trace how the financing is being used and how it's being repaid so that the lenders can lend to them. And how this happens for us is similar to a mobile money. So we don't use an app because talking about digital divides, it's not everyone doesn't have a smartphone. And even if they have a smartphone, often they don't have mobile internet, right? So we use SMS, and so that everyone with a simple phone without mobile internet can use our technology, and they get their digital loan through their mobile, through this SMS, and then they can spend it at vendors that are related to their loan purpose. So for example, electric vehicle loan can only buy their business inputs from electric vehicle vendors or electric vehicle training institutions. And so it makes sure that the loan is being used that way. And then in terms of repayment, we also work with the people who buy the products. So for example, we also work in coffee, and we work with coffee traders that pay the entrepreneurs in digitally through our system so that we can increase the data in their income, and also increase ability to repay every day their loan so that it makes it almost a savings habit. So through technology, we're able to provide these real-time monitoring. And what we really found is that the biggest digital divide in terms of financing really is the digital divide of data. So now in the financial sector, everyone's moving towards data. And if you're coming from a background where this data is not historically here, or you don't have physical assets, or you don't even have mobile phone records, like this is going to be increasingly hard for you to get any types of loans. And so that's why we built our technology so that you can really create new types of data, and you can prove your ability as an entrepreneur through how you use the loan, so that you can build up your pipeline and build up your credit score and build up your digital credit histories, so that going forward, you won't be left behind. And we often think of our technology as a way to merge into this highway of digital financial information, right? So it's a way to connect to how the financial sector is moving towards. Thank you.
That's really wonderful what you're describing. You are describing something which many people are not even seeing yet, that the credit history which you have is actually something which is data-based, and when you are not having those data, that you are actually excluded from it. Matthias, can I just bring you in and say, okay, in which way is that an issue also, not just in countries like Nepal, but also in the countries which you cover with the social lab?
Thank you, Peter. I believe that when we're talking about access to resources, meaning money or data or information, what I can see now, just to put the example, the famous example of ChatGPT, is that someone that uses technology in an early stage in a correct way can access whatever resources the world can bring. And I'm not talking about only base of the pyramid, because that's like more an extreme case where, for example, we can use SMS or different ways of communication. I am talking about what we call in Latin America the middle class, which is also starting to see a huge division in opportunities. Not only opportunities for them, for their families to have better income, etc., but also for them to generate local impact in their communities. So we see these people that use technology in, for example, knowing how to prompt correctly in ChatGPT makes the difference. And if you don't even know how to do that, how are we supposed to solve these complex issues, for example, as climate change? So that's, I don't know if I answered what.
No, you didn't answer the question, but that's okay. You were saying about that data configuration and how to handle data, especially when you want to input it into an artificial intelligence application like ChatGPT, needs special skills. I think that's a very fair point. In terms of the financing, I think that's something which maybe Gloria, would you want to get into? Because Gloria, you are from Tanzania, but you're working in other places as well. Where are you these days?
I'm currently, can you hear me? I currently live in Saudi Arabia at the moment. And you can clearly see the distinction in terms of access, living in Saudi Arabia and then also seeing and living in Tanzania. And I developed, can I go in and talk about African Queens? Or
if you want to make the bridge between microfinancing and loan credit to African Queens, yes. But the bridge is for everybody in this room here that we are looking at different issues in terms of digital divides. Okay, one of them, I mean, what Matthias was saying, was showing is how do you innovate when you are having an innovative product, an innovative idea, and you go through the innovation contest and you are then channeled into the system of the social lab. What Alloy did was it showed you, Tiffany showed you, that actually the microfinancing solutions are very, very key and important. And what are the hurdles and what are the bottlenecks, for instance, in order for you to get financing, both in terms of credit history, but also access. She was talking about that she is using for digital loans SMSs. So that's really, I mean, that's low technology, you know, low bandwidth, you know. And what Gloria will talk about is something very much, which is a feminist issue, but it's also a global issue in terms of identity recognition. Is that right?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, so then please take it away, and you have, again, 5 minutes. Okay,
right.
please.
So my name is Gloria Mangi, and I developed a project called African Queens Project. So this came about through when I was maybe about 10 years ago. I was in Ghana attending a program. I was surrounded by about 20 or 25 other young African women who were doing phenomenal things around Africa. Everything from on the ground work in terms of law, in terms of healthcare, in broadcast. And so my background is in journalism. So one of the things that you had to do at the end of this program was develop a project. And I didn't want to develop just any other project and create something that has already been done, but I wanted to bridge what my passion was, women and journalism, and then also how I'm telling African women's stories as an African woman myself. And that was something that I noticed wasn't being done. We have a lot of people telling African stories, but not enough Africans telling our own stories. And on top of that, we don't have platforms where they can tell their own stories that is created by Africans. So this was an issue that I had seen, and it was like a light bulb moment when I was like, okay, this is something I can do. I want to share these women's stories, what they're doing on the ground with other African women as a point to inspire, as a point to motivate, and also as a way to highlight that, no, Africa isn't only just about poverty. Africa isn't only just about the lack, which it does exist, but there is more to our story. And so through this, African Queens Project came to being and started telling different African women's stories on the radio, through the website creation, through podcasting, doing a couple of workshops, and then World Summit Awards. I had submitted, the project, and they recognized the social and digital impact that it had, especially at that time. And then through that, it actually really propelled the project in a larger scheme, in the larger world scheme. And so just being able to highlight these women's story, highlight the paths that they were doing, and also connect that to younger women was something that I thought was really relevant and pertinent at that time, and still do think. And this was a discussion that I was even having with Professor Peter about the fact that there are now more projects that sort of mirror what is happening, but it still kind of takes out from the context of, is it still African people telling these stories authentically, and also telling them realistically.
Thank you very much, Gloria, for this description of how to address a digital divide. You won the World Summit Award how long ago?
You're revealing my age.
Yes.
About 10 years ago.
Now that you're a mature teen.
I want to say teen, yes.
A mature teen. Have you heard this notion, mature teen? If you what you see here, mature teen. There have been a number of digital revolutions in between. How would you, if you look at the people here in this room, how would you say, okay, if you would be starting off with this idea today, how would you do it differently than what you were doing 10 years ago?
Absolutely, that's a great question. So at that time, and this is a conversation that I see is really becoming dominant within the space about the use of AI, but also the use of different social media apps. So at the time when I created African Queens Project, I had used WordPress and different blogging tools, and then built a website, which of course cost money and different tools, and didn't have as much of a reach as I would have liked for the target audience of who I really wanted to hear the stories. Yes, it was reaching people even outside of Africa, and this is where the digital divide is highlighted, because when you talk about usage versus coverage, especially in Africa, those are two issues that we see, especially in Tanzania. So, for example, I could be living in a rural area in Mount Kilimanjaro, and I may have a mobile phone, but the coverage doesn't cover me. So how am I able to access the information? Now, in terms of the usage, I may have the coverage, but I don't even have the tools or the means to actually utilize and access that information. So now there are different types of projects and different means and platforms that are trying to bridge that divide, and that is something that I would definitely want to implement even now within my project. How can I bridge that divide so that those people living in the rural areas can access it? For example, what Tiffany was saying, the use of SMS. Is there a way to send SMS updates so that women over there can, read about, okay, this is what's happening in our area. These are what women and girls are doing over here. These are the opportunities that we're seeing in this area. So having those different platforms that can bridge those, those gaps are very important.
You're talking about now the technology access divides. If I look in the room here, does anybody of you here in the room, 45 people, 40 people here, have an issue in terms of technology access? I would say no, right? But in terms of your own access, who of you is accessing a social media platform? Can you just raise your hand if you're a social media platform? I think it's almost everybody, right? So now the question for you is, you started your African Queens project with a website, and you were looking for a WordPress template and things like this. What is the bias of social media today for having something like an African Queens project? Or let me say it differently. How would you strategize to be an influencer?
See, the term influencer, I think, has a very negative connotation in my eyes, because the moment you think about a social media influencer, you think about, the social media models, and, they're trying to influence you to buy a certain product. And so that you see the word ad over there, so automatically you think, okay, they're trying to sell me something, as opposed to it being you just really trying to highlight and sort of expose the issues that are going on. And I think this is where my heart as a journalist lies, because everybody wants to call themselves, a journalist, and everybody wants to say, yes, I work in the media, because they have a social media platform. But then you have issues about verifying the information, verifying if what is happening or what is being said, is it actually factual? And so influencers don't necessarily have to do that. So I don't know if my goal is to be an influencer per se, but definitely to create authentic platforms where information can be seen as, the information that is being told there can be seen as something that, you know, is authentic and it's true and is verifiable.
That's a very good point for this fishbowl session. Does anybody of you here in the room, if you want to say something, just come here and introduce yourself, and then you can sit here and we will have a conversation. It should be interactive.
Hi, my name is Alicia Hepner. I'm from the AP-NIC Foundation. I just wanted to ask further to your statement about being an influencer.
Absolutely.
Thinking about it though with the algorithms that come through from the social media applications, it is really interesting that I still struggle to get information that's diverse, news that's diverse, other kinds of access to information broader than what's being pushed towards me. So as a changing platforms, how do you think that would look in response to your, you know, now changing the way you would have approached things?
Absolutely.
Why don't you stay here, Alicia, and maybe we can have a back and forth, because you might have a follow-up question, unless somebody else sits on the second chair here, okay? Gloria, please.
I think that's a really good point that you made, talking about the algorithm. The way the algorithm is geared in terms of like social media is that they're trying to get more ads and more sponsors and collect data, and not necessarily in terms of the target audience in regards to, okay, I'm a Tanzanian, I have information about Tanzania, I want to reach maybe the United States of America or Europe. How can I do that? So I think in regards to your question, I think maybe trying to create other platforms that are not influenced by major corporations that have their own agendas would be maybe one of the key things to look at instead. So having your own app, for example. So if you wanted to see what I was doing versus, you know, just going on to, you know, Instagram or on, you know, Facebook, you know, okay, I heard about African Queens Project, which is another thing. How do you hear about African Queens Project? But I'm just kind of going to talk about the app a little bit, and I'll go back to that, is by creating this app so that people have access to this information. But the key thing is, how do you hear about the project itself? And I think that's where conversations like this is important. This is where ambassadorship is important, where if you hear about this, another network hears about this, now they can kind of push that in their area through their own algorithm, so that people can kind of see that and know, okay, this is where I can get a link to the project. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, and that is exactly what it is. How would I get that information on African Queens unless I come to these kind of forums, these platforms?
Right.
Because the algorithms are really pushing.
And it's a huge divide that you actually really highlighted, and that's something that, a challenge that I face myself in regards to making sure people can actually know about African Queens Project, or know what's happening within the continent, not even just my own project, but what other people are doing in the continent that could be of relevance to somebody maybe somewhere else, even in, you know, in Chile.
Would that be a good point to ask people here in the room, who is able to translate what Gloria is saying actually in their own circumstances, in their own lives? Are you able to create your own app? Who can you raise your hand? Who is able to do an app? Because I'm not. I'm technologically too stupid for this. But Gloria, are you able to do an app?
Absolutely not. But
okay.
But that being said,
yes.
I think.
So whom do you need for the app?
So you'll need a tech expert. But
okay, I see a lot of tech experts here, female and male.
There's somebody over here.
Yes. Okay. Here you are. Okay. Okay. What app would you create? So many apps. Okay. Depends. What technology would you use for creating the app? You have to go to the microphone, please.
He does not look
yeah. You have to go to the microphone, because otherwise the people online can't hear you, and that's not fair. That's creating a digital divide.
Okay. First of all, I'm Ibrahim Mohammed from Nigeria,
Hi,
I
Ibrahim.
work for National Information Technology Development Agency.
Yeah.
But currently working at DPRO here in Japan.
Okay.
You have so many options to develop an application, depend on the what, one of the things now, one of our priorities is privacy, security. So there are some certain algorithm if you want to develop a strong and transparent application you need to use. So for me, I usually use a web app, which is I use JavaScript, and I bootstrap and other languages.
I have a follow-up question. How long does it usually take to develop an app that fits into those, requirements and criteria in terms of security, in terms of transparency?
There are different kind of providers. There are some that are just plugins.
That's right.
Yeah, you pay the services, you get it, which is, I prefer that for the third party to protect your app. Because nowadays, some hackers are more smarter than the developers. So that is why you see IT guys, we encourage them to try to also go into psychology to think how the innovators think, how the hackers, think ahead of any kind of new innovation. I come across a solution which is similar to ChatGPT, Aboki.ai, which is, to my greater surprise, very effective and efficient. I said, okay, this guy has developed such kind of a solution which we never knew before.
Say this again so everybody in the room understands this again. What is the example you're giving?
The name of the site, aboki.ai.
aboki.ai.
Is this by a Nigerian?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so we see here that the Tanzanian and Nigerian coalition to create a very smart solution.
Yes.
Okay, good learning.
So may I use this opportunity to, okay.
You can speak another 2 minutes to use this opportunity.
Okay.
But you have to convince Alicia that what you're saying is interesting.
So actually, I have interest in the Tiffany,
yes. Yeah.
She mentioned something because it's one of our challenges in Africa. Africa, we're blessed with so many, our potentials are numerous, like what she said.
Yeah.
We have assets, youth assets, but the thing is how to utilize them. There is a digital divide gap, huge gap.
Okay.
Like in my country, the population of Nigeria were over 220 million Nigerians. Over 70% of them are youths.
Mm-hmm.
Without empowering those kind of youths, what do you think will happen? And they have the skills.
What's your question for Tiffany?
How credit risk management. How do they manage their risks in terms of financing, giving out loans? Because retrieving it back is very difficult for us in Africa. So I would love to know the concept.
Tiffany, do you hear what Ibrahim is saying? Are you online?
Yes, I do. Thank you for your
What would be your answer to Ibrahim's question? I'm asking Ibrahim to sit down, not on his chair, but here in the fishbowl, next to Alicia. Please sit down here, over there. Very good. Thank you very much, Ibrahim. Tiffany, please, go ahead.
Yes, in terms of risk management, definitely it's a huge problem. We manage it in two different ways. One is using the technology, creating new ways of creating data to have more real-time monitoring. And then the second one is through human relationships, really. So using our technology to build networks that are able to help monitor these loans. So for example, entrepreneurship organizations or farmer cooperatives, they're very much an integral part of our technology to be able to help manage these loans at a grassroots level. So we find that only technology does not work. What we really need to do is use technology to build local networks. And that's how we monitor our loans.
I think that's a very sensible solution. I see that Ibrahim is nodding, energetically. Ibrahim, is that a good answer for you? Yes, okay. Why don't we stay with good practice examples from Africa? regarding addressing digital divide. And when we look at Tanzania and Nigeria, I also want to look at Gambia. And Poncelet, you are here. You have been with WSA for many, many years. And you have, you said that you have an intervention where you wanted to talk about Innovax Prex. Yes, can you use the microphone?
Yes, I think, is it on?
You have to see if it's on. Yes, it's on.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Before I talk about InnovaX, I'll just first say I'm working right now from Juba in South Sudan for the UNDP just setting up 13 innovation pods in 13 public universities in Africa to spur innovation among African faculty and students. And one of the things, we are the one in the University of Juba in South Sudan is the first that has opened out of this 13 that was started last year. And what we have been trying to do, I mean, when people look at South Sudan, you think, okay, it's just war, they got Africa's youngest state. But through the Peace and Cohesion Community Project, they approached us of the UNDP, working with students. There are 30,000 students in University of Juba and faculty. We have started creating an app that will be collecting information on cattle rustling, you know, because one of the problems that has caused a lot of communities problems that brings rift in South Sudan in the rural areas has been cattle, because they move into grazing land. So we used OpenStreetMaps, we used ODKI, and we have developed the chip. We are now testing the chip, and it was all done by students. So I'm really very proud what we have done. And this we started in March this year, and we have done it up to August, and we hope to launch the app soon. The thing I wanted to say, just a minute, please, Peter, in coming back to Gambia, which is home, you know, apart from what I'm doing now in South Sudan, is being a WSA expert for over a decade now for the Gambia. You have Innova Global Health, IGH.GM. They do what you call wellness on wheels. This was set up by a pharmacologist who graduated from Purdue University, came back home and discovered that you have a lot of Gambians in the diaspora, and their families, their moms, fathers, aunties are all in the village. How do you get them medicine, you know? And he has created this platform whereby they just pay money and the medicine from Gambia is delivered to their families, you know. So wellness on wheels, and it has really helped a lot of people in a country that we really have problems with diabetes and hypertension. And I will encourage you to see what IGH.GM has done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Poncelet. You are showing something which I think is very important for everybody in the room here, that what WSA is looking at is technology innovations which are solutions to local problems. And the interesting thing here is that innovation comes out of a personal recognition of a need. So what you're saying is here, for instance, in how do I get the medicine if I'm living abroad to my family at home in Gambia? What Gloria was talking about was how do we shift the issue of how storytelling works about women who do incredible things in Africa. What Tiffany was talking about is how do you really change the microeconomics for people who have an entrepreneurial engagement and entrepreneurial vision and an entrepreneurial drive, but they do not have the financial resources. And what Matthias was talking about was really interesting in terms of how do you basically scale social digital innovation? And his answer is, with the social lab, is how do you bring this out in terms of connecting people with institutions and funders in terms of applications? I see that we have another 5 or 8 minutes. Is there anybody in the room? Sorry, yes, please go ahead.
Sorry, this is Matthias.
Yes, Matthias, please go ahead.
Yes, okay. Just thank you, Peter. Just wanted to connect the last thing you said regarding the distribution of resources to what Gloria was telling about the algorithms and the use of technology. What I believe personally is that well, algorithms are not bad or good, are neutral as any technology, but we always have to ask ourselves, what's the business model behind the algorithm? Because basically what the business model for social networks right now is, I don't know how to say it more politically correct, but to wash our minds. It's to control our will, and algorithms maybe sometimes understand better what we want than ourselves. So their business model is to change the way we think, to make us do things that we're not even conscious. So when we take that reflection, that thought to social innovators, what we should always ask is where money coming from, what's their business model, because sooner or later we could have the same effect that this social network that, for example, Facebook just wanted to connect people and meet other people, but we all know what it has finished. So that's a question for every innovator in the room or with its listeners. So where the business model is, maybe in a early stage, you can have grants, you can have subsidies from the government, but what happens when you scale? And that can change the effect of your innovation regarding where money is coming from. Just wanted to leave that thought. Maybe it's useful for someone.
I think it's very important what you address, and that is a huge issue everybody in the room should know about, and WSA does not give you an answer on this. This is, how do you scale social innovation beyond the single project? The answer is not from WSA, but it is by us, by you, everybody, joining in giving attention to these issues, and also seeing what kind of mixed financing strategies which we can have. What Poncelet was talking about is really interesting. There is somebody who is coming in from a United Nations organizations into a situation of enormous social needs, but as Ibrahim said, enormous African talents. You know, I mean, 30,000 students at the university in Juba is just incredible. You know, and then you apply it in terms of what is the social need regarding, for instance, cattle grazing and people, I mean, having real issues, and even, you know, I mean, tribal wars around that issue, if you're not having, I mean, a proper solution on this. So that is something which is really important to see how you're scaling from an individual understood social need to having implemented a workable solution, to growing this solution, and also then to scale it into the various different kind of applications and territories. We have an online community and an online moderator. I recognize the online moderator, Nora. She's sitting in Austria. No, actually, she's sitting in Luxembourg, I guess. Nora, is there any input from the online community which you want to share before we go into the closing statements? Nora?
No, there are no comments.
There are no comments. Do you have any comments?
No, I would give the last points to the speakers on the floor.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much for getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning for this. I understand that this is a real challenge. Tiffany, do you want to have final closing thoughts on how to address digital divides through what you have learned in this conversation now? Please, go ahead.
Yes, definitely. I mean, it's really interesting all the way from how to tell better stories and how people can access those stories, right? To financing, to understanding how different communities can come together. And I think that's really the key point about financing there for social innovation is also really important. What I think is we have to change the stories of what social innovations are and what type of impact they can make and how they grow. Because right now, honestly, as a startup, most of the models that we are told are related to Silicon Valley type tech companies, right? And we're told you have to grow like this and you have to have impact like this or else you will never succeed. And I think that narrative around the stories of how social innovation happens and can happen and what models are out there really needs to be much wider spread, or else people would go in with a different idea, or they would follow the advice of different types of companies and then make mistakes in growing their own social innovation. So I really appreciate this forum to be able to share more of these stories and learn from each other about what models could be successful and how we create these new models for the future instead of using the old growth models.
Thank you very much. This is what WSA is all about, to change actually the narrative, but also even the framework by which we look at innovation, technology, digital-driven innovation, in terms of the social impact. Matthias, do you have any additional thoughts building on what Tiffany just said now, or something which you had as a interesting thought lightning hitting you while we are talking?
Yes, thank you, Peter. A couple of things. I totally agree with Tiffany in this zebra movement. I don't know if the room is aware of it, but this counterweight of the unicorn, Silicon Valley unicorns, I think that should be also adopted as a new growth model, the zebra startup movement. Maybe afterwards the people in the room can investigate a little bit more about it, but it's very interesting how we change our paradigms. Second, just wanted to encourage everybody that has this need not only to altruistically help others, but to unleash their talent in the smaller way possible to start with something that's what we from Social Lab we push any idea just with lean methodology, meaning fail fast and fail cheap, is a good start to build something from nothing. So encourage everybody in the room that has a concern and surely have a talent to put it in paper and then build some prototype, etc. So thank you very much for this space and a lot of things that I take home too from the conversation.
Thank you very much, Matthias. I just want to, for everybody in the room, also rephrase what you said. The idea is, Alicia and Ibrahim, for instance, to counteract and contrast the unicorn story with the story of a different animal, and it's the zebra. And the zebra is actually a feminist approach towards using social innovation narratives for scaling. That's what Matthias was talking about. So if you want to look it up and Google it, it's zebra. It's like the animal. Some of you in Africa know it better than people in Austria because we know only snow foxes. Last word to you, Gloria. What did you learn from this conversation here? From what Poncelet said, what Ibrahim intervened, and what Alicia said, and what everybody else was sharing. Please, Gloria.
I think forums like these are so important because we get to hear what other people are doing in different countries, and then you also get a chance to see, is this something that maybe I can incorporate in my own country? Is this something I can partner with somebody? Instead of just recreating something, they already have the infrastructure, they already have the resources and the tools. It's just a matter of building that bridge. So, for example, Ibrahim coming and asking asking the question to Tiffany about what she's doing in terms of credit microfinancing, which is a big issue in Tanzania and is a big issue in the rest of Africa. But instead of having people try to recreate these processes, how do we just bring Tiffany to Nigeria, to Tanzania, and possibly even teach or recreate something over there? So this for me is something that I'm very passionate about bridging, about telling people stories, about connecting different people from different walks of life, and having a core vision in what it is that we're trying to do. So through African Queens Project, through the WSA and what they're doing, which is absolutely incredible, highlighting all these different influencers, you know, even though it's not my favorite word, in what they're doing across across the world, but also in terms of the social impact of that as well.
That's a wonderful way of ending this session. There's a technical term for what Gloria is talking about, and we talk about this in WSA as social franchising. Sharing the model of what you do in Nepal in a way which you can implement it in Nigeria or Tanzania, and what you do in South Sudan shared with people in Mali, because maybe there's a similar problem there, and with people in Argentina, and what is done in Chile to share it with people in the Arab world or in Japan. That is what WSA is all about, building this kind of platform to connect people with each other and to connect for impact. Please take these brochures, stay connected. Thank you, Alicia, for your questions and interventions. Thank you very much, Ibrahim, for yours. Thank you, Nora Woloch in Luxembourg, for putting on and the online presentation. And regards and all the best to Kathmandu and Nepal, to you, Tiffany. And thank you very much, Matthias, for joining from Santiago. All the best to you. I wish you a happy day. Stay safe. Be peaceful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
originality. I hear from yourself, and I'm like, oh wow, this is amazing. And here I'm representing a private sector, but in my country, when I hear, yeah, so like the way how you say, I have to tell story, and people our like talking about the story, talking about the struggles, but not only highlighting the struggle, like we say, the importance of shows people because inspire me actually.
So we can then tag you. Thank you. If you want to tag you in social media, so we can more impact. Thank you, our friend from Cambodia.
Tell me about it. In Timor-Leste now we have so many people coming from different countries and talking about feminism.
Let's book the future.
Not, I mean, sometimes I found often that movement forget about the authenticity of the culture that already been there, or exist there, and can they just bring it in with the feminism? You know, she Mamanda Ngoji, when she talks about, so when you tell about how Africa telling their story, I was hearing her way saying, yes, beautiful.
We will send back the
yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes.
Done that.
Only from me, yes. Exactly, and that's where
I'm sorry, I forgot your name. I'm interested in that.
That's from like really a perspective.
Oh
from
no.
there.
Hola con todos y todas, muchas gracias por ser parte de este panel, por sumarse, sea que estén online o también en la modalidad on-site. Quiero agradecerles mucho por el interés en este tema. Mi nombre es Lucía León, yo soy de Perú, de la organización Hiperderecho, y en esta ocasión quiero compartirles un poco los aprendizajes que hemos venido alcanzando a lo largo de estos años con ocasión de el seguimiento, el monitoreo que hemos hecho de la legislación en materia.
Yo tengo el de Romex a las 4 acá mismo. Después te contamos, sí. Y después ya me voy al hotel. Para llenar, sí, puedo llenar. Pero yo no pienso hablar. Yo esta tarde.
Mari Carmen no te llamó, o sea, como no te culpé. No le escribí, la vi en persona, primero que todo. ¿Sabes cómo me...? O sea...
Leah, please. Okay, thank you very much. I want to thank you for all being here. We're going to start this panel, Strategic Litigation in LATAM on Gender Digital Violence. So we can start with the video. This is in Spanish.
Hola con todos y todas, muchas gracias por ser parte de este panel, por sumarse, sea que estén online o también en la modalidad on-site. Quiero agradecerles mucho por el interés en este tema. Mi nombre es Lucía León, yo soy de Perú, de la organización Hiperderecho, y en esta ocasión quiero compartirles un poco los aprendizajes que hemos venido alcanzando a lo largo de estos años con ocasión de el seguimiento, el monitoreo que hemos hecho de la legislación en materia de violencia de género en línea, pero también de cómo los operadores de justicia vienen pues aplicando esta legislación, ¿no? Nuestro primer acercamiento a este tema fue realizando una investigación que quizá muchos de ustedes conocen, que se llamó precisamente Conocer para Resistir, que es el primer estudio exploratorio tanto cuantitativo como cualitativo en la materia. Pero en 2018 ocurrió algo muy importante, ¿no?, en el país. Ocurrió la emisión del decreto legislativo 1410, que es el decreto que incorpora 4 nuevos tipos penales al Código Penal, ¿no? Incorpora los delitos de acoso, acoso sexual, chantaje sexual y difusión de imágenes íntimas y material audiovisual sin consentimiento, ¿no? Estos 4 delitos, todos ellos reconocen en su texto la posibilidad de que el hecho delictivo pueda cometerse también mediante el uso de tecnologías de la información en las comunicaciones, y de hecho en algunos casos es además un agravante, ¿no?, como es el caso de la difusión de imágenes íntimas sin consentimiento, porque claramente pues el legislador reconoce que cuando este delito se comete haciendo uso de las TIC, su efecto, su impacto es mucho más gravoso por las características que ya conocemos, ¿no?, por la escalabilidad, por, digamos, la posibilidad de masificar el alcance del contenido y todas estas cuestiones, ¿no? Entonces, la gran pregunta que surge para nosotros en Hiperderecho allá por el 2018 es, ok, pero ¿cómo se va a aplicar? ¿No? ¿Cómo los operadores de justicia van a interpretar y van a aplicar esta nueva legislación? Y así es como nace el proyecto que nos ha permitido entender muchas de estas cuestiones, que es Después de la Ley, un proyecto que tiene una parte de investigación, pero que tiene también una parte de litigio importante, ¿no? Porque justamente el interés, como les decía, era comprender la forma en la que los operadores de justicia y la forma en la que el sistema de justicia en general iba a responder a esta nueva legislación, ¿no? Y una de las cosas que encontramos con mayor preocupación era precisamente que al momento de legislar estos delitos, hubo uno en particular respecto al cual surgen distintos problemas precisamente por la manera en la que fue legislado, ¿no? Es el caso del delito de difusión de imágenes íntimas sin consentimiento. ¿Por qué? Porque por el capítulo en el que consideraron incluir este delito, se trata de un delito de acción privada, no de acción pública. Eso significa que el Ministerio Público, es decir, la Fiscalía, no se va a involucrar en hacer la investigación del caso, sino que la misma persona afectada está a cargo de construir una teoría del caso, de recabar las pruebas, de presentar en este caso una querella, que es como se llama en contraposición a la denuncia que se haría para un delito de acción pública, ¿no? Esta fue una de las primeras y grandes dificultades que nosotros encontramos porque, aunque parece una cuestión menor, en realidad tiene que ver no solo en la forma en la que las víctimas se van a acercar al sistema de justicia, que muchas veces va a ser revictimizante porque además no va a haber el rol del Ministerio Público de perseguir el delito, ni del Estado prácticamente en involucrarse en esto, sino porque también se relaciona con otros momentos de la cadena en el que otros operadores de justicia no saben bien cómo relacionarse con este delito, ¿no? Entonces hemos encontrado, por ejemplo, que en el caso de los centros de emergencia mujer, el Ministerio de la Mujer, incluso el mismo Ministerio de Justicia, que tiene también un área de asesoría jurídica a víctimas, hay un grave problema respecto a este delito porque hay, digamos, normativas y reglamentos contradictorios sobre si estas otras entidades podrían asesorar o no a las víctimas, y además hemos encontrado que muchas veces los mismos operadores de justicia no tienen conocimiento sobre la naturaleza de este delito como un delito de acción privada, y eso muchas veces ocasionaba que guíen de manera incorrecta a las personas que querían denunciar, ¿no? Que querían buscar justicia respecto a la comisión de este delito, ¿no? En consecuencia hemos encontrado precisamente esta falta de capacitación generalizada que sí, se combina con otros factores, por supuesto, la presencia del sistema patriarcal a lo largo del sistema de justicia que dificultan el alcance de lo que nosotros hemos conceptualizado desde este proyecto como justicia de género, ¿no? Quería compartirles también que nosotros como parte de este proyecto hemos realizado acompañamiento a 5 personas, ¿no? En 6 casos, porque una de ellas sufrió dos tipos distintos de agresión. Y la metodología, la forma en la que nos acercamos precisamente fue la de buscar un acompañamiento integral, ¿no? Por eso digamos, la óptica del proyecto fue siempre realizar no solamente un acompañamiento legal, sino que esto estuviera, valga la redundancia, acompañado también de un acompañamiento social, un acompañamiento psicosocial y un acompañamiento tecnológico, ¿no? Por ejemplo, tecnológico para evitar para prevenir de que las víctimas vuelvan a estar expuestas a situaciones de riesgo que podrían devenir en revictimización y en nuevas o distintas agresiones, ¿no? En estos casos hemos tenido también hallazgos importantes y graves respecto al sistema de justicia que consideramos que no está respondiendo a la altura de las circunstancias en lo que se requiere, ¿no? para poder sancionar correctamente la comisión de estos delitos. Hemos encontrado, por ejemplo, que hay casos en los que los hechos, aunque datan de 2018, a la fecha todavía no se tiene un pronunciamiento del sistema de justicia, ¿no? Lo cual también evidencia un grave problema de dilación indebida, ¿no? De carga procesal también en lo que respecta al sistema de justicia en el aspecto penal, que digamos fue una de las principales ramas, aunque no la única, en la que nos acercamos al problema, ¿no? También optamos en cierto momento, en uno de los casos, por acompañar también por la ruta universitaria, porque precisamente se había dado el caso en un contexto universitario, ¿no? Otra cosa que encontramos también finalmente, cuando hicimos una evaluación precisamente de la forma en la que se estaban desarrollando, teniendo lugar estos casos de cara a los estándares interamericanos en la materia, encontramos que de estos 6 casos, en ninguno de ellos el Estado peruano estaba cumpliendo con los estándares de resolver el caso con enfoque de género, de realizar de manera inmediata un examen pericial con personal capacitado, de no revictimización, de acceso a la justicia, ¿no? Entonces es bastante grave los hallazgos hasta el momento porque dan muestra de que no se está procediendo con arreglo a los estándares interamericanos que tenemos en la materia, ¿no? Si bien puede ser que no sean específicos sobre casos de violencia digital, sí tenemos que, como ya se sabe, las cuestiones que suceden en el plano digital no están alejadas de los estándares que ya tenemos para acceso a la justicia en general, ¿no? Ni mucho menos de estándares contra la violencia de género, ¿no? Entonces vemos con mucha preocupación que a pesar de que esta legislación ya va a tener 5 años, no podemos decir que hayamos encontrado un caso en el que a lo largo del caso y no únicamente en el pronunciamiento final en sede judicial, se haya cumplido con respetar los estándares interamericanos en la materia, ¿no? Muchísimas gracias.
And the next video from CEGIL is a regional organization in Latam to, wait a moment.
Buenas tardes.
Other video.
Buenos días, buenas noches a todos, todas y todes. Mi nombre es María Ángeles Misuraca. Soy codirectora para el programa de Brasil y Cono Sur del Centro por la Justicia y el Derecho Internacional CEGIL. Y aprovecho esta oportunidad para agradecer en nombre de la organización por la posibilidad de participar en este evento tan importante. Y para quienes nos conocen, CEGIL es una organización no gubernamental regional con más de 30 años de experiencia en el uso del sistema interamericano de protección de derechos humanos. Trabajamos con especial énfasis en el litigio estratégico, trabajamos en acciones de incidencias comunicacionales, generamos evidencias a través de investigaciones. Bueno, en estos breves minutos que tengo, quisiera compartir con ustedes parte del trabajo que realizamos relacionado a temas de violencia o acoso digital. Quería comentarles 3 casos, más que 3 casos serían un procedimiento que está ante la Comisión Interamericana y 2 pedidos de medidas cautelares. El primer caso que les quería comentar es el caso Belén Whittinglow, que es un caso que presentamos una petición junto con TEDIC y sus abogados, TEDIC, nuestros colegas que se encuentran también en este panel. Belén es una joven paraguaya que en su momento estudiaba Derecho en su país y denunció haber sido víctima de violencia y acoso sexual digital a través de mensaje de texto, precisamente de WhatsApp, que le enviaba uno de sus profesores de la facultad. Esta persona, además de ser profesor de la facultad, era miembro integrante del Consejo de la Magistratura y jurado en enjuiciamientos de Paraguay, es decir, que era perteneciente a un órgano que tenía competencias fundamentales para el nombramiento y remoción de los operadores judiciales. Es decir, que era una persona que se encontraba en una situación de poder y con una amplia asimetría en relación con Belén, que era una alumna de la universidad. Belén recurrió a los canales que debía recurrir y confió, pero sus denuncias no fueron atendidas. Ella denunció estos hechos que sufrió en la universidad en que estudiaba y no tuvieron acogida. También realizó la pertinente denuncia penal. Su denuncia penal fue desestimada por el fiscal, quien, sin ningún tipo de mirada de género y desconociendo la voluntad de Belén, que claramente no quería recibir estos mensajes, calificó estos hechos como fueron de acoso sexual, él los calificó como hechos de galanteo y cortejo. Además de esta calificación que no tiene ningún tipo de mirada, desestimó la denuncia sin siquiera haber realizado las pericias sobre los celulares de Belén y el acusado, algo totalmente básico, y fue un pedido que fue realizado por la víctima y sus abogados. Es decir, no se realizó la prueba más evidente e importante, que era la que era peritar los teléfonos. Y Belén, además de esto, no solo tuvo que atravesar esto, que su denuncia de acoso sexual no fue investigada, sino que fue denunciada. Ella fue denunciada y sometida a procesos judiciales como una represalia por su denuncia. Esta represalia no es solo para Belén, sino es además de ser un castigo contra ella, esto infunde miedo y desalienta a que las mujeres hagan denuncias sobre acoso y violencia sexual. Belén, en uno de los procesos judiciales, en el civil, fue demandada por $450.000 por concepto de daños y prejuicios. Después fue denunciada penalmente por supuesta falsificación de calificaciones de exámenes de la universidad que ella no había rendido. Y bueno, por esta causa penal, Belén fue declarada en rebeldía por diferentes presentaciones de recusaciones y planteamientos que hizo su defensa ejerciendo la misma, ¿no? Pero el tribunal consideró que eran con fines dilatorios. Así que también se le impidió a la defensa seguir participando en el proceso penal y Belén tuvo que irse del país por la situación de riesgo que estaba viviendo. Está en el exilio. Y a raíz de este proceso penal, los abogados de Belén presentaron en 2019 una acción de inconstitucionalidad en contra de esa decisión de rebeldía, 2019. Considerando todas estas situaciones irregulares, es que TEDIC y SEGIL y los abogados presentamos una petición ante la Comisión Interamericana de Derechos Humanos contra el Estado paraguayo por falta de acceso a la justicia, por discriminación y falta de independencia judicial. Esa petición fue notificada al Estado paraguayo en un tiempo muy razonable, bastante más rápido de lo que lo suele hacer la CID, y en abril de este año, 4 años después de presentada la acción de inconstitucionalidad contra la decisión que declaró rebelde de manera irregular, y después de 2 años de presentada la petición ante la CID, es que la Corte Suprema de Justicia de Paraguay reconoció que la decisión por la que se declaraba en rebeldía Belén no se ajustaba a la ley y era inconstitucional. Reconoció las violaciones también del derecho a la defensa y a la doble instancia, que es lo que se había alegado. Y si bien quedan muchas cuestiones pendientes, persisten, continúan las violaciones de sus derechos, de los de Belén, y que se llevan por las causas que se llevan en su contra. Belén está lejos de su familia. Es la primera vez que el Estado paraguayo reconoce algunas de las violaciones que han venido siendo argumentadas por Belén y sus abogados en el proceso interno. Nosotros podemos considerar que también, desde el punto de vista internacional, es relevante destacar que este caso podría convertirse en el primero en el cual un organismo del sistema interamericano se pronuncia sobre violencia de género en línea. Y esto podría generar estándares de protección de derechos humanos. Bueno, brevemente y por razones de tiempo les quiero mencionar 2 solicitudes de medidas cautelares más que se presentaron ante la CID. Unas medidas cautelares otorgadas para el fiscal Pérez Gómez y su familia contra el Estado de Perú. El fiscal sufría doxing, es decir, que estas acciones que consisten en investigar y difundir información privada y personal de una persona, como su dirección y diferentes cuestiones a través de las redes sociales, con el objetivo de dañar su trayectoria personal, profesional, pública, extorsionarlo y demás. En este caso, en el caso del fiscal se realizó una campaña de estigmatización. Se divulgó información personal, como su domicilio, y todo ello con fines intimidatorios o extorsivos, porque él estaba llevando ciertas investigaciones dentro del Estado. SEGIL y 2 organizaciones más presentamos medidas cautelares a favor del fiscal. La CID las otorgó para él y su núcleo familiar, considerando la gravedad y urgencia del daño que podía ocasionarse y la situación política institucional de Perú. Para adoptar estas medidas tuvo en cuenta esto, la lucha contra la corrupción, en el marco del proceso electoral, había acoso y estigmatización de figuras públicas, que el señor Pérez había sufrido amenazas desde 2017, y esta campaña que había contra él de estigmatización y divulgación de información personal con fines intimidatorios y extorsivos. Y por último, quisiera mencionar rápidamente la solicitud de medidas cautelares contra El Salvador a favor de Berta María de León Gutiérrez, que es una abogada defensora de derechos humanos y derechos de las mujeres, derechos sexuales y reproductivos, y en cierto momento la señora de León decidió hacer públicos sus posicionamientos y críticas al gobierno, y en ese momento fue que comenzó a recibir ataques en redes sociales de personas afines al gobierno e incluso de altas autoridades estatales del Poder Ejecutivo. Había mensajes y tweets con usos de hashtag en su contra, con contenido misógino. Gran parte de los mensajes aludían a temas sexuales, a su vida privada, a enfermedades mentales, y algunos de esos mensajes eran reproducidos por autoridades. Había recibido amenazas y mensajes que incitaban a ejercer violencia sexual contra ella. Reproducción de fotografías sin su consentimiento, bueno, diferentes maneras de acoso. Ahí fundamentamos que la situación de animosidad creada en línea en contra de la defensora era ciberacoso y que esa situación la ponía en riesgo. La comisión analizó los 3 requisitos necesarios para otorgar una medida cautelar, que son los elementos de gravedad, urgencia e irreparabilidad de un daño, y fue que consideró atinado otorgar las medidas, señaló al Estado salvadoreño que adopte las medidas necesarias para proteger los derechos a la vida e integridad personal de la señora León de Gutiérrez, y que tenía que, a la luz de la perspectiva de género, se le debía garantizar que podía seguir desempeñando sus labores como defensora de derechos humanos sin que sea objeto de amenazas, intimidación, hostigamientos y demás. Bueno, y eso es lo principal, pero bueno, nos parece muy importante estos casos para tenerlos en cuenta. Es importante destacar que este tipo de violencia y acoso digital deben ser visibilizados como violencias y peligros reales, ya que generan una grave consecuencia en las personas que lo sufren. Los poderes judiciales locales deben tomar las acciones correspondientes, atenderlos, no subestimar este tipo de violencia y adaptarse a los nuevos tiempos usando las herramientas tecnológicas disponibles, y atender estos temas de una manera transversal, teniendo en cuenta los estándares en materia de género. Les agradezco muchísimo la atención y les mando saludos y gracias desde el Cono Sur.
Ok. Lía, hablamos con Lía de Ipandetec. Adelante, Lía.
How many English speakers here? I don't know. If I need to speak in English, I can speak in English. Well, my name is Lia Hernandez. I am a member of the Advisory Board of Ipandetec. Ipandetec is a digital rights organization based in Panama City, but working digital rights advocacy research in Central America and Dominican Republic. I'm going to talk about our experience on strategic litigation and cases of online gender violence base in Panama, especially. We have presented 2 cases in Panama in the framework of our project Seguras en Línea. Seguras en Línea is a gender perspective project in our in the second part of the project. We started like a special phase of initial legal advising in Central America. We are helping 2 people in Panama to present it to the public minister like a claim because they have been victim of online harassment. The third case is about like an influencer. This is a very famous influencer in Panama that she was victim of online harassment for like the girl from the diverse community. So we presented in the public minister of Panama a claim because she was being victim of online gender violence, but the public minister of Panama said that that is not online gender violence because the gender violence is only when a guy, so a man, is attacking a girl, or when a girl is attacking a man. In the case of the people from the diversity community, doesn't exist that case. So we started a new claim against their like a crime against their privacy, their intimacy, and their honor. And the prosecutor accepted this claim. But the problem is that the public administration and the administration of justice in Panama, as most of our countries in Central America, they are not very efficient. They don't know about this topic. They don't know about digital rights. They don't know about gender perspectives. So was very difficult for us. We were trying to push the case, presenting proof, going to the private psychologist to analyze her, that she was a big victim of online gender-based violence. She had anxiety, and all these documents, we presented this document to the prosecutor, and he said that in their opinion, wasn't seized like a proper case of privacy, intimacy, or a crime against her honor. So they filed the case, and now we are trying to reopen the case because we think that the only way to generate like a precedents in our countries is still struggling against the system. Unfortunately, we don't have like a proper legislation about informatic crimes, informatic law. Panama is the second country in Central America and in Latin America that signed the Budapest Convention, but our regulation have been upgraded since 2013, so we have 3 years trying to upgrade the informatic crimes regulation in the country. So it's the problem because it's not just the problem for the victims, it's also a problem for the public minister, it's also a problem for the judicial employees because they don't have the resources to follow the crimes. That is their main function as a public and justice employees. So we still continue working in this kind of process in the countries, and we have another case. The case is with another organization in Panama, and it's a case of a girl that she was victim of online harassment. The part of her former partner, and her former partner was blackmailing her to publish or posting their pictures on social media. Actually, he sent her pictures in a WhatsApp and Telegram group, and we still with this process, we are helping her with some funds from our project to support the case, and I hope that in the next months or maybe in the next year we can see one of you in some of these kind of event and tell you that we have won the case. But sometimes it's very difficult for the civil society organization and also for the victims, because if we don't have the legal resources, if we don't have like very strong law or like a legal and regulation framework, updating legal regulation is very difficult. So for that reason, we request to the authorities, we request to the congresswomen and congressmen in our country that it's very necessary to upgrade our digital, legal, and regulatory framework, because now this influencer and this girl was victim of online harassment, but maybe tomorrow your sister, your daughter, your mother, or your friend could be the next victim. So thank you so much. And if you have any question, I will be here till the end of the session.
Okay, thank you. Well, let's move on comments. Any comments here? Anyone?
Well, hi everyone. My name is Dilmar Villena. I am from Hiperderecho, a digital rights organization based on Peru. Everything that has been talked here brought me into mind that in countries in the global south, mainly in Latin America region, what do we have is a lack of knowledge on how technology works, and also a lack of knowledge on gender violence approach when authorities like judges or attorneys check these cases. So what I can think of our project that Lucia spoke before is there is not only needed legislative reform about having these types of crimes and digital spheres into our penal codes or our penal or criminal codes or in our legislations. But also is needed to have judges and attorneys and lawyers with the knowledge, with that strong knowledge on how technology works, and also able to apply a gender-based perspective or on justice. So maybe I would like to ask Leah here, what else will be desired, or maybe in our panel, what else will be desired here beyond legislative modifications on our criminal codes in order to have real justice in our regions when we talk about digital violence, gender-based digital violence?
Anyone?
Thank you. Hola, buenas tardes. Soy Damar de Indonesia. I can speak Spanish much, but learning from what happened in Indonesia, we have a lot of online gender-based violence cases during the COVID-19, and many of the victims actually not so much into the litigation process, but they're asking more on the take down the content from the platforms. So I'm going to ask the experience from Latin America. Is there any effort to the doing this conversation or process with the platform to take down the content, because that's the hardest part. Other thing than that, in Indonesia, we are so lucky because we are already past the anti-sexual violence last year, because the existing regulatory frameworks before didn't accommodate the victims of gender-based violence, but lucky that we already have the law now. But I'm agree with Dean. The law itself didn't solve the problems because judges, police, and prosecutors, they didn't have the gender perspective, so they didn't understand that they can use this anti-sexual violence to accommodate the needs from the victims. So that's learning from Indonesia, and I hope probably you can answer the first questions regarding the responsibility from the platform. Thank you.
Well, thank you. At least in the case of Peru, we have a partnership with Meta that when we speak these images that can go through these all Meta platforms, we can send and have a takedown from this kind of, when we have or we take into account that some kind of these images are on its platform. But it's a very big problem when we talk about internet, because once the image or I don't know, the video is there, taking absolutely it down is almost, I don't know, we will say impossible, because it can be anywhere in any website. So it's important, I think, to have these connections with platform and other websites that are that comply with some regulations. But I think it's a very, very big gap with some organizations here that we can directly speak with another platforms to take down this type of content. I'm thinking about, I don't know, content or material, explicit material that can be uploaded to OnlyFans or other similar web pages. But it's a very big task and we have here.
Well, in the case of Panama, or mainly in the case of Central America, this is one of our main concerns because we have a very close relationship with the platform representative for the region from Central America, actually from Facebook, Meta and Twitter. They are based in Mexico City, but we have contact offline. But the problem is that their time to response of our requests are not the same of their time of response of the European Union or United States. So, for example, in the Data Protection Agency in Spain, they have a special project that the Data Protection Agency is in communication with Meta for asking them to take down information from the social media. But we don't have that kind of project with our data protection authorities in Latin America. So maybe it's a good opportunity to copy, to replicate the best practice of other countries in the world. But it's also a case about our regulation, because we don't have very strong regulation like in the European Union. You know, we don't have the GDPR. Most of the countries in Latin America, well, at least in Central America, they don't have a data protection law. So they try to, but they are not working the proper work in our region, because they don't have like a regulation that enforce them to act immediately. So let's see if the things change in the next years, but I think that it's very important that the Meta or Twitter or the digital platform, they shouldn't make a difference between our regions and other regions in the world. Probably it's the same in Indonesia, I don't know. So my main recommendation is still in contact with the social media. If you have like a friend or a partner in the social media companies and the big tech companies, have a contact with them. Actually, we have one that we all the time send him to his Instagram, like a screenshot of the post or publication, a tweet to him. But unfortunately, he was victim of the layoff in the last March. So we don't have this contact anymore in Meta. And that's it.
I'm sort of like ish part of this panel as well, in a way. I'm also part of TEDIC with my colleague Mari Carmen. And I think that just to add on the reflections of the panel, I think that at the end we need to push to move forward and not have this model that relies on intermediaries to make sure that content is taken down in issues where a victim is asking for help on cases on online gender-based violence. Because in the example of the trusted partners, that is like this model that Meta has been using for the past years, you're very limited in the type of actor that you can help, right? So the problem is much more bigger than just human rights defenders or perhaps journalists who are suffering online gender-based violence at different levels. And like the example that Leah is also mentioning, although I must say that it's probably good to have this model where a data protection agency has a direct link with Meta, the problem of online gender-based violence goes beyond data protection in general and use of non-consensual image dissemination. So I think that we, or as part of the discussions of how to tackle this issue and how to give more redress and access to justice to victims outside of the judicial system in cases where it's easier to appeal to the platform, is the platform that should be more swiftly and have more accessible community standards that allow for this kind of reporting and act swiftly in taking down the content in an at-scale way, at least. So yeah, that's it from me. I think you can use the mic there.
Hi, hello. I am Carla. I'm from APC. I live in Mexico, so I can relate to the issue. First of all, thank you very much for all the amazing work that you do in the different organizations. It's very admirable to have people like you fighting for these issues, because I know it can be very frustrating and even, yes, very difficult at some point, right? Because you get to work with the victims and hear their stories and also deal with psychology issues and how the victims approach. I have two questions. My first question is if there's any place where you have been documenting the litigation cases that you are following, if we can access them, how can we take a look at this information, how can we use it for cases in another countries, if there is a repository, where can we find it, and if not, how can we create it? This is my first question. And my second question is, in the different countries where you are at, how has it been working with the national governments and the ministries? How feasible do you see to have data protection commissions or regulators, or like how is the situation generally in each of your countries? Because I'm not that familiar, so I would love to know more about that. And what do you think can be done to have these type of institutions? And a third question that I just came up to my head, sorry, is what has worked? Because we have been hearing of the complications and the context, but what do you think has really worked, even though if they are like small things that have worked? But do you have any like type of things that have worked and that you use in your everyday practices that you could share with us? So these are my 3 questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In the case of Peru, I will start for the third question. What we think that work in our strategic litigation is that we had a team, a legal team that was all the time behind our legal cases. We had Elizabeth, that was the lawyer that has those cases, was behind the prosecutors, was calling, mailing, all the time. Only because of that, our cases could get moved forward. Because without this, I would think with all present or our presence in that case, the case we couldn't move forward. So what I think that it worked is have a team or maybe people that are behind that cases. That is also very sad, because most of the people that suffers online-based gender violence doesn't have this the money to hire a lawyer and have this lawyer behind that cases looking for justice. So what happened in our case is that I think that we don't have like a repository on these decisions, on all these materials we have, and I think that it could work for us to share our resources and to share all the ruling cases we had. In Hiperderecho, we had a groundbreaking judicial decision in a case, and it will be very, very helpful to share it with us, to share with everybody that case. So right now, all our decisions, our cases are in our webpage, hiperderecho.org. So yeah, that's it. And the second question was about, well, I don't remember. The relation with data protection authorities. In the case of gender violence, we didn't use like or contact data protection authorities. So we have some kind of relation, but for other issues. I think in our case, we haven't tried to get to data protection authorities to seek justice for these cases, but it's also we can explore that scenario to use data protection authority. And I think that we could have our legislation could make a legal framework in order to protect victims. But in our case, we hadn't explored it.
Okay, in our case in Panama, I invite all of you to visit our website, segurasenlinea.ca, CA for Central America. And this is the first web page with a lot of info about online gender-based violence in Central America and Dominican Republic. We have some like a blog section. We also have like info about if you are victim of online gender violence, right? You can go there to the public minister, to the woman minister, to the whatever you want. And also, we have more info about the cases there, but it's anonymous because we are not reflecting the information, the personal information about the victims in this website. The second question, the question about the relation with the prosecutor, we, with this project, we have established some relation with the prosecutor, mainly in Costa Rica and Panama, also Guatemala. Actually, we organized a Twitter space, well, X space, not Twitter space anymore, with the prosecutor of Panama and Costa Rica about these topics. They are very aware that this is an important information that is useful also for them as well, not just for the victim or for the population. So we have a very close relationship with them. And about the data protection authorities, in Central America, we only have 2 data protection authorities, in Panama and Costa Rica. We also have a very close relation with them. We meet them in some events around the world, especially in data protection events. And the Data Protection Authority in Panama, they recently launched like a data protection guidelines for the use of information in case of online gender-based. So it's very important, these kind of materials, because this is a information and material funded by the Inter-American Development Bank and was made by the Costa Rican consultant. And she reflects all the info about how in the cases of online gender violence, the authorities in Panama should use the information, the personal information. So I think that is good, very material. You also can find these guidelines in anti.gov.pa. This is the website of the Data Protection Authority in Panama.
I think that, because your question also was referring to like a centralized place where all regional or national strategic litigations were centralized. I'm not sure if that exists. We have, regarding the Belén case that the Sehil colleague was mentioning that TEDIC is also a part of, we have the La Violencia Digital es Real website, where you can find information on that strategic litigation. It's in English and in Spanish, so you can sort of like access the information not only of how the case started, but also how it has evolved through time, both nationally and internationally. So it's a good resource to have in mind. And then also as part of the Web Foundation has this network called the Women's Rights Online Network, and we're currently, we launched last year this Tech Policy Design Lab resource where there's a lot of information of online gender-based violence across the world and across all different continents. So that's a good resource to check as well. I don't have the URL in my head, but you put Tech Policy Design Lab and Web Foundation and you'll find it. And we are currently working in defining common ontologies around online gender-based violence. So that's something that is also going to be accessible in that website, and it's something that you can use. Yeah. So, and actually, I have actually a quick announcement of that. We're currently planning a workshop across the world to engage with people who are involved in some way with working on online gender-based violence. So if you're interested, please leave me your contacts, and then I can put you in a database where I can then do a follow-up and include you in those workshops, and then collectively work in what that definition could potentially look like. So yeah, that's it.
Hi, I'm Luis Fernando Castro. I'm from Brazil, and I'm a lawyer and a professor and former board member of CGI BR. I'm not specialized in criminal law, but I would like to say a word about civil law. We have the Marco Civil of Internet in Brazil, and this law, it says that primarily the internet service providers are not responsible for the contents that people upload, like porn revenge or something like we heard in this session. But when it treats about sexual privacy and infants' images. Internet providers are obliged to shut down, take down the content since they are notified. Otherwise, they will be co-responsibilized as joint responsible for indemnification. And I can tell you that that solution helps a lot because the providers don't want to spend money to indemnify victims. Sometimes it's more useful to have this kind of solution than to have a very complex and difficult penal and criminal procedure. Thank you.
I want to say something about your intervention. Actually, we are participating, Hiperderecho as well, in the Cybercrime Convention discussion in the UN. And one of the point of the convention, the new UN Convention about Cybercrime, is that the delegates from all the countries over the world, that they took more time to discuss was the topic about the child and the woman protections online, because was like a bit of difference between the countries from the Middle East, respective countries from Latin America, and some countries like, for example, Russia, Venezuela, Nicaragua. They were discussing how they can protect the childhood in this convention, because there are a lot of cases in our countries, but we don't have regulation, proper regulation to protect them. So thanks for your participation in our panel.
Last question. Anyone? Okay, we're finished. Thank you very much, Dilmar, Leah, Edu, and all, for understanding Spanish too. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much to being here.
Yo conozco el trabajo de Pandetec desde los primeros años. Yo soy amigo de Augusto Co.
Ah, no, no es la misma organización.
No es la misma.
No,
ellos
no, él tiene un instituto en la universidad ahora.
No, pero Katiuska Kuhl no está con ustedes tampoco, ¿no? Es un nombre
distinto,
similar.
sí.
Distinto.
Porque el de ellos es panameño y el nuestro es panamericano. Porque estamos en Centroamérica. El de ellos solo en Panamá.
Sí. ¿Pero dónde está?
Basado en Panamá y en Guatemala. Tenemos equipo de trabajo en Panamá y en Guatemala.
Pero hacen algo un poco similar.
No, porque ellos hacen más como...
General.
Nosotros es más advocacy y research, y creo que ellos hacen más como eventos para abogados, profesionales.
Estudios en general. Conectados con el tema.
Con la FIADI, abogados informáticos.
¿Conoces la FIADI?
Sí, los conozco porque han estado en Panamá. Marcelo
yo incluso.
Sí, muchos años.
Sí, el año 2000 la primera vez.
Pero luego fueron en el 2019, antes de la pandemia fueron también.
2018 el congreso se hizo allá.
La Universidad Tecnológica. Sí.
El año siguiente lo hicimos en Brasil. Y yo fui presidente del congreso de Brasil.
Sí, cierto. Antes de la pandemia estuvo ¿Sigue Marcelo de presidente?
No, ahora es una señora argentina y es Viviana Luz, Clara.
Sí, Clara, Viviana, sí. Viviana, Clara, sí, cierto. Marcelo estuvo en Panamá cuando ganó, cuando recién lo cogieron.
Sí. Ha sido elegido.
gente en Brasil. No me ayudaron nada. En aquel momento, Marcelo tuvo un problema con Julio Telles.
Pelearon porque eran amigos.
Sí, pero ahora no se habla más. Y a mí no quería que invitara a Julio, pero ya estaba invitado para venir a Brasil. Mira,
Sí, ellos...
テストテストテストテストテストテストテストテストテストテストテストテスト
still doing a thing on Tuesday, right? Yeah.
Tuesday is the important one.
Yes.
But this one had a totally different outset. And if there's anybody online who wants to speak, just let me know. It's not as bad as I just wanted. I stayed up for as long as I could. 9:30. Slept for 10 hours. Where did I start? Okay. Then I dropped off for 10 hours. Yeah. Beste Nederlanders, we gaan starten. Let me get my notes. Yes, it is on. Welcome. It's not. No, it's not on. It's working the other way around because the other room, the light was on when it was off. So it's on. And now the light is off again. Okay, so it's on. Welcome to this session on IS3C's presentation on procurement, government procurement, and supply chain management. What you saw online almost doesn't exist anymore in the invitation because the people there are not here and not able to be present online. So we changed it around a little bit, but not a lot. My name is Wouter Natris, and I am the coordinator of the IGF Dynamic Coalition on Internet Standards, Security and Safety Coalition, IS3C. And we've been around since the virtual IGF of 2020. We announced an idea there, and then we had to find people, funding, etc., to start working. On my left side is our senior policy advisor, Mark Ravel. He is our online moderator today. And on my right side is David Huberman of ICANN, and together with Bastiaan Goslin sitting there, they're the chair and vice chair of our working group on DNSSEC and RPKI deployment. And why that is relevant, we'll explain in a little while. When we got to 2021 in Katowice, we were able to present a real plan. We introduced 3 working groups, one on IoT security by design, one on procurement and supply chain management, and one on education and skills. In 2022, in Addis, we presented our first report by the Education and Skills Working Group, which is having their session right now, which I had to run out of. I had to moderate 2 sessions at the same time, which, as you see, is impossible. Luckily, the chair of Education Skills, Janice Richardson, took over. But what you can see, what as I3C we try to do, we don't try just to produce a report or an idea. We want to try to translate it into actions and to something tangible. And that is in line with what the Secretary General of the UN is striving for, to have the IGF come up with tangible outcomes. In that room, right now, room E, the idea of a cybersecurity hub is introduced. It's, again, a concept, an idea. It doesn't exist yet. But the idea is to, in that hub, translate the outcomes of the Education and Skills Working Group into something that universities and industry together could start working on to make sure that the knowledge gap between supply and demand in education is somehow solved. So that is what is happening today here as well at the IGF. We are here for a different reason. I'll put on my glasses to be able to read a little bit. This is on procurement. And why procurement? In the first place, because in our opinion, when we talk about cybersecurity, you always see that it's about mitigation. It's always about having to buy antivirus, something, to have a firewall installed, to have a cybersecurity institute, or CCERT or CERT, as a government or a big organization, but that is all after you got into trouble. The internet runs on internet standards created by the technical community. And these standards were created somewhere in the late 1960s up to, let's say, 2000. And in that time period, it was not necessary to think about security. And that's literally what Vint Cerf says nowadays. If we had known where this beast would go to, based on something they created in 1972, then we would have done it differently. But we discussed it for about 2 seconds and then thought, well, we know everybody who's connected, so why do we need security? And 20 years later, slowly but surely, the whole world started to come online. And we all know what sort of problems we run into. But David will tell you about that more eloquently than I could ever do in English, and even with the knowledge I have compared to what he has. So why procurement? If governments would start procuring secure by design, it would mean that they would demand these internet standards to be in place when they buy software, that it's tested software and not something that just comes off a shelf without knowing what it is. When you create a website that you create it, you build it according to the latest standards of security, and not something that has holes in it all over. So on procurement, we started this working group in 2020, the idea. And to my surprise, we found that there's very little interest. We couldn't find the funding, we couldn't find the people, except one person said, I want to chair this. And she wrote a whole program, and we had to wait for 2 years until we found funding from the RIPE organization, the RIPE Community Fund. And that research started this year in January, February, and we're able to present our report here at the IGF on Tuesday. So the research done by Mallory Nodal and Liz Rembo, who are supposed to be here but could not be here because they're traveling. But what it shows, this research, is that there's very little publicly available procurement documents online. I think they found 11 from 11 countries. We asked around and found 3 more. We could not find anything in the public sector. And we asked thousands of people, could you share, even if it's anonymized, something with us so that we can do a global study? So if it's not there, and that's the caveat we have to make, is that, is it because there is nothing, or is it because it's behind bars somewhere where nobody's allowed to look at. But the ones that we could study shows an awful lot. Most of them don't mention security in any way. When they mention security, it's not cybersecurity. And if it's cybersecurity, then it's not about these sort of standards, but on the mitigation side and not on the prevention side. We have one exception that we found in the room. That is Annemieke there. The Dutch government has a procurement list of, I think, 46 or 43 standards that are all but mandatory to deploy. And that's the only one that we could find in the whole world. The Dutch government also developed something called internet.nl, which allows you to check if your organization or another organization has any security in place for the domain name, for routing, for etc. So that is what the situation is. The report will be presented on Tuesday in our own dynamic coalition session, and an open forum again with the forum standardization from the Netherlands on Thursday. So we have found very little documents on government procurement and none from the private sector. So can we draw very firm conclusions? The answer is no, because perhaps there is a lot more in the world, just we're not able to access it. But can we draw some conclusions anyway? And I think that the answer is yes, we can. Because it's quite obvious, as I said, that internet standards are not recognized. And I think that that is something that is important to understand. The internet runs on internet standards. And if we talk about the public core of the internet and defending the public core of the internet, then it's not only about the physical cables, but also on the standards that make that internet run. And if they're allowed to be attacked 24 hours a day by everybody who feels like attacking it and abusing it and misusing it, then it is a question, why are governments not recognizing these open standards in one way or another? So I think that that is an important conclusion, that despite discussions on defending the public core, that public core is not recognized for what it is. So how do we make sure that that happens? I think that there is, in other words, a world of security to win for everybody. But we have to stop talking about prevention only, about mitigation only. We have to start talking about prevention. And the fastest way to do that, in our opinion, is procurement. But then the next step is, how do we convince people in decision-taking positions to actually procure secure by design and actually renegotiate a contract at the moment that renegotiation is up, that you bring in these sort of standards. And that is one of the working groups that we are starting this year, and it's called DNSSEC and RPKI deployment. But it goes, in the end, for everything on internet standards. But we took 2 examples, but we don't start talking about it in the way that it's been spoken about for about 20 years. We're going to try to change the narrative. And I think that I will give the microphone to David in a few minutes. What we liked from this session is that I've said about everything that I wanted to say about this topic. What we'd like to learn from you is, what is your experience? What are your ideas? How could you contribute to this discussion? And from there, see what we can go home with. As I said, we're introducing this concept of a cybersecurity hub. How can we actually activate it? How can we make sure the right people start working together there from the different stakeholder groups and come up with tangible ideas that are translatable either in direct programs or in capacity building programs or whatever we like to call it. But the fact is that something needs to change, because the discussion is running in the same direction for a long, long time without very noticeable changes. So how to convince decision takers by design? And I think that is the starting point of our working group on DNSSEC and RPKI deployment. So David, I'm going to hand over to you right now to explain what your plans are.
Thank you, Wout. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is David Huberman, and I'm with ICANN. One of the things we're trying to get people to understand is when they pick up their device and they watch a TikTok video, or they send an email, or even if they're involved in a chat, a group chat, or on WhatsApp, or Line, or just SMS, a lot of people think, well, that's the internet. But it's not. Those are applications on the internet. In fact, they run on a whole system of routers and servers and switches and firewalls, all of which are the underlying framework that we use these applications. This system of framework, however, is built on common protocols. And there are two protocols that stand as the foundation for almost all of the modern internet. One of them is called BGP, Border Gateway Protocol, and it's the system of routing, how networks talk to each other. And the other is the DNS, the domain name system, which is used as a backbone of communication so that we can use semantic names that we as humans understand to translate into the IP addresses that computers understand. Now, as Wout noted in his conversation with Vint Cerf, BGP and DNS are very old protocols. BGP was, the version we're using now was standardized in 1995. And DNS is even older than that. It comes from November 1983. It's going to turn 40 years old next month. And when we developed these protocols, the intention was to get them just to work. We just wanted to be able to push packets to and from networks. Did you get it? Did it come back? Yay, it worked. And what's nice about these protocols is they scale. The reason we're still using them 30 and 40 years later is because they scale infinitely. But as Wout noted, they weren't built with security in mind whatsoever. So over the last 20 years, what the IETF, the Internet Engineering Task Force, has been doing has been redeveloping these, bolting on security. And for BGP, one of the primary drivers today of routing security is a new system called RPKI, Routing Public Key Infrastructure. And essentially, it allows providers to talk to each other but authenticate the origins of routing information. This has a lot of benefits. It benefits us against malicious hijacks of routes. It benefits against accidental misconfigurations. And hopefully it can help prevent IP spoofing and other things that attackers use to do bad things. DNS has a similar suite of security tools that we call DNSSEC. And DNSSEC is very important because when you go to a website, when you go to www.un.org, we want to ensure that the data that you receive back is actually the data that the people who run un.org intended you to have. So DNSSEC allows for you to assure the integrity of the DNS queries and the data that you're receiving back. These security enhancements to these two fundamental protocols can significantly increase the security posture of the entire internet ecosystem for all users in the world. But yet, the adoption of DNSSEC is at about 25% of all the domain names. And RPKI, while it enjoys much fuller deployment, especially in the ISPs around the world, we're still working on increasing the deployment to all of the networks that participate in the global routing system to get them to digitally sign their routes so that everybody else can validate them. So how do we increase penetration? How do we increase this deployment? This is what one of the newest working groups of IS3C is working on. We've put together a panel of world-class experts, and we are developing a new narrative that we're going to test against decision makers at ISPs, decision makers in public policy, and decision makers in network operations to help motivate them to increase the deployment of these very secure protocols that in 2023 ought to be a baseline standard that everybody adopts.
Thank you, David. Perhaps, Annemiek, that you would like to say in a few lines what exactly is what the Dutch government is doing. Sorry, you
Excuse me. We start all over again. The Dutch government is using a comply or explain list for ICT services. And on that list, there are about 40 standards, open standards, including general standards, but also specific 15, for instance, internet safety standards. They should be used in ICT services. And we have a process of organizing that. That means maintainers can tell which standard should be on that list, and we organize with experts from all Netherlands to see which standards should be on that list. And those open standards are mandate. They are mandate. And we suggest them. So we cannot, how do you say that? Give penalties if they don't use them, but we just suggest those standards. And if they use them in their services, we name them. So we're not shaming them, but we're naming them in order to adopt standards more positively, more increasingly. Besides that, comply or explain list, we monitor. So we're monitoring those standards, especially in procurement. So all the tenders in Holland, in the Netherlands, we do for ICT services by the government. We research, we have researched. And if there are any standards not used in the procurement, in the tender, then they should explain it in their annual report. Monitoring is very positive for adoption of open standards because twice a year we monitor the special internet safety standards, and we offer that to the Parliament, actually. First it goes to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and we say, are you doing well? Are you doing not so well? You have to increase. And we use the tool Wout mentioned, internet.nl, which is very sufficient to measure this. And we public the figures. So it's more like naming and a little bit of shaming. And in addition, we have a community. We encourage community. So we use this internet.nl tool in order to get in discussion with large suppliers. For instance, Microsoft, using Dane, the open standard Dane. And the Netherlands, it turns out that it's not used, as you might know. And in discussion with Microsoft, we, for instance, that's one of the suppliers, we found out that they are open for discussion, and they will change their email server with Dane, and that is a very nice announcement. Coming year, they will also do the fully Dane execution, I understood. So, therefore, we use internet.nl for a community and getting cooperation with other suppliers, and that is very nice to have. So that are the 3 points. mandate, monitoring, and community. Thank you.
Thank you, Annemieke. Sorry for putting you on the spot, because, but I think it's a nice explanation what you hear. And if you are online and you go to internet.nl, just type in any domain name that you can think of, and you will see the results popping up within a few seconds. David wants to respond first.
Thank you. So what the Dutch government is doing with this is exemplar of a really nice way for government and public policy to integrate with the world of internet standards, which is primarily an engineering-based endeavor. It's interesting, we are here today, those of us in the room are here in Kyoto. And for those of us who aren't from this beautiful country, there's something we all have in common right now. We all have brought along with us these little travel adapters that we use when we want to charge our devices. Why? Because the shape and the voltages of the plugs in Japan are not the same as the shape or the voltages that we use in our home countries. And why is that? Because we have a set of standards for some countries and a different set of standards for other countries and other standards for other countries. We have lots of standards, but no global standard. In my wallet right now, you'll find Japanese yen, you'll find euros, and you'll find American dollars. But it's funny because they all do the same thing. I hand them over to someone when I want to buy something from them. The purpose of currency in 2023 is very straightforward. I give, you sell, I give. It's the same purpose around the world, but we use different currency. In Japan, we drive on the left side of the road, and our steering wheel is on the right side of the car. In other countries, we drive on the right side of the road with the steering wheel on the left side of the car. That's not only challenging for those of us as drivers, it's also challenging for the manufacturers of those vehicles, because they have to have a whole different set of standards for safety and for operation when the steering wheel is on a different side of the car. Internet standards don't work like that. Internet standards, from the beginning, from 1969 with RFC1 through today in 2023, we have almost 10,000 published standards. Internet standards are intended to be fully interoperable all around the world. Whether you're in China, whether in Kenya, whether you're in Paraguay, whether you're in Iceland, no matter where you are in the world, if you're online on the internet, we're all using the same standards. And that's really important because it allows for a fully interoperable, fully global internet that in itself enables innovation. It's because it works everywhere that people are able to develop applications and platforms and do amazing things because it works the same way no matter where you are. And this is where the Dutch government, and this is where other governments can really show leadership, because in the development of those standards, it's 2023. The internet's everywhere in the world. It's not 1969 anymore. We can't develop these in a vacuum. We can't just develop these as pure engineering exercises. Instead, we have to think about the real-world implications of new technologies, the implications of new protocol and protocol development. And so strongly, here at IGF this week, strongly encouraging governments, parliamentarians, public policy, civil society to become involved in internet standards development, to offer your expertise to the development process, while at the same time understanding and respecting that so much of what we've created is due to it being an engineering-driven endeavor, and the engineers are the true experts in how to do this. So it's a real commendation. It speaks very well of the Dutch government. Internet.nl is a wonderful site that works really well, helping your organization understand where you sit in this world of standards. And that's about what I wanted to share.
Well, thank you, David. I'll just pause for a second. So thank you very much. I think that from this side of the table, that is what we wanted to share with you. So I think you now understand what the IS3C is about, what we try to achieve, but also what we try to achieve in the near future. From now, we would like to learn from you how does this concept come across? Does it make sense? What we'd like to know also is, do you know about any of the procurement schemes in your country, of your organization? But also to discuss a little the plans that David was together with Bastiaan has to change the narrative of how to convince people in leadership to really think about cybersecurity up front and not as an issue that pops up after you bought something. So the mic is there in the middle of the room, but I can also pass a mic around. I think the first question is, what you've heard this, how does it come across? What do you think of this plan? Does it make sense? Would you do it different yourself? Just anything that you like to share with us, what we can learn from. So the microphone is there. Just introduce yourself first, please, and then just share your thoughts with us. Please.
Hiya. Okay, it's on. Perfect. Viet Vu from Toronto Metropolitan University in Toronto, Canada. This was actually opportune timing because literally about 2 weeks ago, I just published a paper on Canadian government's digital adoption. And a couple of things on how that lands, what we've discussed so far. The first thing is that the incredible thing about the Canadian government is that not only is there no standard in procurement, there isn't a single set of standards that the same government department uses. And the problem even becomes more complex when you go down to the provincial, which is the second level of governance in Canada. It goes federal and provincial. Think of US states or prefectures in Japan. Each of them actually has their own legislation that governs privacy, that governs digital communications. And so that creates a challenge. Now, in terms of what we think might work, or the key part that has prevented, let's say, the conversation of digital to sort of surface to the top, it is very much just the fact that there really isn't anyone who's actually empowered to raise those issues. The Canadian government recently created Canadian Digital Services, which was this like out-of-government group that is there to deliver government services in-house kind of. They're the first time that the government has done so, but at the assistant deputy minister level, which is sort of the minister, deputy minister, and assistant deputy minister, that's why you kind of need the people who are kind of empowered to raise the issue of digital, and there just isn't any. And so if in terms of Canadian context, the one person you probably want to talk to is a senator, Colin Deacon. He's been sort of spearheading a lot of legislative framework. I can put you in contact with them after the session if that's of interest. So,
just perhaps a short follow-up question. How has your report landed? Have you got any response from a government side, or is it still university?
It's a great question. It landed really well actually. I did a couple of radio rounds literally before boarding the plane to Kyoto. I was 9 a.m. I was actually giving a panel talk on the topic, and then 3 p.m. I was on my flight here. Once I'm back in November, we're actually delivering a workshop to sort of high-level decision makers. So we're talking deputy minister, assistant deputy minister, and director generals within those three hierarchies in Ottawa in November, particularly on thinking about policy solutions. So we know that the general topic lands well right now with them. So.
Well, congratulations! And I think your invitation to introduce us, I think that would be very much welcome. Thank you. Any other ideas in the room how this lands? Bastiaan, the lady there. Yeah. So you can stand in line.
Hello, my name is Gunilla Asprink, chairing the Internet Society Accessibility Standing Group. And accessibility in this respect talks about accessibility for persons with disability. And we know that there's a number of countries who have looked at public procurement for accessible digital goods and services. And there are standards in the US and in the EU, and that have been adopted in countries like Australia and India and Kenya. And then it's, of course, this common issue of implementation. So I was very interested in the Dutch initiative, and we found in Australia, for example, that when it comes to web accessibility and procurement by governments, there was a monitoring system, and then there wasn't funding enough to continue it. And that's what we're hoping, that other countries and systems will be able to continue that type of implementation of a policy. And I should also mention here that in the EU there's an Accessibility Act, which is going to be a directive for all EU countries to ensure that any supplier to a European country should have accessibility built in to those digital products, and that's supposed to be mandatory. So we will see how those sort of systems work, and it will be very interesting to see how that intersects with what we're talking about here today. Thank you.
That's also interesting, because in Holland, in the Netherlands, we also develop dashboards, including internet.nl for accessibility purposes. So follow the Dutch government in that way, and you might be using also the dashboard in future. And internet.nl is integrated into the dashboard. So nice hearing.
No problem at all. I have a question for you, actually. Bastiaan Goslings from the RIPE NCC, together with ICANN, working in a new working group to improve, to see to it that adoption of techniques like DNSSEC and RPKI is moved forward. And I'm really happy, with, I'm Dutch, so maybe I'm prejudiced, but I'm really happy and even proud, of what the Dutch public authorities and government is doing here. So all kudos to the Dutch Forum for Standardization. I just wondered, Annemiek, maybe you can share more there, in terms of what the Dutch are doing, right, and the policies that are underlying this, and the reasons why you guys set the list for comply or comply with or explain or even mandating, the usage of certain tools. Is there information with regard, to the underlying policies available in English? And do you have any experiences, talking with other governments, other similar agencies like yours? Is this being taken up, this idea? How do other people respond to this?
You mean other governments in Europe, or for instance? Because Denmark is also using internet.nl for their own policy. And fortunately also Australia and Brazil using the internet.nl in their policy. So that might be, they have a different attitude to it, but yes. And you ask what kind of policy is behind the comply or explain
I think, I'm aware that, as far as I know at least, internet.nl, the underlying software is open source, right?
Yes,
and
correct.
People can, of course, adapt their own front end in their own language, right, to use a similar service. So that's all great. But I really mean more in terms of the underlying policies, in terms of techniques, tools, standards that, in this case, Dutch public authorities need to comply with. Because you think it's important for certain reasons, right? You need to be reachable over IPv6, or your website needs to be reachable over IPv6. When you purchase certain online services, cloud or whatever, it needs to have RPKI implemented, stuff like that, right? Like the reason why you think that's necessary to actually demand that in terms of procuring services or having public authorities comply with these type of
you
standards.
go very fast, also for me, I guess, but also for the audience. But well, the Dutch government promotes also use IPv6 and IPv6, and the policy. Yeah, I don't know actually what you mean with the policy behind it, because what we do is we stimulate the adoption of those standards in order to give practical experience in the field to show that it works. So we have a carrot, let me say it like that, and people has to chunk to it in order to use it, because in the field the society has advantage of it. But I don't know. I do not
No, I
understand
totally
the
agree.
policy
And that-
behind.
well,
what
maybe
you
it
mean.
makes it so obvious that you don't have a policy behind it, right? You just think it's a good thing to do. But other countries, for instance, are not doing it. So I wondered, is there anything that you can share or help to convince them that, hey, in terms of procuring services, it would also be good, to set certain requirements with standards you would have to comply with?
Yeah, well, if tenders are committed or executed, then they follow in Holland a special tender website, and there are CPV codes included in order to support people, procurement departments, to request for open standards. And in addition, we explain what the standards are, because most of the people in procurement, they are not technical. So we suggest talk to your architecture or to other colleagues in your company, and get to know what technically involvement is for the execution, because the procurement department doesn't know anything about ICT and the technical things, but they know the consequences of it, or the business knows. So talk to the business, the consequence, and then you know what kind of standards you need. Lately, I had a colleague of safety, some space control, and he didn't understand actually what the consequence was of not using open standards for internet safety standards. And I was amazed, like, huh? What are you doing? Yeah, but I don't want to tender them, because then I don't have any suppliers who can offer these services. And so the developers, we don't have offers. But I suggest him get in touch with the suppliers in order to explain what open standards can do for you and for us, because you are obliged to give services to the civilians which are secured and safe. And he was like, but that is difficult, too difficult. I was amazed, because if you offer services as a government, you have to protect the users of the services. It's amazing. But, well, that's not your question.
To a large extent you did, at least the intention, right? And I think it's really great that you are here, right? In order to explain and to give people more insight into what the Dutch are doing here. So thanks for that.
Well, we stimulate the adoption as much as possible. So we get various organizations in contact with each other. That's what we do.
Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Yes, thank you. I think it's a very good example when you heard about the space agency, that a few years ago, just before the whole pandemic started, I was invited to give a presentation to the Marine Officer Club of the Netherlands on cybersecurity, together with a few other people. And I asked them a very simple question: have you ever done a cyber alert practice something? Because they will do it for when an enemy attacks, they will do it for the fire on board of the ships, they will do it for whatever. And they were all looking at me like, what are you talking about? A cyber exercise? And I said, okay, let's take the example of one ship. How many connections to the outside world will be on that ship without probably you ever being aware of them? Because in a car, they're over 100. That's what I always say, just like the E.T., if any of you saw the movie, E.T. phones home. Well, that car is phoning home the whole day to whatever is going on in the engine or the brakes or whatever is being monitored nowadays. So in other words, it is a very, very relevant question to ask from your suppliers, am I actually secure? And if not, how are you going to make sure that I am? So that was an excellent example. Thank you for that. Anybody else who would like to respond on this plan? How does it come across? Because some people will have heard it for the first time now. So how do you think that this could work? I see people deep in thought. So I think that we've exhausted that question. Thank you for the people that have responded. The second question, and we had already one answer, because on Canada, from what countries are you? Because we know the Dutch. From what country are you? Indonesia. And you? And Japan? Yes, thank you. The gentleman totally in the back, from what country are you? Japan, thank you. You're from Australia, I think, yes? Japan? The US, okay. So we have from a few countries, from a few continents. Are any of you aware of any procurement action in your country? So either from government or industry that actually procure cybersecure by design. Yes.
It's way too tall now. There is one in Canada right now, and so the background to this is that Canada's kind of an oligopolistic country. It's ran, the three main industry all have like a couple of really big companies that kind of work together. And within banking, what they have sort of actually created a kind of a common standard, particularly in bank transfers, that allows people to send monies through sending emails to each other. And that system is called Interac. And they've actually created a couple of years ago, they became what's called a sign-in partner. And so whenever a Canadian citizen or anyone who's interacting with the Canadian government is trying to log in to access, let's say, tax services, immigration services, social welfare services, they can actually use the exact same login as they use for their banking account in order to log into the service. And so they sort of integrated the identification of those. And what happened recently, just last year, is that Interac formed a strategic partnership with a company called Secure Key, I think is the name. And so that is sort of the company, in my understanding, that does digital verification and digital identity verification. And the plan right now is to figure out working with the Canadian government, and the Canadian government is basically in the form of procurement to introduce Secure Key to that already existing sort of signed-in partner system. So.
Thank you. So that's going to be a very, very interesting company to attack if they can literally do the security for everybody. So the security by design is going to be tremendously important there. Thank you. Any other examples? Then thank you for that. The other question that I have is that you've heard about David and Bastiaan leading the working group on the narrative. So if you look at what has happened in the past years, all the presentations I saw on DNSSEC procurement, the deployment, IPv6 deployment or RPKI deployment, I've been to several over the past 10 years. It was always about technical education. The people in a company or organization have to know how they do this in a technical way, and then everybody goes home after they had this technical training. But the numbers adding up to from the training to the actual deployment did not match. So people follow a training, but it doesn't mean that the company deployed IP version 6 or DNSSEC or RPKI. In the Netherlands, what the .nl registry did is they said if you sign DNSSEC, then you will get a discount on your annual fee that you have to pay to have that domain name. And that actually led to a significant rise in DNSSEC in the Netherlands. So they got within a year above 50% because they were offered, I don't know, 10 or 20 cents discount on their annual fee. But if you have a lot of domain names, then it becomes a lot of money, not if you only have one domain name. So that was an example how numbers were raised in the Netherlands. But when you talk about decision takers, they will probably not decide on this 20 cents, but perhaps they do. But what could be arguments that are non-technical why a senior person in a company or a government decides, yes, this is a smart thing to do, we're going to deploy DNSSEC. Would you have any ideas for us that we could use in our advisory panel to take forward when we produce our outcome probably early next year? Do you have any experience here? Annemiek, I see you raise your hand. No. Now it works, I think.
Now it works? Yes. Well, RIPE assisted us to give discount on IPv6 courses. So what we did is forum standardization is we requested policy makers in Holland to join courses of RIPE, and they got discount from us in order to follow these courses. That might be also an interesting adoption way. So, a suggestion.
Then, David, Bastiaan, you decided to sponsor this working group as well, besides leading it. What makes it so different for you to actually try and come up with a different narrative?
That's a really good question. You touched on it a lot a few moments ago when you talked about the technical education and how we've worked really hard as an organization to build capacity on the importance of DNSSEC and then how to actually do it. A lot of my colleagues go around the world and speak with groups of engineers who operate networks, and we'll actually do DNSSEC signing online, real, on their computers that's in the live environment, and teach them all the skills they need to continue maintaining it. But that's not enough, because it reaches a small group of operators, and while it helps them, it's so much more challenging to get that message out to the much larger world for all the domain owners and for all the operators of recursive resolvers who have to do the DNSSEC validation. So we're really looking at this initiative as a way of, as we've said a few times today, change the narrative. Find a new way of saying it and test it against decision makers and say, how does this strike you? Does this persuade you? And based on their feedback, then we can iterate again and refine it even further. And so that's our interest in why we want to fund this and why we're really engaged and motivated here.
Yeah, thank you. As a regional internet registry, we're a non-profit organization. Like it's part of our mission to increase the trust and the reliability of the internet. And not only talking about topics like fragmentation and other things, that are potentially detrimental and could have a serious effect, but even the internet as is, right? It was referred to that DNS and the routing part, they're not directly visible. Maybe it's the DNS names people are familiar with, but the routing part for most people, that's not something they are aware of, need to be aware of. But these are fundamental to everything else that depends on it, that runs on top of it. So the security there, it's almost unfortunate, right, that the incidents that happen, and quite a few happen, that they're not visible in terms of actual impact that people experience, and that then acts as a wake-up call. So at the end of the day, if we want to keep people's trust in the entire system, right, and that it also is going to increase, then something has to be done. I think it's really, really great what, for instance, the Dutch government is doing, right? Lead by example, but there might even come a point, especially if you see in the European Union, the amount of legislation affecting the infrastructure and the ecosystem is enormous. If at some point the perception will really be there that this is a market failure and people are not getting their act together, then it will be regulated. And we have all the tools available, everything available to do it ourselves, right? Technically, the standards have been there for a long time. All the tools used, for instance, to on the one hand, do the authorization part with us, to actually sign your IP addresses and associate them with an autonomous system number, right? Who is actually allowed to origin a certain prefix. That is a very easy portal to use. On the other hand, the validating part, the software that you actually use to check the announcements you receive to see whether they're valid or not, that's actually, at a very mature state. So everything is there. So why is it not being picked up? I think in terms of the originating part, like people signing resources, I think we're 40% globally, and then it really differs, per region or per country, which is good, but we need to step up here. And people think it's either really, really technical, complex to implement, and I understand if you have a huge network with an enormous amount of routers, and others that you depend on, and customers you have. I'm not saying it's trivial, but for an average network or engineer who takes her or his job seriously, it's not that much of a challenge. People think it's really expensive to implement. Well, certainly with a project there are costs involved, but if it's about the underlying, what your services, how people experience your online services, more and more services are provided online, how people actually, experience those, this is fundamental, right? That people need to know that if I aim to contact someone or try to reach certain content, that I'm actually reaching, the place I want to be at. It seems a given, but looking again, as was mentioned, the protocols are ancient and this needs to be improved. So I think we have work there to do to actually gain the stories, right? And to actually convince people, hey, this is not so hard. And there are so many material available, like Annemiek just said. We provide courses to people. We do it, everything is available free online. But if you really want a face-to-face training with a trainer, etc., normally there are costs involved, but we can organize stuff. We've been really effective, especially in the Middle Eastern region, to get people in a room. So both the regulators, the operators, and just go through the whole thing and actually have people sign resources. And then you, especially if you have only maybe one incumbent or 2 operators in a country, if people start signing their resources, you see an enormous uptake in adoption. And we do the same at Peering for our other meetings we organize. We have ROAS signing parties. We get people in a room, right, and actually demonstrate how relatively trivial it is, especially for network engineers, to sign their resources and to look at the validation part. So we're actually doing a lot there. And I really hope, in terms of audience and storyline narrative, that we can also have an impact combined with all the other stuff that we're doing here at the IGF.
Yeah, thank you. But Bastiaan, David, the internet works, everything works. It's playing devil's advocate here. Everything works. It's on the whole day. There's no failure. So why should I ever do something? Why should I invest in security? It works, right?
Well, maybe that's something else that we need to be more focused on. I mentioned the fact that the real impact of incidents is not sufficiently visible, but for individual networks, I think the same goes for the Dutch government. What triggered the whole thing was IP address space of the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs being hijacked. And that was a wake-up call, not a good one, obviously. But if those type of stories, right, we can demonstrate to people that not wait for something to break and then, oh, I'm going to spend a lot of money and get stressful and I need to repair it. No, you can actually, implement this in quite a reasonably simple fashion and be prepared, and again, your customer's going to benefit it, yourself is going to benefit it in the long run. But yeah, maybe we also need a bit more effort in terms of maybe the shaming part or the, the incidents that really had an impact, and also have people, share those stories and what that led them then to implement this. I don't know if that answers your question or not.
Yes, thank you. And I think when you mentioned the Middle East, that perhaps an explanation is in place that the RIPE NCC as a regional internet registry is literally doing Iceland and Greenland even up to Vladivostok, and a lot of the Middle East, they all provide the IP addresses for that region, like APNIC is doing here in Asia. Sorry? Yeah, of course.
So just to build just a little bit on what Bastiaan was talking about, there's been a sea change in the United States. This summer, I had, I'm going to be honest with you, a fairly surreal experience when I went into a government building for our communications ministry, our Federal Communications Commission. These are the folks who regulate broadcast signals, and they also regulate mobile wireless signals. So quite powerful. All the wireless providers lots of the wireline providers, the cable companies, which a lot of the internet in the United States to all of our homes is. And it was kind of surreal because the United States government is now taking the position that routing is a matter of national security. And all of these people from like the FBI and the Department of Justice and all these law enforcement bureaucrats were getting up and talking about how we absolutely must secure the routing infrastructure of the United States of America against attacks, against misconfigurations, against hijacks. And not only were they talking about it in general terms, talking about the principles of security, they were mentioning, and these are elected people who were talking, they were saying things like RPKI and ROA. They were saying things like URPF. They were using acronyms that I didn't think a government bureaucrat knew how to spell. And I was like, where am I? What's going on here? But I loved it. It was great because it showed that a country, a large country, was taking seriously the need to adopt RPKI, the need to adopt validation of ROAs at a national level. And they were going to use the power of the government to force the regulated parties to do this. And to answer your question, it's because for them it's national security. Because it's not just the mariners in their boats who are connected. It's the military. It's all of the government, federal, state, local. It's our schools. Everything is online now. Yeah. So.
Thank you. I think that is a good example of changing the narrative. Yes. And that's perhaps what Bastiaan was saying. If people do not voluntarily, or organizations not voluntarily do it, the government will step in at some point. But will they literally regulate and write laws, or will it still be a good discussion saying, guys, you really have to do this? But if then even 5 years from now nothing has happened, then probably it will become legislation. And is it something that industry wants to avoid? Sometimes, if I'm looking at it from a negative point of view, I get the idea that they want to be regulated because then there finally is a level playing field. And that is what also missing here with the deployment of these standards, that if I deploy, it costs me money, meaning that I have to have a higher price while the competition does not do it. And in other words, they may have more customers because of it. So that is one of the reasons that deployment on a voluntary basis may be hard. But if you don't want to regulate, then procurement, I can't say that enough, may actually change that. But the question then is, why are most governments not procuring secure by design? And it's a question I simply don't have the answer to. But the fact is that it doesn't happen as a standard. What I would like to ask from the people present here and get your views anyway, then I'm going to hand the mic over to, starting with you, but then you can pass it through. What do you actually take out yourself out of this session? And how could you change the discussion perhaps in your country? Where could you ask these sort of questions? Because then you get perhaps a little bit inspiration in your own country to change this discussion. So I'm going to ask Annemiek to pass and ask your yes, of course, if you would like to speak first. Okay, of course. Please introduce yourself first.
I'm actually Samira. So I have been living in Japan for about now 2-3 years. Just on the remark that made, I mean, why would a country be hijacked? I mean, that's what I've like, for example, a targeted countries like US, maybe they have like many enemies, I guess. So maybe, I'm not saying that they have, I mean, I'm just assuming. For example, Israel, maybe, I'm not sure. But when it comes to internet, I mean, we are going to the very core of the procurement, the routing and switching and all this standardization. And so at the beginning also we said, yeah, internet is similar for everyone. It's working well also, you said. But how we are going to regulate these regulations when it comes to the countries where they don't feel the need? For example, a normal country which is of course, like, for example, we'll say Norway, very peaceful. They don't feel the need, I guess. So I think it is not that pretty much, I think what it must be done is to regulate, but how well we will regulate when it comes to countries' individual legislation, how well we can force them to use these standards if they don't feel the need. I mean, one way where we can creep in is by the educating them, right? So I feel that we need to think like in a way that people are trapped. For example, if you say that you're posting on something in social media, okay, so this can cause your life. It can be a threat to your life. Of course, they will listen to that, right? So it's similar. So I would think that it is it's a need of the legislation. That because US knows that they have hijackers, they have people who wants to creep into their network. So I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point. The thing is, it's not just about geopolitics. A lot of this is about people who want to exploit vulnerabilities to make money, and some are to create chaos. Again, not for geopolitical reasons. So one of the things that we have to do is ensure that everybody in the world, in all countries, big and small, peaceful and not peaceful, understand that vulnerabilities create opportunities, and there will always be people who want to fill that opportunity for their own purposes.
Yes, thank you. I think that is a very good example of what we try to close as IS3C. We cannot do that ourselves, but we can hand over knowledge and tools to actually do that. But then it's up to countries to deploy. So my question to you was to share with what you got out of this session, and what could you do in your country to plant a little seed of knowledge on this topic. So start up front and then go around. And please introduce yourself.
Hello. Okay. I'm Ryan. I'm from Indonesia. It's a bit hard, I think, for my country because when the session ran, I just checked I sampling 2 e-commerce in my country, and one of the legislation of websites through the internet.nl. All of them not signed it on the NSEC. But the e-commerce is signed it on the RPIC. I think the e-commerce realized about the security breach to them, the threat to them. Actually, in my country, as today, I just met our Vice Minister for the Communication and Information. He just give a speech on in the main hall, and I doesn't have any access to that high level. I hope with Netherlands we have a long history, right? Can you please suggest something to our country to try to implement this, because many of the decision maker doesn't even aware about this thing. The procurement, everything, the tender is always about money, not about the security, not about the people. It's always about the money.
So if the Vice Minister is still here, you can introduce us, and then you can have
I hope I can, but even I think he doesn't know me. Yeah, but if possible, I hope my country will be getting better, because next year we will have our presidential election, and there's a lot of issue with IT security. All of the fake information from the AI generative things, and many of people is like, I cannot say, but many of them is doing anything to get to the position. So I hope everyone can help my country.
Well, thank you. That's a quite clear call. Thank you for sharing.
Hi, I'm Masuki Nakamura from Japan, and I'm a very beginner of this area. But about the DNSSEC, the rate of DNSSEC is low either in Japan. But the one issue is the open cylinders written in English, so we have to translate it to Japanese, and we have to make more easier to read to the decision maker. So that's all problem, and I am the government officer, so my colleagues trying hard of it, and I'm not in the position, but if I have a chance to to get the relation of this that matter, I will try to make the thing better. Thank you.
Thank you very much for also eye-opening. I guess it's not that just targeting countries also, but just making solutions for the vulnerability. I think it's a wonderful point. So I guess the key is through the education. So I would like to also put myself forth and research more into these areas. Of course, my area is ERP systems. So I would think much more into learning these things, that lot of input, there was a lot of input here. So I guess that education will drive into the countries who are not aware of it, as we all know that internet is working, but underneath there can be catastrophic events. Of course, when we just keep things open, so when we can close the door, why we just close it and lock it, right? So that's what I got from this session. Thank you very much.
Hello, thank you everyone. I'm Santosh Sigdal from Nepal. I'm Executive Director of Digital Rights Nepal. I joined the session in between, but I liked it very much, and it has opened a lot of questions. In Nepal, we recently, in early August, Nepal adopted the National Cyber Security Policy. Before that, we have Electronic Transaction Act, but now the government wants to bring a new cyber security law, and for that they have adopted the National Cyber Security Policy. One of the problematic aspects of the National Cyber Security Policy, actually two of the problematic area is in the consultation phase, in the draft phase, there was no mention about the National Internet Gateway. Now the government is talking about installing a National Internet Gateway without defining it. And this is targeted for, they are saying that for the resilient and the secure internet. And another problematic area is they are also talking about the government intranet. And the third, which is also related to the procurement part, is earlier it was not there in the draft rule, but now they are proposing that the laws relating to procurement of the cyber security or the ICT consultancy and the equipment will be defined by the government, and that could be out of the bound of the public procurement policy. So I think procurement here comes very, this is a serious issue where the government wants to kind of put it behind the curtain, or the procurement process, what kind of consultancies, what kind of ICT equipment are being procured. And the problem is in the least developed countries like Nepal and others, the stakeholders are not very much aware about the repercussion or the possible impact on other areas because of such kind of laws and policies. Especially civil society organization and media, they are also not aware about it, and it is evident from the kind of reports the civil society or the media, the public discourse we are having at the point at Nepal. So I think it is very important that we take these issues into the public discourse, and civil society organization has a kind of very important role to make a stakeholder have a kind of informed discourse about the policy proposed, possible repercussion, and at the same time its impact on the utility of internet, at the same time the other human rights that internet enables. So I think this is very important session, and I have gained a lot of insights which could be used for the public advocacy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for this very useful session and very informative for me. And I'm from the
telecom carrier in Japan, NTT Communications, and we are ISP, and so we need to implement their many security DNSSEC or RPK or something like that, but it need a cost and so very difficult to improve as soon as possible. But I would like to inform my company and tell this discussion and try to improve such kind of new technologies. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ichiro Mizukoshi from Japan. I'm just jumping in the middle of the session, so I'm not sure about the whole discussion. But in my humble opinion, to secure the IoT services is maybe the subscription service will help it. Because selling out the product, after the selling the product, the repairing vulnerability for the product manufacturer, there's it's hard for a long period. It's too heavy. But if it was subscription services, they get their money to get services, so they can have a chance to repair it. That's my opinion. Yeah.
So I'm Daisuke Kotani from Kyoto University, and I'm a researcher, but partly I'm involved in the procurement of the university IT infrastructure. So from that perspective, the problem is the budget cost and the so the skill set of the engineers. So currently, so unfortunately, so if we request outside company to support RPKI or DNSSEC, but if such company doesn't have enough engineer to do support, so we cannot implement in our campus infrastructure. So education to the engineer is, I think, it's an important issue. Thank you.
I literally thought I could skip it. Well, as I explained, in 2 weeks' time, I'm going to be up in Ottawa talking to a group of sort of high-level decision makers in the federal government. Certainly, I think this conversation is going to help us design. We haven't actually designed a workshop yet. That was a task that is up to me and one of my co-authors once I'm back from Kyoto. And so this does give us a really good set of ideas to do it. So thank you.
Finally, thank you very much for all your stories and input. I would like to invite you to check your website or your email address to internet.nl. And if you score 100%, we give you a position on the Hall of Fame. And we always give a T-shirt, which is a very collector's item in Holland. You can also sleep in it, eh? Yucatan. And then you get a T-shirt. That's the way how we do it in Holland, in the Netherlands. Tempting organizations to use those open standards and get in the Hall of Fame. But well, you can collect if you like to try. You can afterwards the session. You can check it on. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you all for sharing your ideas with us. And we're getting close to the end of this session. We have a few minutes left. But what I would like to say is that it seems like, from also what you've said, there is literally a world to win. Because if you are able to convince the people you work with that this is an important topic and use the right arguments, then probably things will change. And that is what we're going to strive for. What can you expect from IS3C? I think that first thing I would like to do is to invite you to come to our session on Tuesday at 10:30 in working group J. the one next to it here. What we will do there is present 3 reports. The first is a global comparison on policy, national policy on Internet of Things security. And just to tip that, give a very little hint, is that there isn't very much in regulatory way to find. It's all voluntary. So that is one. The second that we'll be presenting is on procurement, as we already understood from the session today, is that it's also a global policy comparison showing what the level of procurement by governments is at this point in time. The third report is, I'm not sure if we're going to be able to present it because the lady who is supposed to give the presentation canceled at the last moment, and the report is not available yet, I understood. We made that together with the United Nations, with UNDESA, and the launch went not through, I understand, this August somewhere in China, so it's not online yet, but we'll try and say something about it. We're also going to present a tool. The comply and explain list is having a global translation, as you could call it, is that a team of experts has come together and made a choice on 3 topics. One is on the categories of standards, the other is on the scope of the list, and the third one is the individual standards that go underneath this list. What is going to be announced is an open consultation. So anybody in the world who has an opinion on the scope or on the categories, on the standards, is allowed to share their comments in a Google Doc so that we can make a more and better informed decision on what is going to be in this list. Next, we will have the presentation that David more or less gave to announce the working group on the narrative, on DNSSEC and RPKI. And finally, we'll be announcing a working group on emerging technologies. So the idea is that in the coming year, we will be doing a global policy comparison on artificial intelligence and later perhaps on quantum computing and on the metaverse. But what we also do is try to see our relevance to the Sustainable Development Goals. So how is the work that we are actually developing at this point in time able to make the world better as a whole and not just on the topic of internet standards? And what was happening in the other room that is stopping at this point also almost is that we have a short synopsis of the cybersecurity hub and the plan that we have there. So in other words, we'll be doing presenting a lot of the work that we've been doing in the past year. So you're invited to share that, to come there. If you're interested in learning more of what we do, you can join through the IGF website. If you go to the dynamic coalitions and look at the Internet Standards Security Safety Coalition, you can sign up for the email list, and you will not get 1 million emails every day. But when we have a working group that is starting or has its own meeting, you can get an invitation to join. And if you're interested to work with us, that's also an option that we look at for people who voluntarily are willing to chip in a little bit in this work. So we have our own website. That is the IS3, the number 3 coalition.org, and that's where we publish all our reports, and on the 10th all the new reports will be able to be downloaded from there. So I think that is all I want to say. I'm looking at the panel. Mark, have you made any observations that you would like to share with us from listening? And I haven't heard anybody online, so I think there's...
Thank you, Wout. I've been following on the Zoom link and online. No comments or reactions have come through the chat room in the Zoom link. But I think the key message from this session, I think, is very important, that procurement and supply chain management really do have major contributions to make in driving the adoption of critical security-related standards and routing protocols and so on. So that's a very important message, and I really appreciate from me personally that there are comments here that that this is, there's a lot of valuable information that the coalition IS3C is collating, and we need to build on that with more contributions and more experiences from other countries. And I'm thinking, in particular, from my own country, the UK. When I was working for the UK government, the issue of procurement really of network services and equipment never really came up as an internal policy issue. But every now and again, there were these massive security failures online, which did get a lot of media coverage. But then again, you never hear the consequences of those data breaches, whether they affect the police forces, as was recently the case in Northern Ireland, or financial services. You hear about these headline-grabbing incidents, but you never hear what the follow-on from them was in terms of ensuring that these things don't happen again. But I think this coalition does provide a channel for distributing that kind of important information. Anyway, those are my reflections about. Back to you.
Thank you, Mark. David, any last words? No? Then with that, I will let you go, and we'll be well in time for the people who come next to prepare. Thank you very much for your contributions and your insights, because that's something that we are going to take home. Thank you for all the technical work. Thank you, Mark, for the online moderation. And with that, I wish you a very good IGF, and hope to see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Ja, nee, maar dat ging helemaal prima zo. Kijk, daar liepen we toch allemaal wel.
Precies, maar daarnaast, ja, ik had ook niet verwacht dat er zo in de zaal zou komen. Maar de mensen die ik gericht heb uitgenodigd, die zijn enorm bedoeld.
Ik vond het jammer dat wat betreft andere workshops daar.
high-level person who joined online and is waiting.
I mean, yeah, we are already opening Zoom, so
Okay.
he can come.
Okay. Okay. She's
She's coming.
yes.
So we are already opening Zoom. So
Okay. To test their voice and to test their voice. Hi. Here, Melanie. Ah, you came in person. I'm so happy. I
I'm
thought
very
you would
glad to be in Japan. So.
And me, I was thinking there's one session, all participants online. Oh, this is so good. Well, I'm happy to meet you anyway. So, hang on. Are you before the break or after the break?
Oh, I don't know. It was a long agenda. So
I mean,
let me
the
check.
first thematic, that's right, huh? Because
You are after the break.
Yeah, after the because they lost my luggage in the airport.
Yes.
And the delivering is today, and I cannot miss it because they sent me one time and was not there. I say
Okay.
and
But
I can't miss it this time.
So what time is it?
I need to quit at.
No, you're
5.
speaking about rights.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
You're first then. I'm accessibility.
Okay.
So I don't know if that's
You're
kind of
after the
different.
break.
Your place.
Great.
You're after
So
the
we're
break.
just gonna switch.
Yes, because there will be. But yes, sorry about that. Me too.
Okay. So, is it an order to sit?
There's no order. But if we want to speak, sit in the speaking order.
Yeah, I'm speaking there.
No, no. Yeah. You don't know what you're going to talk about?
No, I have representation here, so whenever you're ready for me, I'll take up.
Okay. Anna, why don't you join us here, please? Grace. Where is Grace? Santosh, why don't you join us here, please?
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
Funny how we both live in Paris and we don't live in Paris. We meet in Paris.
Yeah, of course you're in Paris.
Good afternoon. It's Pisar from Cambodia. Can hear you clearly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I think we are about to start in a few minutes, so I'm muting myself for now.
Hello. Can you hear us? Hi, Maria Elsa.
Oh, hi. How are you doing?
Good. How
I'm
are
ready,
you?
and I've tested everything already, so
Great.
always
Thank you
fine.
so much. Hi, Pisa. Thank you for joining. I think I'm really sorry the session before us was ending a bit late, so we'll give a few more minutes.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me and you can see me.
So we tested Maria Elsa's microphone, Pisar's microphone. So Maria Fernanda, do you think you could please say something for us to test your microphone? Can you hear us? Okay, Swaran, can we test your microphone, please?
Hi, Ludwig. Hello, everyone.
Hi, Swaran, can you hear us well?
Yes, I can hear you fine, and I can see everyone as well.
Great, thank you. So Maria Fernanda, you can't? Okay. Iglika, can we please test yours?
I can hear you very clearly, and I hope that you can too.
We can, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sadaf?
Hello, I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you very well. Thank you very much.
Great.
And Ari? Ariuzul? Can you hear us?
Her mic is mute and she cannot unmute apparently.
Ariuzul, we can try to unmute Ariuzul here.
Hello? Yeah, I can hear you now.
Good.
And
Now
I
we
can
can.
see you and hear you clearly. Yeah, hope you can hear me and see me well.
Yes. Anelia, will you also be intervening with Iglika or it's just Iglika? Anelia, can you hear us?
It's only me. I believe it's only me for the presentation and intervening in the Q&A part.
Good. Okay, Maria Fernanda, can we test your microphone as well then?
Yes, now I can. Thank you.
Great. Grace? Hi. And Karen, Camila, and Xiaojie, can you hear us well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, perfectly as well.
Great, Xiaojie. Can you hear us, Xiaojie? Can we test your microphone as well?
I don't know if she's here for now, maybe.
But she's sending a message. Okay, Xiaojie can hear us, but her microphone is not on. She can't. Hello, everyone. Hello again. Thank you very much for being here. Those who are, sorry. Apologies about that. Hello again, and thank you so very much for being here with us in the room today, and thank you so much for the participants who joined us online, to the participants and speakers. I am very happy to welcome you all on behalf of UNESCO to this session, which is dedicated to UNESCO's Internet Universality Romex Indicators, which is a unique tool for measuring the internet development and the development of digital environment in a given in a country at the national level, based on the principles which we will be talking about, and I'll have a presentation on that. So we are very excited to be here, and we have distinguished speakers here as well as online. And without further ado, I'd like to give the floor to UNESCO's Director for the Division for Digital Inclusion and Policies and Digital Transformation, and the Secretary of the Information for All Program, Ms. Maria Elsa Oliveira, to address her opening remarks. Please, Maria Elsa, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Tatevik. Hi, everyone. You know, it's really great to see you at the IGF 2023, and I'm super glad that UNESCO team can start our interventions of this week with the Internet Universality Indicators Day Zero session. So welcome, everyone. And I really wish I could be with you today, but this year we have an overlap on dates of the IGF and UNESCO's governing body, so we can't travel there. But I really join you with a lot of enthusiasm, as this year there's much change going on, both for internet governance and for the Internet Universality Indicators. Since 2018, the UNESCO Romex indicators have served as a unique and comprehensive tool to help countries voluntarily assess their digital landscape based on the 5 guiding principles that we all work towards. We advocate together for an internet that is R, human rights based, O, open to all, A, accessible by all, and nurtured by M, multi-stakeholder participation, and also that address the cross-cutting issues such as gender and safety. More importantly, the Romex assessment actually leads to the design of policies that support an inclusive, open, safe internet for all users. This is one of the ways in which UNESCO supports policies that nurture this human-centered internet, the internet we all want. In the 5 years since UNESCO member states endorsed the Romex indicators, we have made enormous strides together. Over 40 countries from all regions of the world have completed or are underway with a national Romex assessment, and several countries are adding their unique ideas to the approach. You know, a great example is Kenya, which piloted a follow-up assessment to measure the impact of the Romex approach on their national internet ecosystem after they started implementing the policies. This is groundbreaking and really exciting. But the internet has also changed significantly in these 5 years. We have seen over 1 billion new users join. We have seen acceleration of the global digital transformation process, especially in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. We have e-commerce, e-government, e-learning, e-everything having exponential growth. We have seen the rise of frontier technologies like artificial intelligence, augmented reality, blockchain, and others. But we also have realized the many ways in which the internet can harm, from fragmentation to misinformation and hate speech. We have seen internet governance evolving to address these issues with, the creation in the UN system of a tech and voice office, and now, the upcoming multi-stakeholder body for artificial intelligence. It is time then for a change for the IUIs as well. So that's why, in collaboration with UNESCO Category 2 Center, CETIC.br, UNESCO is currently in the process of revising the ROMAX framework. So make sure that we continue having relevance in this, of these indicators and that they adapt to this new digital environment. The Internet Governance Forum is the place where we come together to collectively shape the Internet. And this session will have to shape the IUIs as well. We will learn from various different experiences of implementing the framework in different contexts and leverage our collective expertise to draw lessons that benefit our digital community. And I'm really grateful to the ROMX community. We have grown together as we support each other. You guys are such a generous community who is making the digital world better. So today, we will hear from researchers and stakeholders from different regions of the world who will share their insights and perspectives on ROMAX implementation. Let me ask all speakers and all participants to share both the good and the bad. What opportunities the ROMAX framework has opened in your countries for advancing internet development, but also point out some of the challenges we have yet to address. This would be immensely helpful to us because your insights on the discussions to be held today will contribute to the revision of the Internet Universality Indicators. This important process will certainly be informed by your rich experience and expertise. I have no doubt that in the past years, our Day Zero discussions have proved, like in the past years, it will prove super productive, enabling mutual learning and the strengthening of our collective efforts towards real internet universality. We will succeed if we keep in mind that the internet is a shared global resource that really has been touching every aspect of our lives. It is our collective responsibility to ensure it upholds human rights and the values of openness and inclusivity as it evolves. So let me thank you all again for the contributions you have made to the Rome framework in the past, for joining us here today, and for being so generous with your experience sharing that will shape our framework in the future. I really can't wait to hear your insights and wish you a fabulous session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria Elsa. Thank you for your guidance, strategic guidance over the years, and for your strong support for this project, and for your contribution and welcoming remarks. So I will proceed with my presentation. Just to elaborate, Maria Elsa gave an excellent overview, but just for me to elaborate on a bit more on the Internet Universality Framework and the progress across the world. Great, so we can see my slides now. I hope the online participants can also see it well. So just to present myself, I'm Tatevi Grigorian, an Associate Program Specialist at UNESCO. I'm coordinating the IUI ROMEX project at UNESCO. I have my contact here for further reach after the discussion. So just to also go back to the start of the IUI ROMEX indicators. So at the 38th General Conference of UNESCO, which is the governing body of UNESCO, back in 2018, the General Conference and the member states endorsed the concept of Internet universality and the principles, Rome principles, meaning that Internet should be universal and based on human rights, be open and accessible to all, nurtured by multi-stakeholder participation. And cross-cutting issues were also introduced into this framework to address issues such as gender equality, environment, safety and security, and sustainable development. And what is ROMEX framework? ROMEX framework is is a set of indicators, 303 indicators, and 109 of which is core indicators that measure the development of the internet at the national level of the country, using the internet universality indicators and principles. And the idea is to develop a clear and substantive understanding of the internet environment, and map the overall situation and identify any gaps that are out there, and assess the possibilities, the opportunities and challenges, and formulate actionable policy recommendations for all stakeholders concerned to address any gaps that were addressed during the assessment. And where does it come from? So just to make the link between the UNESCO's mandate, one of the mandates, which is free flow of ideas, which is addressed by UNESCO's Communication and Information Sector, which works on a number of issues, including digital transformation and ensuring universal internet access and human rights-based approach, and also making link between strategies and frameworks out there, and including the sustainable development goals, addressing a number of them and overall addressing those, and making a link with Global Digital Compact. And it is really, these assessments can really help nurture this compact, as for example in the core, it's to address, for example, digital divides and human rights online. And I want to highlight a couple of ideas and related to the framework. So the idea of these assessments is really to have it at the national level and to help the countries to have the understanding and move forward with their digital agendas and contribute with evidence-based information. So it is not to create any ranking among the countries, although the countries which can look at each other's example, but there is no idea to have a ranking of any sort, but really to help the countries. And it has really this evidence-based approach which addresses a number of themes, whether it's legal policy, regulatory frameworks, measuring human rights, whether it's measuring multi-stakeholder approach. So there is a very clear focus on digital inclusion dimensions, as I mentioned, which we have cross-cutting issues such as gender, youth, people with disabilities, or minority groups such as language minorities. So what we also highlight as a very important aspect is the process, and I will be speaking a bit more about the process, but it's a really, we focus a lot on the methodology and the process of establishing this multi-stakeholder approach to make sure that every stakeholder concerned is involved and their voice is heard. And of course, I would like to highlight that we really have this solid evidence-based approach which fits the assessment. So as I mentioned, we have 303 indicators in total. So the number may be a bit scary, but in fact, so the reason why there are so many indicators is that we really want to capture the cultural and cultural environment and make sure that it's adapted to a country context. So we recommend that 109 indicators, which are the basis, are employed and tested assessed in the country, and then we strongly recommend the country to look at which of these additional indicators are relevant for their context, country context, so that they complement these 109 indicators and capture the actual holistic situation. So we have these 5 categories that I mentioned: rights, openness, accessibility, multi-stakeholder participation, and cross-cutting issues, which form the ROMEX abbreviation. And we have 6 themes and a number of questions. And just to give you an overlook, we have these themes under each category, but for example here, which we note and as pointed by the experts as well, there are, for example, themes which are across each theme. For example, policy, legal, and regulatory framework are across each theme, for example. And here I just wanted to illustrate the sort of the structure. So, for example, if we take under the rights, if we take the rights theme, and for example, specifically rights to privacy, then for each theme we will have a specific question which is displayed here, and then this question that helps. So the question is the protection of personal data guaranteed in law and enforced in practice with respect to government, businesses, and other organizations, including rights of access to information and held to redress, sorry. And then this question helps then address the indicator of existence and power of an independent data protection authority or similar entity. So it's really, the framework really facilitates the work. Well, experts will talk a bit more about that. To really capture the overall situation. And for example, a recommendation that arose out of while assessing this indicator was to create an independent national personal data protection authority and a national council for the protection of personal data, making the normative framework in force consistent with the enactment of the personal data protection law. This is just to give an idea. So as Maria Elsa mentioned, we have a number of countries across the 5 continents that have published the report, finished and published the report. And currently we have 34 countries where the assessment is ongoing. And these are countries that have just launched or approaching or finalized or approaching the finalization of the reports. So out of these 34 ongoing countries, 13 are in Africa, 12 in Asia Pacific, 2 in Arab states, Latin America and the Caribbean, 6 countries, and 3 countries in Europe. So we have representation here, researchers from almost all continents, so they will elaborate more on the process in their countries. And actually we have 6 published reports at the moment since we started the publication since 2019. And Brazil was one of the first, and Kenya as well, and lead researchers will talk about that. So I would invite you all to, I have the link there, I would really invite you to which reminds me that I also have some copies here, which I will distribute afterwards. I invite you to go to our website to have a look at the publications, to have a better understanding, and of course to see the recommendations, for example, and the process. Yes, as I speak about the process, I want to highlight 8 steps which we have while the assessments are carried out. As I mentioned, it's a voluntary assessment, meaning that the national stakeholders initiate the assessments themselves, and there is a very strong local ownership. So, and UNESCO's role is to facilitate the process and provide technical assistance and support to the researchers, to the multi-stakeholder advisory board to help them carry out the process. So as I mentioned, the multi-stakeholder approach a lot. So the assessment starts with establishing a multi-stakeholder advisory board, which consists of government representatives, relative ministries, academia, private sector, civil society organizations, and all the relevant stakeholders, also based on the context of the country. These are the people, this is the group which will be consulted since the beginning, for example, from where to collect data, how to collect data, to the validation process, where all the stakeholders representing different stakeholder groups then really validate the report and agree that this is the situation that really reflects the content, the situation in the country. And then, of course, I won't go through all the steps, but I would also mention the research group. Establishing a research group is also an important step. So we have lead researchers who are here, but also given that it's a diverse and it's a very comprehensive framework and it requires diverse expertise, people with all this expertise then gather together to form the group and ensure that each topic and each theme is really covered with an expert approach. Then there is the data gathering, where we can see also challenges, but I won't elaborate, and as researchers can talk about that. I would also highlight the phase of impact assessment and monitoring. So the assessment doesn't end when the validation is there and validation is completed, but also there are mechanisms, and we are improving the mechanisms for follow-up and monitoring. And then actually then further assessment or further actions are taken to see what has changed since the report was published. And we have an excellent example of Kenya, who will speak about that. So here are just a few examples of, for example, impact that IUI made on national policies. I would really like to highlight that these IUI assessments are really essential for countries, developing countries. So it doesn't really depend on the development status of the digital ecosystem, because there is always room for improvement. And we have, for example, Germany has carried out the assessment, and we have distinguished colleague online who will talk about it. For example, IUI recommendations in Germany were proposed to the parliament, and the topics raised by IUI recommendations were then reflected in the coalition treaty 2021-2026. Or for Senegal, IUI assessment facilitated the implementation of the 2025 digital strategy for the country and of the high-speed national plan. So these are just two examples, or on the screen a few examples, but we have seen very excellent examples of how these assessments made an impact. Okay, I arrive on my, I'll leave this here, but so just to also mention that we do understand that we're dealing with the internet and digital ecosystem, and a topic and an environment, an area which is evolving very, very rapidly. So the idea, since we had this IUI framework, the idea was to ensure its ongoing relevance, and to do that, we gave ourselves this 5-year period, and with the idea to review the framework every 5 years, and of course, this can be reviewed, but the plan is to review it and to see the technological developments, and to make sure that the framework remains relevant and addressing the current technological advancements. So we are reaching this 5-year mark in 2024, but back in the last year's IGF in Ethiopia, we started consultations and discussions with lead researchers, with experts, to really assess and understand whether it's really the good moment to update the IUI framework. And we did reach this conclusion, and we have actually started taking concrete actions towards this revision of the IUIs, and we are working with CETIC, who is that is a category UNESCO Category 2 center, and Fabio will present more about the center. We have Fabio here and Alexandre here in the audience, who have been driving this work forward in coordination with UNESCO, and I will give the floor to Fabio now to present a bit more about the IUI revision process. But before that, I would invite people to check our website, to check the assessments and the framework, and to see how you can get engaged. We have a dynamic coalition, actually, IGF dynamic coalition on internet universality indicators, and I invite you all to be part of this coalition, and really keep in touch for any possible cooperation or any inquiries you may have. And we do have the dynamic coalition session on Wednesday, and I will be announcing the details. But in the meantime, I'm giving the cable to Fabio to connect now. Is it good? So I'll give the floor to Fabio and ask him to introduce himself. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tatavik. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank UNESCO for the invitation, and also for putting together such an international and interesting group of people to discuss those issues. My presentation today will focus, as Tatavik mentions, in the process of and what we learned from these 5 years of Internet Universality Indicators assessments, and what are the possible future developments of the framework. I'm survey project coordinator at CETIC.br, and first I would like to explain why CETIC is doing this work. So CETIC.br is a UNESCO Category 2 center linked to NIC.br, the Brazilian Network Information Center, and the CGI.br, which is which cover the multi-stakeholder model for internet governance in Brazil. CETIC runs surveys since 2005. And by 2011, we were recognized as a UNESCO Category 2 center, especially focused on Latin American and African Portuguese-speaking countries. So, and why Brazil is involved in this process? First of all, CETIC participates on the very inception of the process of the IUI. So, back in 2015, when UNESCO approved the concept of Rome in the General Conference, and then started the process of consultation to build the IUI framework. CETIC helped to finance this work and these studies, and then by 2018 we participated in a pilot application of the indicators when they were not approved yet, and in Brazil was also the first country that launched the assessment back in 2019. And since then, because of our role, regional role in Latin America, and because of this partnership with UNESCO, we supported lots of countries that were implementing those types of assessments. So we did peer reviews and also all other types of support to countries. And in this year, in 2023, we started to help with the revision of this 5-year revision process. So I'll tell a little bit about it. So as Tatevik mentioned, the process of revision was mentioned in the back in 2019 when the document was published. So UNESCO understood that in 5 years there's a demand for updating the indicators to see if the indicators is still relevant according to the context. So we decided to support this first in March this year, but 2023 we support we helped we provided UNESCO a report, a background report based on desk research, based on looking into each one of the country as assessment, and also interviews and meeting with partners. And then in July we started a consultation process that we interviewed lead researchers from different countries that implemented the assessment to understand difficulties and possible ideas for the framework. And finally, in August, we started to develop a draft proposal that is still ongoing on how to update the indicators. I think it's important to mention that based on all those consultations and interviews that we made with lead researchers in the process, we understood a few main recognized benefits from having this type of assessment. First of all, the holistic perspective. So we are not talking about understanding just one part of the situation, just access, but what we are doing with access, or just rights but have no access. So the idea of having a holistic perspective, I think is well recognized. Some other thing is IOI as a roadmap for action. So not just because we have recommendations, but also because in each area you see, by looking into all the different indicators, you can see what is not going on in your country compared to other countries and everything, so that you have a checklist of things to do. The idea that you have not just evidence on legal provisions, so what is provided by the law, but what is happening in practice, in the policies in practice. So this is something important. Also, the flexibility of the approach of the framework. So each country can adapt the number of indicators to their reality, and also identify what are the data gaps in your country. So what data you don't have and you need to produce because you map through the indicators. So we decided to go into 3 different discussions. So is there any revision necessary to the process itself? Because we know this is a multi-stakeholder process, so you need to consult all the areas. And you start by defining a multi-stakeholder advisory board. So how you can improve this process of multi-stakeholderism, participation within the framework. If there are any methodological issues that we can improve, so indicators that are difficult to understand or to implement, and also if there are different aspects or substantive dimensions that are not covered and should be covered in the framework. So we went through all the assessment, the ones that were published, but also the ones that were ongoing. And we saw that something that is very important, a prevalence of developing countries and countries in Africa using the framework, which I think is very interesting to understanding. and also the prevalence of countries that implemented the core indicators and not the full indicators, which also means that there is some complexity in implementing the whole indicators part. And also something that we discussed that I think we will come out today is the idea that we do need to have more tools for following up when it has the assessment. I think Kenya will talk about this because they have the second assessment, but we also can have different types of follow-up based on the process. So how do you follow up on the main gaps? So how identify the main gaps in a particular country? How can you add more level of detail or some part that you don't cover in the first assessment? The follow-up on or recommendations, so which recommendations were or not implemented, and what are the relations of the IUI with other upcoming agendas, such as the Global Digital Compact and so on. And also the idea that something that we might come out before this discussion on revisions is that creating more interactive and more interesting tools for visualizing the data and the results. There is something that several experts suggested, such as creating heat maps or other types of visualization to the results. And just to say that, to tell a little bit about the consultation. So some of you that are in this room participated in this consultation. So we interviewed in a qualitative approach more around 15 countries. In a quantitative approach through an online form, we reached 27 responses from 23 countries. So we have a very large process of consultations with those that implemented the IUI. And although most of the countries do think that the process is very comprehensive and very interesting for mapping the situations, they also see the complexity of implementing this. So we need to balance the capability of being holistic, but at the same time being easy to implement. The availability of data is something that lots of countries mention. So I think this is something critical. When you don't have data in particular areas or disaggregated data, it's very difficult to comply to all the indicators. And this is something that is happening in lots of countries, not just the developed countries, but also in other countries. And of course, we have the COVID-19 pandemic during most of these implementations. So most of the implementations have very strong difficulties in meeting the most stakeholder bodies because of the pandemic. I won't go into the details of the results, so the percentage of countries that mention each one of the difficulties. But just to finish with a few questions for the future. So first of all, there's an intention of defining a small sample of new indicators that need to consider the developments in the digital ecosystem in this past 5 years. So what are the group of indicators that can complement this IOI framework that is already being implemented? Is there any connection with other important agendas? One of them is the UN SDGs. So what are the connections between, for instance, the IOI and the SDGs that we need to understand? If there are any review of the wording of the indicators that can make them more understandable and easy to apply. Sometimes we need to improve the organization of the framework itself, so having additional tools for countries. And we are also evaluating and proposing a reduction in the number for the overall indicators. This was considered desirable by most of the countries, but maintaining the balance among categories and a holistic perspective. So how to keep this balance in place. We also are suggesting to have a more deeper relation with the SDGs. We are classifying all the IOI indicators in relation to the SDGs. So not just those SDGs that really mention in the targets and in the SDG indicators that really mention the ICTs, but those that have any connection with SDGs. So how, for instance, the idea of sustainable development can be, for instance, treated in the IOI framework. So this is something that we are also working together with UNESCO. And finally, I'm not going to discuss this in details, but just to say that in this consultation process, a few areas of new dimensions appeared a lot in the interviews. The first one was artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence is present in just one indicator of the 303, because it was 5 years ago. But nowadays we know that artificial intelligence has an impact in the internet environment. So how do we need to deal with this? We have lots of discussion on platform regulation. UNESCO is working a lot of this. The idea of introducing this idea of meaningful connectivity into IOI. So do you need, in the accessibility part, we need to change something to connect more with this idea of meaningful connectivity. The UN also updated the General Comment 25 on children's related to children's rights. So how is there any updates that we do need to also implement in the IOI? The idea of sustainable development that I already mentioned, and other aspects such as mental health and elderly. So this is something. This do not mean that we will cover all these issues in the revision, but just to say that there are a few dimensions that came out into this process of consultation that we need to deal. So this is where we are, and I think IGF will be a very good opportunity of have a deeper understanding on what should we do and to interact more in this process. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fabio. Thank you to CETIC for your excellent work in. You can keep it regarding the implementation of IOI in Brazil, and also throughout the past year for contributing to the revision process. So as Fabio mentioned, the fora like IGF are excellent opportunities for us to bring together diverse stakeholders and really discuss the process. And it's as it's an open consultative process, and we do want to hear from everybody who can contribute to the revision process. And in this spirit, we have a number of speakers who have been engaged in the implementation of the IOI in their respective countries, and we would like to invite them to contribute to the discussion around the IOI revision by drawing also on their personal expertise and experience of implementing these indicators in their countries. And we constructed the discussion around the themes of the IOI, while also making sure we address a number of questions which I won't be reading out, but around questions around how to improve, for example, multi-stakeholder advisory group process, or based how to address the data gap challenges, or what strategies to help establish to improve the follow-up process and overall the process, and also of course addressing the topics of like new themes to be included. We will start the discussion around the category rights, and I have 4 speakers who will specifically talk about the topic, and of course drawing on their personal experience. And I first invite Claire Mélanie Popinot from France to address us, and please, if you.
Thank you. Bonjour à toutes et tous. I'm very glad to be here. Arigato nihon. Today I will present you 2 points arising from the experience of France regarding the IUI. First, the contextual indicators, which will lead me on the second point regarding rights. First, the advanced version of the draft allows me to speak about the relevance to include in the study those contextual indicators. There are essential elements of understanding, perspective, and comparison for all other indicators. I will take just a few examples of what I say. For example, depending on the level of the gross national income, the connectivity rate indicators does not have the same meaning. It's clear. Another example, the age pyramid, it leads to a necessary questioning of the accessibility of elderly people, as well as the birth rate with the need for education of young people on the internet. Another example, where we see that rights and indicators are very intricate. The new existence of an obligation to attend school from the age of 3 impacts very strongly the scholarization rate. For example, the frequentation of child of 3 years and a half was at 1990 19.48% and 2021 in France, 100% 100% of boys and a bit less for girls, but it's very important to understand the big picture in a country to regard to analyze well the other indicators. And maybe a last example of what I say is the literacy rate. Illiteracy is a very important matter in France, even if the scholarization is very good. And it is a criteria which is not only related with internet, but it is a major accessibility issue in France in a certain category of people. So lesson learned here, like in many subjects, internet is not a separate subject, but at the confluence of social, political, and economic issues, and it is very important to maintain the indicator at the beginning of the study, and even during the study to stay very close of the issue of a country. Those contextual indicators lead to targeting the essential issue. Lot of S really in my intervention. In France, for example, the question of electricity access, etc., is not an issue in France at the same. So the interpretation cannot be the same between 2 countries regarding the indicator. And that's why you said it. It's not a purpose of comparison, but to enlighten maybe the way to address the issue. And no question of rights. Looking at the series of more specific indicators with regard to their number, their scope, and the multi-stakeholder, multi-party and multi-stakeholder dimension in our work group, discussions are still going strong, because even if a certain number of objective elements are observed and exist to rate the indicators, their weight, their rate in the final evaluation of the indicator remains under discussion. I will explain maybe a bit clearly that I say. For example, on the internet on childhood, the stakeholder conclusions diverge to some extent. During a working session on the place of a judge in the digital space, organized last July by IREST and ISOC French chapter, there was a question regarding the rule of law and some critics regarding the tendency to create ad hoc and infra-legal procedures to resolve disputes, particularly regarding the removal of online content, pornography, harassment, etc. All specific and new procedures can give the impression that the indicator is very good because there is procedure. But in reality, the question of effectiveness and the state of duty and balance of rights are questioned here. So it's not easy with the same fact, the same law, the same rules to say yes, the indicator is well rated or no. Finally, there is another issue in the law, liberty of expression, for example. And finally, I wish to make a focus to illustrate the difficulty to stop at the moment the study and the need of constant updating. That is another issue with the indicators. Because just now, since May 2023, there is a new law bill which aims to secure and regulate the numerical space discussed. Un projet de loi pour sécuriser, régulariser et réguler Internet. It aims to prevent harassment, hate speech through some new technical measures, but they are also controversial. So we have the impression to have look at everything in the state of law and a new bill of law. So it's very complicated to write a final draft to communicate because it's very fluctuant. In this bill of law, there is some measure for hosting providers which must remove child pornography within 24 hours under penalty otherwise. But there is some subtleties, and again, if you just look at the law, you can say, yes, there is law to protect child, but again, there is law, but what are the consequences? And the other indicator, like liberty of expression, is not so well rated. Du coup. It was my last word, so it's perfect time. Thank you for listening and to have me here. And I will quit the session prematurely because they lost my luggage in airport, so I have to deal with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claire, and thank you for giving this overview and also illustrating the examples of France. I would like to next give the floor to our online participants, speakers, and specifically to Pisal Chanti, who has been leading the research in Cambodia. Please, Pisal. Pisar will also address the question of Yes, he will address the question around rights. Again, we don't read out the question. He will just build it around this theme. Please, Bisal.
Thank you. And thank you. First, I start by thank you UNESCO for the invitation for me to participate in this forum. You hear me clearly, right?
Yes, we do.
Yep, thank you. So I think I first start by giving introduction a little bit about the IUI assessment in Cambodia. So IUI assessment in Cambodia is the initiative of the Ministry of Post and Telecommunication, which is the ministry responsible for digital technology and telecommunication, in partnership with UNESCO Phnom Penh, UNESCO in Cambodia, to initiate these projects. So we kickstart the projects in 2022. However, there is a significant delays due to the gaps of data, but also some issue that I gonna present in the next session. So before I start about the problem we are having in the conducting the application of IUI assessment in Cambodia, especially on the right category. So just to briefly provide you a background is that based on the finding of the right category, in Cambodia, our constitution have enshrined the fundamental human rights in the text of the constitution. And the royal government of Cambodia has ratified numerous of regional and international human rights agreements, thereby committed to uphold the rights both offline and online. However, there is no expression of legal regulation in Cambodia that define online and offline equivalent of basic and human rights. Another issue is that the interpretation of this commitment in practical have shown inconsistency. Defamation and insult also into a type of cybercrime as well. It's committed via the computer network. Another issue is on the legal gap in the intermediary liability and contents. While personal data protection law and cybercrime is being drafted, computer-related offense were introduced for the time being in Cambodia Criminal Code in 2009 in Article 317 and Article 320. The crime of infringement on secrecy of correspondence and telecommunication, and often in information technology. Legal framework for the lawful inception of data also defined in our telecom law in 2015, but claimed by the Human Rights Special Rapporteur as vague. And also there is a new introduction of the National Internet Gateway, remain a contentious between royal government of Cambodia and CSO in the country. And the implementations has been postponed without specific data. Recently, the royal government of Cambodia has introduced a digital economy and society policy framework, which is a commitment of the government to transform the country to digital economy and society, but also introduced the Cambodia Digital Government Policy in early 2022, aiming for a technological, equipped and transparent government that foster an inclusive digital society, emphasis on e-participation, which this policy echo the UN e-government survey, focusing on e-information, e-consultation, and e-decision making. So what is in short, the recommendation for this human right on the right aspect is that we are focusing on three aspects. The first one is that the different stakeholders, especially the government, would focus on legal drafting and adoption. Second aspect is on capacity building of the judiciary and relevant policymaker and stakeholder. And the last one is the encouragement on the multi-stakeholder participation of CSO development partner in the government. This is a brief summary of the finding on the rights. So what is the lesson learned and issue that we are conducting in application of the IUI assessment in Cambodia, whereby I selected to choose on the right method? It doesn't mean that other category of the Rome X principle is not a problem, but right issue is a good lesson learned from us. So the issue is that rights, the matter of human rights in Cambodia in general is one of the contested front in Cambodia between the government and CSO. So even without going depth into the digital landscape, human rights has been a contested issue already. CSO quite vocal in this field. Therefore, any matter related to rights has been subjected to a lot of discussion and need to be careful. Based on the multi-stakeholder, the establish of the multi-stakeholder advisory board, we are trying to create the map in a way that it representing CSO, government, everything, even the academy, even the youth, even the gender. However, there is still, we need to be careful on the arrangement of the map. The second thing is the text itself. Despite the finding, we need to ensure that all of the voice from the CSO, all of the voice from the government need to be incorporated. Otherwise, they would not agree in the text or in the validation. So we are planning to do the validation at the latest at the end of this month or early next month. So the arrangement is also very careful, meaning that we need to prepare properly so to ensure that everyone take the ownership of it. It is a multi-stakeholder. So not only the government accept it, but also the CSO, but also development partner, but also the user of the internet. So what we have mitigated so far. So I think it's important for the revise of the IUI assessment as well is that UNESCO in Cambodia has played a good moderator in this part. Because from the government side, they have the firm position on the right aspects, while from the CSO, they have a firm stand on the certain aspects of the rights aspect as well. So what UNESCO is doing is that based on their knowledge, based on their moderation, they try to moderate the text, but also ensure that, okay, this is the text gonna be accepted by the government, but also the CSO. So, so what is the strategy to be undertaken by UNESCO to improve on this strategy is that the UNESCO in respective country need to play a role, but a role as a moderator, a role that the government accepted, but also the CSO. And the second thing is that the responsible ministry, for example, in this Cambodia is Ministry of Post and Telecommunication. So the Ministry of Post and Telecommunication need to also take part to ensure that the recommendation recommended to the government is being addressed and also entrusted the research institution or consortium to follow up the recommendation have been done so far to ensure that all the recommendations have been in application by the stakeholder. So in short is that the multi-stakeholder approach is very crucial in the right aspects, and UNESCO in respective country also play a role. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pisal. I'll next give the floor to Maria Fernanda Martinez from Argentina. Please, you have 5 floor. We're running a bit behind the schedule, so I'll request the speakers to please remain within this slot. 5 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Tatiev. It's a pleasure for me to share this event with distinguished colleagues from around the world. I am the Executive Director and Researcher of the Center for Technology and Society Studies in Argentina. CETIS is an academic and cross-disciplinary space for research, education, and communication of the policies and the development of digital processes in the public sphere. There are many things to discuss, so we'll make an effort to share Argentina's most notable national findings related to rights, and also give our opinion regarding what strategies UNESCO can undertake to improve local monitoring strategies. First, let me tell you that our report, we adopt the strategy of the traffic light diagnosis. For each topic of each axis and according to the maturity level of the institutional path taken by Argentina, a color was identified, red, yellow, and green. We think it has been a good practice since it allows to have a quick approximation for each axis. Regarding to policy, legal, and regulatory framework, Argentina will have a general legal framework in keeping with international human rights standards. However, we are concerned about the expansion of the use of facial recognition technology and the increase in surveillance situations in social media. Besides, we have a legal framework that ensures freedom of expression. In terms of liability of intermediaries, there is no specific regulation, and general principles of civil and criminal liability apply. Their relevant judicial proceedings tend to not apply objective liability and non-compulsory use of monitoring mechanisms in online contexts. The right to access to information is recognized, and the agenda for the matter seems to have reached some state policy statutes, at least in the wording of the regulation. Transparency in actions is not verified in the same way in all different contexts and levels of the state. Regarding freedom of association and right to participate in management of public affairs, legal framework that favors freedom of association online. However, that right may be affected by use, affordability, and access inequality. Related to the right to privacy, here we have an outdated legal framework for data protection. At subnational level, growing use of biometric data for security-related activities were opacity in the norm. We observed little transparency and interruptions in national intelligence and data interception policies. What strategy UNESCO can undertake to improve local monitoring strategies? First of all, we believe that it is very important to have a realistic work preparation outline and schedule that includes monitoring instance, for example, short progress report or participation or reports on meeting with the MAP. For the application of the recommendation, we think that institutional characteristics are very important. We know that UNESCO takes this into account, but it is necessary to reinforce its importance because it is fundamental that the organization that carries out the research has a history and links with all actors in the ecosystem. It is also fundamental to have a balanced composition in terms of sector and gender of the map. UNESCO has to encourage the research team to have consensus recommendations with the map. In our case, in each axis, we establish objectives and recommendations by sector that were debated and then agreed upon with the members of the map. This guarantees its relevance and also its viability. Identify those recommendations where they can have the greatest impact. It is important to recognize which are those where, due to the characteristics of the team, institution, and contextual needs, greater impact can be achieved. Then, generate space for dialogue and action to advance the implementation of the recommendations. In our case, for example, we have identified the issue of protection of personal data as crucial. So we organized several meetings with relevant actors to discuss modification to the current bill that culminate in holding specific conference on the draft law on protection of personal data. Another important issue is the publication deadlines for local reports. We are aware that there are many internal and necessary validations instances, and we also know that UNESCO is trying to accelerate them, and we appreciate it, since the delay in publications make it lose relevance. Well, regarding to this point, we think that at the time of the forming of the team, one of the researchers could be designated.
Fernanda, you have 1 minute to wrap up, please.
Yes, it's my last word.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, regarding to this point, we think that at the time of forming the team, one of the researchers could be designated to continue working with UNESCO through the period between the delivery of the final document and its publication. Well, thank you very much. And before closing, I want to name all the team: Lex Bustofrati, Carolina Cairo, Ivan Kishman, and Delfina Ferracuti. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maria. Thank you for also your suggestions. The next one in my list is Grace Githaiga from Kenya. Please, Grace, the floor is yours. 5 minutes, please.
I think I want to be very brief. When we looked at the rights, and this is our first review because we did the first report and released it in 2022. Then we reviewed after 2 years. The result is that in terms of rights, Kenya has a comprehensive policy, legal and institutional framework for human rights, which adapts international human rights standards for, among others, freedom of expression, freedom of access to information, freedom of association, the right to participate in the conduct of public affairs, the right to privacy, and socio and economic and cultural rights. And while there is no legislation blocking internet access, there are legal restrictions on human rights and challenges in the enforcement and practical implementation of the laws. And for example, we held a general election in August 2022, and then the COVID-19 pandemic. These two exposed gaps in internet freedom, such as threats of incidents of abuse of repressive laws and cases of disinformation were on the increase. There is also limited focus by key actors to systematically monitor the state of human rights, particularly with respect to the digital environment. Also, there's awareness across key sectors of digital rights and of private sector on the UN. There's lack of awareness across key sectors of digital rights and of private sector on the UN guiding principles, for example, on business and human rights, which remains a key concern. And I want to end there.
Thank you very much, Grace, for sharing your experience. And really, Kenya is a great example for us, both being one of the countries to implement the framework and also to implement the first follow-up. I will give the floor to an online participant, first speaker first, Santosh. So I invite Swaran to take the floor. Swaran Ravindra, who is based in Fiji but coordinating the assessments in 3 islands in the Pacific. Please, Swaran.
Thank you, Tadevik. Bulabinaka, Malolele, Talofa. My name is Swaran Ravindra. I work as an academic at Fiji National University, and I have also been commissioned by UNESCO to as a lead researcher for the Romex project, which is under my responsibility comes Fiji, Tuvalu, and Solomon Islands. Excuse me. So I will not take too much of time. I will just go directly into the question that I have been asked to speak about. So my category was openness, and before I go into some of the strategies that we have come up with, I just wanted to let the audience know that for us this is still work in progress. The project is only 1 month old so far, or 1 month young so far. So we're still navigating through the various aspects of the project, and so everything that the other participants or the other researchers are talking about, it heavily resonates with our work in the Pacific at the moment. I also have some people in the room today at Kyoto. Unfortunately, I could not be there, but we have Chena Noya, who is Director of Telecommunications from Tuvalu. So I'm happy to have interventions at the end. So the question precisely that was asked to me was, what strategies can be used to overcome data unavailability and obtain high quality and updated data? Now, this is something that is no news in the Pacific. We have been information rich and knowledge poor in some cases, and at the same time, we have seen that there are areas of serious data gaps, both in government institutions and also in many different areas where we need to access citizen-centric services. Right. So some of the strategies that my team came up with is to regularly update information for citizen-centric services. We also need support from global organizations. So just give me 1 moment.
You're muted, Swaran.
Apologies. Yes, so we noted that it is very important for us to have support from global organizations. So we thoroughly thank UNESCO for faith in the project, and also in understanding the predicaments that are Pacific centric, right? And as the other speakers were talking about the different experiences, and we as a team, those working in the Pacific for Romex project, we have seen that some of them resonate with us, and then some of them are so centric to the Pacific, right? So one particular project that I wanted to share with you, which is, in fact, it could be taken as a strategy. The last 2 years, I have been involved in UNDP's Right to Information project, and I have realized that many things that are asked under openness, if we already have Right to Information project deployed by UNDP in those economies, it makes it much easier to answer the questions under the indicators. Of course, there are still lots of gaps, but the fact that Right to Information project was deployed prior to our Romex project, it really helped in getting some of the information. Also reports from ITU, UN, and scholarly articles, but I found the Right to Information project information from the Right to Information project, as well as ITU and UN reports, more helpful. We also spoke about the need for having a research team or a special consultants, a team of special consultants that could form a national body of researchers to work with, to be able to work in ethical standards in terms of data collection. Now, this is something that could be embedded within Bureau of Statistics. In Fiji, there was another research project that I did where it was very difficult to get information, and that information came much later, about two years later. So if there would be a special body of researchers who could support the data collection processes, it's also quite evident that many people who are doing research may not necessarily be research-centric people, but they are there at ground level, and they're there to help, and they have access to the most important and even in the most vulnerable communities where we need to get data from. The need for support of the government particularly is really important, especially in the lesser developed economies. Also, the need for benchmarking. Now, as the other speakers were talking about their experiences, I could, in fact, start thinking about different types of avenues where we can get some, good benchmarking practices, so that we can learn and see what part of it can we adapt in the Pacific. Of course, awareness. Recently, I had an informal meeting. Our map has not been formalized yet. We have been in the process of talking to different stakeholders, and just because in the Pacific, we have a very different style of working. What we call talanwa in Fiji, which means casual conversation. This is where we build relationships in the community, and it is one of the most important, one of the most, it could be both formal and casual, but it is also one of the best sources of information, and in terms of creating partnership with the stakeholders. So we have Ministry of Communication, we also have Ministry of Education, we have the support of the permanent secretaries, we have also Pacific Disability Forum, and there's a number of other. If I had more time, I would have been able to deliberate on that. We have a number of different representation from the various stakeholders in Fiji who have been willing to support us. But if we did have a lot of information on the website, then it would have been much more helpful. In saying that, many things that come under openness is regulated
could
by.
Could you please start wrapping up, please?
Sorry?
Could you start wrapping up, please?
Okay, so we have some predicaments. For example, the difference between the Information Act and the Right to Information Act. In some of the Pacific Islands, they are embedded into one. And then in some of the Pacific Islands, we don't have the Privacy Act at all. We also have Human Rights Commission, we have Homeland Safety Commission, we also have the Cyber Crimes Act. However, deployment is questionable. But if I were to just make one broad statement about the need for multi-stakeholderism, that is very important. However, in the Pacific, we have a very civic-centric style to that. However, there's one more thing that I wanted to iterate on before I finish off. If we have a prior assessment on right to information, I think that would be really helpful in addressing the questions under openness. That is all from me. You're most welcome to contact me on LinkedIn, and I'd be happy to work with you and learn more from each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Swaran, for driving the work forward in all these countries and for sharing the experience. And I would like now to give the floor to Santosh Sigdel from Nepal. Please, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Tatevik. Hello, everyone here and online. I'm Santosh Sigdel from Nepal. I'm Executive Director of Digital Rights Nepal and co-convener of Dynamic Coalition on Internet Rights and Principle. Digital Rights Nepal implemented the national assessment in Nepal, and based on our experience, I'll be sharing something on the question, how could we improve the process of establishing consultation and validation of the finding with the multi-stakeholder advisory board. So my presentation will be limited on that. And I have only 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 30 seconds, so I'll be very quick. Multi-stakeholder advisory board, as said earlier by Fabio, is the first step of the national assessment. However, this is not mandatory within the UNESCO framework. That is strongly recommended, but not mandatory. And the member of this group includes the government, the private sector, technical community, academics, civil society, and others. However, if we look at the process, especially because we implemented the process in Nepal, in the context of Nepal, it was largely dominated by the government agencies and the regulator, including the representation of UNESCO. And we were invited as an observer while we did the research. So it is very important, based on our experience, it is very important that we preach the multi-stakeholderism, but while framing the multi-stakeholder advisory board, it seems that we have forgotten the concept of multi-stakeholderism. That is very important to ensure. Otherwise, the stakeholders feel that at times they do not know about the process and they do not see the importance. So establish the importance of this whole national assessment process. It is important to bring all the necessary stakeholders in the process. And about the role of the multi-stakeholder advisory board, they have advising role. They call the meeting, they help in peer review, and based on the experience of Nepal, in Nepal, from the very beginning, MAP was very involved. They identified the stakeholder group. They supported in finalizing the questionnaire, identifying the data sources. At the same time, they provided inputs, and they also provided in the draft report. They actually identified the location, geography, location, stakeholder group, and everything. However, we see, as a takeaway, we see that there is a kind of balance we need to make. If the government is not involved in the process, it is not easy to get the data because this report is based on the availability of the formal official reports and data. And at times, if the process is somehow dominated by the government and regulator, there is a possibility of whitewashing the internet scenario and presenting a rosy picture, and the report will be kind of tool for the time being to give a picture of the internet situation in the country. So there is a kind of balance we need to ensure. And in that process, from the experience of Nepal, we see that at one point the MAB also organized an interministerial meeting inviting all the ministries and their representative in the draft report. And we see that a very important aspect, because tomorrow, the importance of report is on its implementation. If there is only the report for the sake of publication, it's not important. But if we want to implement the report tomorrow, it is important to have the buy-in from all the government agencies, important government agencies, because tomorrow, Ministry of Education or Ministry of Health is going to implement the report. So if they are in the process, it is important that they are in the, not at the last point at the validation workshop, but they are somehow engaged from the beginning of the report. So that is very important. And we already discussed about the non-availability of the disaggregated data across the board, but it is more important in the least developed countries like Nepal. And one suggestion is that while talking about the multi-stakeholder, strengthening the multi-stakeholderism or the MAP process, in our opinion, it is also important to include the national census office, there are any, because if they are collecting the national census, they will know what are the important indicator, the critical indicator, and they might include those indicator while collecting the census. And tomorrow we have the relevant data while reporting it. So I remain here. Thank you. Thank you for the time. And if there are any questions or comments, I'll be here throughout the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Santosh. And before we break for coffee, where we would have more time to speak with the speakers, I would like to give the floor to Anna Amumu David. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing, from Namibia. Please, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you very much. Yes, my name is Anna Momo David from Namibia, and I will be presenting briefly about openness as well. I just want to state here that although Namibia is still in progress with the assessment, one of the pivotal roles that the multi-stakeholder advisory board have done for us to be able to carry this out was primarily because they would then help us to address the various indicators as they come in that would be relevant to not only a particular category, but at the same time a particular indicator or guiding question within that particular indicator. Now, when it comes to openness in Namibia, one of the things that we initially looked for was things such as open source and open source softwares, and then also realizing that there was no direct legal framework pertaining to the internet that enabled consumer protection in terms of the open data as well that would come with the open internet. Additionally, we looked at things like the different licensing softwares and how government would then prioritize considering the national priority for cybersecurity, for an example, on how exactly the openness parts of the various indicators would come in. And then what we're busy establishing right now is that in terms of licensing, the openness of the internet is actually broken down further into sector-specific regulation. So as much as there is these indicators, they are however potentially limiting to that particular sector in terms of relevance, as well as encouraging a broader innovation promotion. So part of these indicators also prompted that the regulation within the openness category, there were some indication that the regulation would ensure that everybody who would then not only establish themselves as an entrepreneur, for an example, coming up with a web business or a digital e-commerce platform, would then have to go through a sector-specific guideline opposed to a internet standard, for instance, ISO 27001, that would then be implemented by the National Statistics, Standards Institute. So this also became relevant to say that the openness of the internet coincided with the current Access to Information Bill that was enacted in Parliament just last year, which allows for the proactive disclosure of information. And this plays a role because at the end of the day, when there is openness to a particular institution when it comes to digital or internet accessibility, it also means that their platforms would be proactively put online. But then it also calls for this data to be put in a language or in a format that is accessible to an individual, which further takes it away from the human rights aspects, because there are certain disabilities that cannot be catered for within the online space. And then within the Namibian space as well, there is no direct potential for people with disabilities to be included. So that openness aspect is also a little bit hampered. And then one of the major stakeholders that we actually working with is the Office of the Prime Minister, which is the custodian of our ICT sector. In terms of regulation as well as policy. So in collaboration with the Ministry of ICT, of course, and the Ministry of Higher Education, which is responsible for training and capacity building for the various individuals of age, this would then comes to a point where the openness aspects are further enriched, although we're building capacity towards them. Yes, I will still be around, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Anna, and I would like to thank all the speakers online and here in the room. Thank you so much for your excellent contributions and for sharing not only your input for as we move forward with the revision, but also reflecting on the national context, which is really valuable. We would now go for a very short coffee break. I know that in the schedule, based on the scenario, we have Q&A, but given that the participants in the room will hopefully stay for the second part of the session as well, I invite you all to speak with our experts, with the panelists around the coffee. And I apologize to online participants, but we will take your questions after the break. We'll be back just in 10 minutes if we can be here at 5:45 local time in 10 minutes, please. Thank you very much.
Voy a probar, pero no te quiero mover porque estabas muy... No, no, fue... Se puede... ¿Por qué estamos tomando un break? Que son 3 horas. Ah, hasta las 7 luego. Muy largo. Yo me estoy muriendo acá. No sé vos, pero... Y tengo que hablar... Porque dejamos nuestra maleta... ¿Vas a quedar aquí? this one. Steering AI advances existing knowledge. I think I should sit now, right?
Yes. I will see if my online speakers are there. The online speakers. Thank you very much. So we will now resume the session. So just to check if online speakers are back, Aryuzul, Sadaf.
Yes, I'm here.
Uh,
Ari, it's Erinzo.
Thank you, Sadaf and Matthias and Asrat and Alan and Ikrika.
Yes.
So thank you very much. I would like to ask the online moderator, my colleague Karen, as I promised, we will start with the online questions. Are there any online questions or online comments to be addressed, Karen?
There was a few elements that were talked about in the comments.
Can you please read them out to ensure
so,
that we
yes.
have participation and inputs from the online speakers as participants as well?
Yes.
You.
Sadaf was saying, Sadaf was saying, as a researcher based in a civil society institution, it is interesting for me to see that government organization leading the research have also struggled with finding the sweet spot where the CSOs and government can agree. There is also one where she talks about digital authoritarianism in her country and the pressure to reflect the government perspective and position, which has been intense in our experience. There is also, Sadaf is also talking about the multi-stakeholder and validation process that should involve the government, but that has been challenging on her part. So there is that, which Sadaf is representing Pakistan. So this is her perspective on such issues. There is also Swaran, who was talking about the whitewashing of the in the research and see it as a difficulty and a challenge to overcome. And also she said that there is a mutual purpose that needs to be understood between the stakeholders and the government. So this is also something that we can discuss in a few. And Sergio Martinez, who was participating online, said he had a question which said, in countries like Namibia, seeking to develop sectoral specific regulations to support specific segments such as e-commerce, digital business, and people with disabilities, which sources, guideline, or standards offer a starting point to account for country-specific needs when there are gaps in their underlying global frameworks? So this is kind of the only question we have in the chat for now. So if you have any input, we can discuss it now or discuss it in the next Q&A segment.
Thank you very much, Karen. Karen, my colleague working with us on Romex project. Anna, would you like to take the question on Namibia? Karen, can you please repeat the last question for Namibia?
So the question is, which sources, guidelines, or standards offer a starting point to account for a country's specific needs when there are gaps in the underlying global frameworks?
Okay. All right. I think what worked best in Namibia is because prior to us being able to actually carry out the RomeX, we have done a couple of research of our own, basic research, and engaged in a number of projects. And then also what we have done is with the government, because the Internet Society is the one conducting the research, we had established ourselves to be a partner and have our foot in the door with the various ministries, such as the Ministry of ICT, as well as other institutions. And then this paved the way for us to be able to actually engage directly with them, particularly when it came to the ROMEX exercise. In addition to that, I believe that initially when we started off with a multi-stakeholder advisory board, where we had invited a lot of the different ministries, government agencies, as well as offices we felt that are key stakeholders, and should we then reach out to them a second or a third time whenever we had an intervention, this made it possible. The only thing is that the global standards do not necessarily set the tone for the Namibian standards, because with the Namibian standards, there are no standards. First of all, we use the ISO 27001, and the office responsible for maintaining the standards at this point simply adopts them. So how we engage with that is basically putting measures in place where we examine our standards ourselves, and if they're not relevant, then we rather advise that they're not relevant to us because of various reasons pertaining to whether the indicator speaks to us or not. I hope that answered the question.
Thank you very much, Anna. So if there are no other questions from the previous part of the discussion, I will now pass to the second part of the discussion, which will be focusing on accessibility category and multi-stakeholder participation, as well as cross-cutting category of the framework. As I mentioned previously, we have a set of questions which we asked the speakers to focus on, but of course not limiting the discussion around the specific question, but to make sure all the topics are covered. And with this, I would like to now give the floor to online participants. Aryuzul Ochir from Mongolia, who is the lead researcher from Mongolia, followed by Sadaf Khan from Pakistan. Aryuzul, please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Tetevnik, and I believe you can hear me and see me well.
Very
I'm very
well,
glad to
thank
be.
you.
Thank you. I'm very glad to be a part of the IUI community across the world. And my name is Aryuzul, lead researcher, and I'm leading researcher of the Mongolian IUI assessment. I just want to clarify, the views presented today are based on my professional insights driven from the Mongolian IUI assessment conducted last year. And if I summarize the key findings of the accessibility team in Mongolian assessment in one sentence, I would say, although the internet is relatively affordable and accessible for general public, it's not accessible for persons with disabilities, language minorities, and old people as well. So I believe that accessibility is a precondition of the inclusion in both digital and physical world. So therefore, to enhance the current assessment comprehensiveness, I would like to propose a revision or reorganization of the questions in accessibility sections, in particularly the current question AD 6.1, which asks like existence of legal and regulatory provisions to promote access and use of internet by the persons with disabilities in Mongolia. Because, for example, in Mongolia, we have a website standard known as MNS 6285 2017, outlining requirements for government websites. However, this standard fall short in adequately addressing the barriers faced by the persons with disabilities because there are no requirements to ensure the use of the assistive technologies and softwares and devices by the persons with disabilities, no requirements to ensure the adjustment for the color blindness, and no requirements for adjusting the websites for especially persons with the photosensitive seizures and so on. And when using the Web Content Accessibility Guideline, which is developed by the World Web Consortium back in 2008, none of the government website in Mongolia fully comply with these guidelines. Therefore, I felt that the current question may blur the original intention of the ensuring the web accessibility for persons with disability, not necessarily limited by the persons with disability. Also, again, language minority and old people and people who are temporarily, the injured. So that's why, because every country obviously has their own standard to ensure the web accessibility, but unfortunately, some of them are not fully addressing the barriers faced by the persons with the disability. So I specifically recommend to incorporating inquiries about whether the country adheres to Web Content Accessibility Guideline by World Web Consortium or something similar, because the Web Content Accessibility Guideline is the world globally recognized and used web accessibility guideline, which plays really crucial roles in many countries, including the US. I know in US, they are following the Web Content Accessibility Guideline under the Section 508, and the EU country also, they have similar web accessibility guideline called EN 301549, which a majority of the requirements are in line with the web accessibility guidelines. So briefly sum up, I see that IU has the two main benefits to our country. First, encouraging governments to ensure the human rights issue in digital environment, and second, educating stakeholders what to do and next in order to ensure the human rights in digital world. So therefore, since there's a good, the best practices, which is web content accessibility, why don't we include this guideline in existing questions? So that's the one insight that I want to share with you today, and thank you. Over to you, Tatevik.
Thank you very much, Aryazul. Thank you for presenting the case. And actually, Mongolia has successfully finalized the report and validated, and we look forward to its publication, which is now underway. The process is underway in UNESCO. So the next on my list is Sadaf, who is leading the research in Pakistan. Please, Sadaf, the floor is yours. And just a reminder that I am not giving a presentation of the speaker, so if you want to present yourself, please go ahead. Thank you, Sadaf.
Thank you. In interest of time, I'm just going to try and keep my intervention to 3 short points. I'm Sadaf. I'm the lead researcher of the assessment in Pakistan. The Pakistan assessment is also complete and in the process of review for publication at the moment. So for the 3 categories, the multi-stakeholderism, accessibility, etc., I'm making 3 cross-cutting points that I felt have potential to be reviewed as UNESCO undergoes the process of revising the Internet Universality Indicators Framework. The first thing that I would like to talk about is the challenges that are linked to contextual analysis. And speakers before me have also pointed out some of the challenges that they had faced. And I think it's okay to, and on the onset, it is obviously going to be very challenging to apply a contextual analysis to a framework that is global. I think one of the things that came to me again and again as I was undergoing through the process of assessment, I think these challenges themselves also present an opportunity to start looking at the framework in a way that allows UNESCO and other global players to basically review how they are reviewing and assessing some of the things. There was a question in the chat earlier about whitewashing, and this comment also kind of links to that. I'll give you a very specific example. One of the core elements that is indicative of mobile gender gap, and also included as a part of accessibility framework, is the mobile and SIM phone ownership. Now, Pakistan has one of the largest, highest mobile gender gaps in the whole world. But we know that in Pakistan, at least, ownership is not really an accurate indicator of usage. Here, SIM access is linked to biometric validation. We also are a conservative society. We are also a society where safety for women generally is a challenge. So what happens when biometric is linked to SIM validation is that various women, including those who are actively using the internet, who live in urban centers, and are generally like from progressive communities, etc., they do not prefer to own their own SIM. They will send the men in the family to get the SIM, to get the biometric verification done. And it doesn't mean that they're not using it. The purpose is simply to ensure that your gender doesn't become a reason for the shopkeeper, whoever is doing the validation, to start messaging and harassing you. So again, because ownership is consistently seen, whether it's the GSMA framework, whether it's the Rome indicators, it's something that's seen as a very fundamental part of how you assess mobile gender access. I think this kind of gives an opportunity to start looking at how we are assessing and making sure that the assessment framework, it also reflects the realities of global South, the realities of countries where there is digital authoritarianism and tribalism, conservatism within the society. And my recommendation for this specifically is not to do with the framework itself, but within the methodology guidelines, which inform how researchers frame the research, right? Frame their recommendations. I think it would be interesting to explore the possibility to include an annex where the research team can actually document how these intersections took place, which of the indicators came out to or appeared to be indicators that had a whitewashing or a very universal approach, and that allows later to also have a more in-depth debate. So perhaps not directly a part of the framework, but as an annex that allows the structured commentary on how the Rome framework has intersected with the realities in different countries. The second point that I want to make is about the repetitions within the indicators framework. There are obviously some obvious repetitions which are also highlighted, and when indicators appear in different categories, you see those listed. But then there are other repetitions that are highlighted only when you are analyzing the findings. And there are obviously intersections, specifically, let's say you're talking about subscription data, disaggregated data that relates to subscription. And then more specifically, there are the cross-cutting indicators. Now, the category X, it's cross-cutting, and we already know from its framing that it's cross-cutting. However, after the completion of the research, right? If I look at how cross-cutting the actual analysis was, I think there are some obvious gaps that come into play. Gender, for example, is something that across, like, which not just in Pakistan, but other researchers that I've also gone through, gender informs analysis in a specific way. But children who are a part of the cross-cutting category, they do not appear anywhere else. So my recommendation, again, because this is a comprehensive framework, would perhaps be to explore if there is a possible way to redraft the elements included in category X as an analytical framework rather than a separate category. So rather it being a separate category of assessment, it actually becomes a cross-cutting lens for analysis that allow those elements to be reflected more comprehensively within the analytical framework.
Thank you, Sadaf.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sadaf, for your suggestions and your input. I will now give the floor to Eduardo Carillo, who is the lead researcher for Paraguay. Please, Eduardo, the floor is yours. 5 minutes, please.
I'll try to be also as brief as possible. Thank you very much. And perhaps even keep it a bit shorter to give other panelists more time to speak also. So
we were asked to do a presentation on how the findings in our country in a specific category went. So I'm going to be very brief on the accessibility part. And just to say that although we can affirm, or the research that we did for the ROMEX for the 2018 and 2022 period gave us the affirmation that we had an 11% growth of internet users in Paraguay, we still have a number of scenarios that show a lot of challenges, specifically around high connection speeds and zero rating plans that still exist and offer an uneven free access to certain social media platforms, and thus they contribute to an unequal access to the internet and information access in general. And also very similarly to what some of my colleagues have been presenting so far, we still need to improve gender equality, or an approach of gender equality in internet access. Specifically, when we were doing the research, we had a lot of problem finding gender disaggregated data on internet access. And this should be mainstream in national service to support the development of targeted gender policy responses on this matter. And connecting this to the issue of service, I would also say that we encounter a number of differences in the actual connectivity percentages in the country, because the two agencies, the ICT agencies and the national statistic agencies that are in charge of developing these kind of instruments, have different methodologies that in a way show different numbers on how connected the country is, and this is a problem. These agencies should speak more closely in order to present a more unified number, if that's the case. And lastly but not least, we are a country that is quite unique in the world because we have two official languages, the Spanish language and the Guarani indigenous language. And that means that the state is bound to ensure that both languages are available in websites and in general services, general public services in general. But this doesn't happen both in the offline and also in the online world. Although we now have regulation that obliges the states to have their websites in both languages, this is not the case, and is something that definitely needs a revision. And in terms of the question that we were posed, that we had to answer, and mine was about, how we can overcome that unavailability and obtain high quality and updated data within the ROMEX process of data collection, and then feeding that data collection or that collected data in the indicators. I think that when thinking more broadly about the ROMEX and its future application, different realities should be considered concerning data availability and what is the understanding of data availability in certain contexts. Specifically in the Paraguayan context, and for the research that we conducted, we partnered from the get-go with government to ensure fast and detailed access to information replies, as well as ensuring private meetings with public officials that were able to give us the information that was needed. So that definitely is an interesting strategy that I know a lot of my colleagues have done in the past, or have also adopted to access to the necessary information. There are a lot of indicators, even the short one is 106, so you need a lot of information to fill those indicators. And also in our case, the help of certain map members was quite crucial to access information that perhaps if they weren't there was going to be a bit more difficult to map in the data collection state. And this said, and I'm going to quote Fabio on the flexibility of the methodology that he was mentioning before, I think that in the context of Paraguay, regardless of all the strategies that you can adopt, there is a general lack of data availability. Like, the government doesn't have the capacity to produce data in a evidence-based way or in a structure methodological way. So, in example, we had some indicators around indigenous community or even children communities, even children's connectivity details that were non-existent in a way that could allow us to affirm that they were like updated information that could reflect the reality of the country for the years that we were looking at. But in a context of lack of data availability, any information that we found, even if it's like 5 years, let's say like we did the research in 2018 and the data that we found was from 2015 15 or 13 or so, we think that should be accepted, at least for the first editions of the ROMX in the countries that hopefully will continue conducting this research, because in the end, the ROMX report should be like the centralized place where all information regarding ICT is logged, at least on the first edition, and then we can see in subsequent editions if it's worth continue putting the same information, or in those cases, perhaps it's more easy to affirm that there isn't any data on a specific topic and that information should be produced. So I'm seeing that I'm 40 seconds past my time, but those will be my 2 cents on this.
Thank you very much, Eduardo, and thank you for the timing as well. I know Simon would have something to say about the data, so I will not. It was data availability, something that many speakers touched upon, so I'll leave it to Simon. But now I would like to give the floor to Matthias Kettemann, sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, from Germany, followed by Asrat Mulatu from Ethiopia. Please, Matthias, the floor is yours.
Hello, hi. I'm very sorry that I can't do video, but it's in the middle of the afternoon and I'm with my family, but I'm more than happy to talk a bit about our experiences in Germany. Now, let me focus on the importance of multi-stakeholderism. So at the very outset, we made sure to include all relevant stakeholders in the process of developing our assessment under the IUIs. What we did from the outset was to consult as broadly as possible, as many stakeholder groups as possible. On the one hand, we included them in our sounding board, that is to say our advisory board, but we also, in addition to that, talked with as many people we could, from scholars to scientists to administrators to legislators, to make sure that the concerns they had were reflected in our studies and in the assessment that we were developing. Now, I realized that the importance of multi-stakeholderism is broadly accepted, but the reality is that a lot of multi-stakeholder exercises don't actually work so well because you only select a token number of people, or you lack in diversity. So you have to be really keenly aware of the importance of making multi-stakeholderism work in light of the goals you have in mind. So what we did was, at the very outset, separate the categories of indicators we wanted to work on, and selected a person as a sort of a consultant to advise us which stakeholders to talk to in order to make sure that all representative groups were, in fact, represented in the process of developing the indicators. Then, after we had written our pieces, after we had collected the data, we then went into a multi-stakeholder-based review phase. What we did then was to share our output, share the parts of the study we were already comfortable with sharing with a very large number of societal stakeholders, and ask them for their input, and ask them whether the research we had conducted reflected their impression of the topic, whether they felt we had selected and studied all the necessary data, whether they felt we had missed something big. And based on that, we then refined our report. And then in the last step, we had a big meeting with all the representatives in our sounding board. We asked for each topic, we asked a member of the board to act sort of as a devil's advocate, to advocate what we missed, what we didn't include. And we were then able to defend or include revisions into our papers. Globally, multi-stakeholderism is on the rise, but we feel that an exercise like the IOIs is so important as an example of how multi-stakeholderism can work in practice. And we are very happy with the outcome, and I'm more than happy to be here for any questions, either in written or right now. Sorry for the unusual format of presenting. Take care and see you soon.
Thank you so much, Matthias, for sharing your thoughts and presenting the case in Germany. And we do realize that this is a Sunday session, and we do appreciate that all of you here and also back online at your homes took the time to share your thoughts. We appreciate that very much. So next one in my agenda is Asrat, but I was notified that he's not online. He's not connected. Asrat, are you there? Karen, is Asrat still not there?
No.
Okay.
No, it's not connected.
Okay, then we will move to the next speaker, and if he joins, he can contribute later on. Iglika Ivanova from Bulgaria. Iglika, please.
Thank you so much. I will now go to share my slides. Would you please confirm if they're loaded? I cannot hear you.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to contribute to this very insightful, very informative discussion. As you can see, just a second to gain back control to my slides. I will present the conduction of national assessment on internet development in Bulgaria for the very first time. It's ongoing national evaluation. It is one among the 3 European countries now with ongoing ROMEX indicators assessment. We focused on this presentation on the collaboration we have with UNESCO and the advisors on multi-stakeholder participation. Just a very quick overview of what we are doing in the Ministry of Electronic Governance I'm representing now, and the department. We focus on the policy in digital transformation in the field of innovative technology, digital rights and principles, with focus on digital democracy and policies for internet governance in the domains. And if I'm mentioning that, even if you'll have the slides later, is because of this idea of how we identify the neighboring fields and intersections with other frameworks and instruments as Global Digital Compact in this case, with the Digital Decade Policy Program of the European Union, which is now the focus of our work in this governmental 2 years program. And here are some of the important findings. I would say you will for yourself get a conclusion how these two are connected. Here are some recommendations for Bulgaria. There is a scope to improve performance in digital transition. Uneven distribution of digital infrastructure in rural areas requires further attention. In particular, we need to minimize the administrative burden placed on companies, and significant efforts should be made in the promotion of digital skills. Here is how we are implementing the project. You can see the framework 2022 and 2024. It is part among the 4 measures implemented by the Ministry of E-Governance in National Action Plan. That is part of Open Government Partnership Initiative. It is thematic areas, transparency and access to information. You can see how it resonates with the philosophy and the goals of the ROMEX. It is again about all we do. It is about multi-stakeholder approach, not only in this assessment, but other work we have in horizontal policies as digital transformation. Here is a quick presentation of our advisory council, advisory board. Interested government bodies and organizations participate, and continuing the thought of Matthias, I would say that indeed the involvement of institutions and even the leading role of institutions is very, very important. So we are trying to support to guarantee quality assurance, legitimacy, and transparency. And because you can see the timeline here, we are at the phase 4 now. And here are the research aims. You're very well aware with them because I guess that we are all doing this same exercise for the same reasons. And here with 2 slides, I'm finishing because I don't want to take too much time. The national assessment, as you know, it is led by a multi-stakeholder advisory board. We have the diverse backgrounds of members of the board providing different perspectives, assisted with developing the research methodology finding and choosing the most relevant sources of information, which is challenging. We all mentioned that and emphasize on difficulties with data gathering. And I would like now to answer one of the questions that we chose to focus on. How could the process of establishment, including the presence of different sectors and groups, consultation, and validation of the results with the MID be improved? Here are our thoughts and insights. The involvement of the board of experts that do not have interest in the project should be avoided. The board members should be introduced to all the documents in advance to allow them to provide sufficient and relevant feedback. The assessment process and the level of involvement of the experts should be also presented in advance. The direct involvement of representatives of the relevant national authorities in the board contributes to better understanding and raises their interest, so prolonging their involvement, and would improve follow-up strategies. We are already looking at the follow-up strategies, such as the enforcement of the recommendations and updating the indicators, and more frequent board consultation meetings should be planned as proved successful in our case. The dissemination of the project, you can see in the slides later on what we are doing. We had 7 events, international events that we presented the project, the progress. So thank you so much for your attention. Looking very much on the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Iglika. Thank you for sharing the experience. And Bulgaria is one of the excellent examples of countries where the assessment is feeding into the national strategy, and we're happy to follow and support the process. And thank you also for your input. The next person I would give the floor to is Alan Guindou, who has led the research in Niger, Benin, Congo, RC, and Congo DRC. Unless I'm missing one other country. Alan, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Tadvik. I am going to share my views based on studies carried out in the Benin, Niger, Ivory Coast, Republic of Congo, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. I'll be talking mainly about gender, children, sustainable development, financial services, and hate speech. It's important to highlight the indicator for women, given the gap that exists in access to the internet, in skills, and in occupying positions of responsibility. There are laws in place to promote gender equality for women's access to new technology and education, but the difficulty lies in pinpointing the effectiveness of these laws. As far as children are concerned, progress is being made with initiative to strengthen digital literacy. However, risks such as cyberbullying exists, and children's understanding of internet use is limited. Legal and educational frameworks need to be strengthened to meet the specific need of children online. ICTs are considered essential to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, but challenges persist, particularly in data collection, e-waste management, and access, especially in less connected areas. With regard to e-waste, most of the countries surveyed have failed to meet their international and continental waste management commitments. Internet universality indicators should focus more on this issue. Online banking and financial services have been a real hit with the public, not only because they give them access to low-cost services tailored to their needs and to instantaneity, but also because they enable them to develop online business. In my opinion, this is another area that deserves more attention in terms of the indicator to be put in place. In all these countries, the legal and ethical framework aims to combat hate speech and harmful behavior online, but enforcement remains a challenge. Gaps remain in reporting mechanism and online trust. However, care must be taken to ensure that the fight against hate speech does not become a pretext for curtailing freedom of expression. To conclude, I'd like to say that this study has helped to highlight data that was not well known to the general public and sometimes to political players. I think that UNESCO should reinforce this visibility by using all the necessary tools at local level. It would be interesting to organize sub-regional forums on the universality of the internet so that people living in the same context can reflect together on these concerns. Universality can't just be thought of at local or national level. We also need to take a macro approach and encourage the pooling of skills and resources, and UNESCO can play an important role in this. With regard to the UNESCO website, it should be pointed out that the reports are not visible and few people are aware of their existence. We therefore need to adopt a marketing approach, explore the different possibilities of data visualization, implement a push strategy around analytical summaries and conclusions, and make the most of the launches and the validation. We can also organize in-country events on the various categories. We need to carry out cross-cutting studies, create communities, involve ministers and their cabinet more closely in reflection on the evolution of indicators and support projects resulting from the evaluation. We need to show the concrete benefits of the study. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alan, for sharing your experience in leading the research in 5 countries and for your input and suggestions on, especially also on the last point, which gives me an opportunity to make a link. As you mentioned, maybe not as many people read the reports as we would have wanted to or aimed to. I would like now to give the floor to the person who reads all of our reports. Simon, who has been acting as a technical advisor for a number of countries lately, for all the countries, who's been supporting and guiding the lead researchers, the MAP, and also us. So he's also involved. He's been involved more closely in Thailand report as well, and currently in 5 South Pacific seats. Please, Simon, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Tatevik. So I used to work for UNESCO for 2001 to 2012, and then I stopped. But since then, I'm still working for UNESCO. But the thing is now that I do what I want, and I can also say nasty things about UNESCO if I need to, because they're not directly employed by them. But I was asked to talk about the M and X categories, so I'll do that. But they're easy categories to tackle in many ways because they bring out the whole aspect of IUI. So for M, one thing, most of the people who've talked recently have, in the past few minutes, have been talking about the multi-stakeholderism as applied to running the IUI project, the MAB. But actually, the M indicators are about the multi-stakeholderism put in place by the country in internet governance. And in many ways, they both apply and they both mean the same thing. But I want to be provocative a bit on both of that, especially since we're kind of thinking about revising the indicators. So my comment about M is sometimes it feels very superficial. So it's very easy for countries to say, yes, we involve all the different participants. But when it comes down to it, often the civil society feels they're not involved. The East example of this is on e-governance. So many reports I've done talk about how the country has a good e-governance structure. Most of the policy documents that they're developing are out on the web for people to look at. And there's even a link to allow people to send back their comments. But very few countries at all have said, or rather most countries have said when they've seen that actually they never know whether their comments have been read or taken into account. And I think, for example, in this meeting in the next couple of days, CETIC and so on are going to work with ITU on a question of meaningful connectivity. I think one thing would be nice to see in the internet is meaningful participation. And what does that look like, and how can that be put into the IUI indicators? And I think that's really, perhaps to put it another way, about the quality of participation. So what kind of things, not just the kind of ticking the boxes about people are allowed to say are consulted, but what does that consultation look like in more depth? And should they be expecting I used to be a town planner. Town planners' consultations bread and butter, and you publish the consultations for every plan that you issue. And not that you necessarily need to do that with everything, but that there should be some feedback there, a list of who has participated, as indeed, for example, there is in terms of the development of the manual itself. Any other points? Well, balanced, maybe we should also think about how the MAB is structured. So Matthias and then Bulgaria, and then in talking to Namibia as well, there's a sense in which talking about whether the two formal MAB meetings we have at the beginning and the end, there should be perhaps some guidance about structuring consultations in between. And I like, as we were talking about Namibia, the sense of talking to particular ministries and structuring that conversation. The more that we have those kind of conversations, the more we get buy-in from all the people who are contributing to this. And that's important for seeing reports through. And as Santosh and others have pointed out, that sense of ownership from the government and ownership from civil society, as well as Pizal was saying with Cambodia, is really important. So structuring that guidance to get that might be of interest. So I think that's probably what I want to say about M, and then I'll move on to X. X is the best category to talk about because you can say anything, it's all in X. And it's cross-cutting, and this is the problem with X is it's the last one in the report and the last one in the manual. And I always find that the X is the shortest one of all the chapters, and for various reasons. One of them is because X repeats indicators that were used earlier in the report, and again, several people have mentioned that. And that leads to two things. One of it, as Sadaf was pointing out, about the whole aspect of gender, and it's huge importance to UNESCO as a principle through ever. And every time we have these projects, there's always a debate. Do you have gender mainstreaming, or do you have a separate gender section? And it swings and roundabouts. If, as in IUI, it comes in a substantive section at the end, it's often kind of like an appendix. Whereas mainstreaming through ensures that you pick out gender in every single element of the whole program. But in putting it in every single element, you lose that sense of concentrating a final summary, if you like, as how gender is. So I'm sorry, I'm not giving a suggested answer to that one. It's a perennial debate. I don't know what the answer is. My feeling personally is I'm a mainstreamer. I like to see gender everywhere throughout every single indicator instead of putting it at the end. But it is a debate, and I'm not sure about whether that's the right one. And that then links into what was said about children as well, there not being a section for children. And risen to people, a section for old people like me, so that that also relates to age and gender breakdown and disaggregated data. Some things that are in there which are important and look forward to I think, new indicators. One of my favorites is e-waste. It's aimed there under sustainable development, but only as one indicator. But it's a critical indicator, particularly in Asia. I know that in Cambodia and Thailand, e-waste is dumped by Western countries and left to refugees to pull apart. So there's a lot of issues coming out there. I know that in Pacific, where I'm working now, there is no land to put waste in. In some countries, the country literally is this high. You cannot put things in the ground because it contaminates the water table. And they're small countries with very limited fresh water. So that points to that and wider importance there. The internet has affected meetings in the last few years from COVID through Zoom and online meetings. But there is a question, therefore, about the positive and negative effects of the internet on environment and sustainability, which doesn't emerge, I think, properly in the indicators so far. And again, to bring out a Pacific point, which links to the technology. And it's important to show that IUI has the technological aspects as well as the human rights and the social aspects. For the Pacific, satellites are the way. You cannot cable up islands or put masts between islands that are thousands of miles apart. The only way to get, in fact, one person talking to the other with a reliable connection across the Pacific in one country is going to be through satellite technology. And we know that satellites, again, are the new internet platform that are going up in thousands almost every minute, it would seem. And I don't think that, again, perhaps is reflected in the technology side of the indicators as much as it is. Like I say, if exit covers everything. I mean, Alan made a good case for cybersecurity, and clearly I like what he says about that being not just strengthened in the indicators, being strengthened in a way that is recognizable to the public. And I like what he said about the marketing strategy. And then finally, this point about data availability. I have a clear strategy on gaps, which in the countries I've been working with, I set across. So there are 5-6 priorities. The first one is you want data, preferably statistics, which says exactly what the situation is. And obviously on rights, and that's not what you have. But the second one, of course, then is published documents, and that you do have with rights, both in terms of the laws themselves and with the civil society publications or comments on that, and that can go down to results of case law. So documentation through written sources, or if you don't have that, the next one is a focus group. And the message there is the focus groups should be planned as early as possible because they may need money and because you need to get names in people's diaries. So if it's a key issue, a focus group helps. A focus group itself is like a little multi-stakeholder group, hopefully. So that's why that's there. The next priority, if you can't afford a focus group, is a key interview. So again, a key person, even if it's only one, but documented, hopefully use their name, get the date there, and put that down. And again, if it's a suitable authority, the most common one, in fact, has been spokespeople for the disabled. Almost every country has come up with a disabled society and the head of that society to speak on their behalf as a clear authority in that way. And then finally, the last one is the gap. If after all that there's still a gap, you turn it into a recommendation to fill it. And that's it. So I think with that strategy, it covers most of the gaps. And there will always be gaps in data. It costs, $20 or more to add in a survey question to regular surveys. But I think that's the summary. So I think that's all I had to say, at least on those two categories. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simon, for your work with UNESCO on the assessments and also for the individual countries more closely. And thank you very much for your input and ideas. I would now like to give the floor to actually online participants if there are any questions. Also, I would like to ask the online moderator if there are questions online from participants. I see comments from the panelists, but the panelists will be given a final floor. So if there are comments from the participants, please do let me know. Otherwise, if there are questions which you would like to speak and ask, please, online for the moment.
For now, wait a second. There isn't any questions from participants. There's a lot of comments from our speakers discussing
for speakers, we will.
few.
Sorry, for the speakers,
yes, for
we will give them the floor.
Wait.
So no questions from the participants?
So no question. No questions.
If anybody would like to take the floor now and ask a question, please feel free. Sorry, now I'm checking if online participants have any questions. If not, please introduce yourself and if the question is addressed to a specific speaker.
Hi, so I'm Stephen Wyber from the International Federation of Library Associations. It was what Simon was saying about, are we talking about multi-stakeholderism in the design of Internet Universality reports or in general, made me think that an issue that we come across is that often when you frame consultations or you frame governance questions as being about digital, you often actually reduce the number of people who want to get involved because they assume it's not what they're looking at. And an issue, and it's quite specific, something we come across within Europe, is that there were some big discussions around AI and whatever else. But these have huge impacts on like research and education and other issues. But actually the research and education and other stakeholders don't come forward because of the way it's framed. I just zooming out, because I know that looks very specific, to what extent does it mean that when we're looking at internet universality, we're not just focusing on the technical, on the internet focus, but actually on the universality aspect? And that we're looking at how well is the internet working for different communities, and therefore are these communities getting involved? And I think this all comes down to the question of internet for what, rather than just internet in itself. I hope that was vaguely coherent as a point. The other question which I should ask, given who's paying me to be here, my employer, is to what extent is there reflection on the degree to which we can use both libraries as a stakeholder, but also libraries as a venue for bringing communities together, given that they do have this long experience of being a first point of contact or backup point of access to the internet for people. And so it is that space where people can think about, they go online, but they also they encounter all of the problems, they encounter all of the difficulties, and so they're used to thinking about how they go online at the library. Is it possible to get people to put that experience into the language of internet universality through meeting in that context? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? We'll get from the audience. No? Did you want to take the question?
And firstly to say, it hasn't come out today, but in IUI, there's certainly a sense of different, for want of a better word, sectors and how the internet functions for them. So health, employment, culture are mentioned. The second thing I had written down on my paper, which I didn't bring up, was information literacy. So again, there are one or two questions there. I mean, for me personally, I'm certainly a strong believer in libraries as the key facility for helping people get what they want, what they need throughout the world. As you know, it's core to the Information for All program, in which I always see as being, but everybody has a right to be able to find the information they need to solve their work problems, look for jobs, in other words, skills for training, and solve their health issues of themselves and their families. And I see that the core element of Information for All, and I would like that to be a core SDG of some form, instead of 1610 public access to information, which we've mentioned and Swaran particularly mentioned this time. So it's there. I guess for IUI at the moment that part of the problem is it's more about the internet itself and what it does and how it does it, and it's more about that and less about the institutions where you do it, kind of thing. There's the usual question about use of libraries, internet cafes, etc. And do you? But I mean, as we know, even with internet cafes now, as mobile phones have come around, that's kind of fallen out of the picture somewhat. But I think it would be good to one way or another, libraries have to be in here, I think. It's the only thing you find in pretty much almost every village, even if it's a passing camel or horse or whatever.
Thank you very much, Simon, and thank you for the question. So I would just like to add to this that Simon already addressed the idea around the IUI and libraries. I would like to add to the idea that to the point that we cooperate very well with UNESCO, with IFLA, and we do believe that they are core in, as he mentioned, disseminating as a knowledge dissemination and also knowledge carrier. So we do a lot of work with libraries, especially on media and information literacy. And we do a lot of work around that, but not so far on IUI. Are there any questions offline or online? If not, I would like to invite the panelists to say to add anything that they would like to add, giving them one minute. Please, I know there is a discussion among the speakers in the chat, so I would invite people to speak 1 minute each, please, in the speaking order as we started. Bisal, would you like to start? Followed by Maria Fernanda.
Thank you. So to me, I would recap in two aspects. Is it important that IUI need to be revised? Yes, I think it needs to be revised to keep it relevant, including technology, but also the way we apply it, but also the way we illustrate and the way that we can do a peer review or whatever in terms of keeping the progress. Second thing is that I think the term meaningful connectivity, meaningful participation is the most important part. So it's crucial that meaningful connectivity, including digital skill as well, but not only the connectivity as a technology itself or the network infrastructure. Another aspect is that multi-stakeholder participation is very crucial, and the ownership of the report is crucial, so that everyone will take the recommendation and implement it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria Fernanda. Followed by Grace.
I don't think she's here anymore.
Okay, Victor,
No,
would you like to?
she's just
Victor, would you like to add a sentence?
To say something, but I just need to point out that UNESCO has resources. UNESCO needs to implement to come up with a budget for implementation. UNESCO also has that good relationship with governments. UNESCO needs to spearhead the implementation of the recommendations.
Thank you very much. By the time the microphone reaches to Victor, I should I should remind that this is a voluntary assessment carried out by the governments, and UNESCO is always there to support technically and where possible also financially. And I should highlight this again and again, the voluntary nature of the assessment, which also ensures the local ownership. Thank you very much for the
Okay, no, I must respond to that because we can't forever be volunteers. We need resources to conduct some of
voluntary. Sorry,
yes.
means voluntary by the government.
Okay.
So the initiative comes by the government. It's not enforced, or it's not enforced by UNESCO. We're there to support.
Okay.
The initiative comes from the
But
national
it's good
stakeholders.
feedback. We are giving you good feedback.
I appreciate the good feedback.
Well, I think I'd echo the comments, and just to add that I think thank you very much, UNESCO, for coming up with the ROMEX, and I think we need to encourage more countries and researchers to undertake similar researches, because it helps in terms of benchmarking the situation in different countries and hopefully providing useful baseline information that other actors and people who are involved in the sector can take up and implement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victor. Swaran, followed by Santosh.
Thank you very much. So lastly, I would just like to say that the role of the civil society is very, very important in strengthening strengthening the existing legislation, and the community at large, really need to believe in the power of research, because many of the things that we have assessed so far, we have seen that there are elements of, the indicators embedded into certain aspects of different legislation, but the deployment is an issue. For example, in some of the South Pacific islands, we have the Information Act, and the right to information is embedded within it. And then in some of the Pacific islands, we see the Information Act is there, but there's no Privacy Act. So it sort of contradicts with each other as well. So if we involve the civil society, I think it could really make a huge difference. But then again, we do have issues around being too territorial, where when it comes to certain governments in less developed economies. Thank you very much. That's all I have to say for now.
Thank you very much, Warren. Santosh.
Thank you. All the interventions were very important. As a parting point, I just want to reiterate that both the content and the process is important in IUA assessment. We have to update the content also because it has been 5 years and there has been a lot of development in between. And the process we have to also invest on that. Talking about that, the IUI process itself should not be an end. After the assessment is done, the job done, check mark, that should not be the, from the local perspective, from the national perspective, that is the beginning of the kind of working in that particular country on advancing the internet ecosystem, advancing the universality or access or anything. So that should not be an end, but that should be the kind of driving tools for the coming days. And talking about the this process, sometime we just get lost in between. I'll give you one example. We started the process in Nepal. At that time, there was a IT bill, discussion on IT bill, and discussion on the national cybersecurity policy. Now we have the cybersecurity policy, and the assessment doesn't talk about it because at that time it was just a draft. Now we have done, we invested so much time into that the policy is there, but there is nothing about the policy in the assessment. So if it takes long time, the value is somehow we lose the value of the document. So we have to have the timeline also very intact, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, you can give back the microphone, please. Anna?
I think I should also maybe just encourage more countries particularly to take up this assessment. And although it is a government voluntary assessment, I think the model in Namibia was approached differently because it was civil society who pushed for the assessment to be done, and the government managed to agree with us because we have that relationship. So if civil society is also not driving their agenda, things will not go as smoothly as they should. Also, just to applaud UNESCO for the resources that you have availed, both technical and financial. They do go a long way, and they set the tone for the carrying out of the assessment in a simplified manner. I think that's one of the aspects that was really not mentioned in terms of the review. Of course, each country would have it differently, but with the baseline indicators, I think they were quite straightforward and simple to understand. Where we don't have the resources or the data, it's something else, but other than that, it's a matter of taking what you're given and making it yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna. And actually, on your point, I should correct myself if I said voluntary assessment by the government. It's an assessment by a national stakeholder, so it can be initiated by an academia. It can be initiated by a civil society. It can be initiated by a ministry. So we have cases of 40 countries, and 40 countries were all different. So we have cases of basically many stakeholders, of diverse stakeholders who initiated the process. And of course, we receive endorsement also from the relevant ministry, but thank you for pointing this out, which, and apologies if I mentioned voluntary by the government. No, it's voluntary by national stakeholders. Next, Ayliun Zul, would you like to comment, final comment for a minute?
She has left the chat. She
Okay.
had to go. So
Okay, Sadaf. One minute, please.
Thank you. I put it in the chat, a recommendation that I have in terms of changing as you go on to revise the framework. I'm wondering whether there's a possibility to explore a two-tiered kind of an assessment framework where the governments are voluntarily asked, or, I know there is no mandate, but the governments can be asked to submit their own assessment. And in the second phase, a civil society shadow report kind of a thing, as we see in the UPR. To kind of do away with a lot of duality and a lot of contradiction that comes through when both governments and civil society are trying to validate the assessment on the similar set of indicators. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sadaf. I am notified that our time is up, but 3 more minutes, please. I want to hear from everybody very briefly. Final word.
I'm not going to repeat all the things that have been said already. Perhaps in the update of the indicators and what are the other things should be looked at, I think that a more careful approach to the digital economy and its intersection with workers, right, could be something interesting to look at, because it's something that is going to grow even more, and perhaps in the AI revision could be something included. And then also perhaps this new narrative of digital public infrastructures could also be framed within the internet universality indicators as something to look at, how states are thinking in their digitalization. Not only talk about the e-government as a result, but the process also. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eduardo. Matthias, do you have one final thought to add just for a minute? Okay, I think he might have left as well. Iglika?
That's left.
Iglika left as well. Okay, Alan, would you like to add one more last word?
Yes, I think for me it is very important to think carefully about follow-up to evaluation. I think that we need also to communicate more about the benefits of assessment, the actions taken, and the progress made thanks to the evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alan. And one final word, Simon, you don't have to. Okay, so before I close, I would like to thank you all to the speakers so very much for all the work and excellent cooperation that we had over the years. And thanks so much to Setik, Alexandra here, and Fabio here for the excellent cooperation. Actually, I brought a Brazil report as one the first report. I have only one copy, but we're digital, so you can see them online. And also to all the speakers and experts online, and to all the participants online. This discussion really will feed into the revision process. We have excellent input and recommendations from speakers, which we will look at carefully while revising the document. We will be having another session of Dynamic Coalition. There is IGF Dynamic Coalition on Internet Universality Indicators. The session will be on the 10th of on the 10th of, I'm notified that there is another question, but I'm really sorry, the time is up. The participant is welcome to join on the session on Wednesday. It's at 2:40 local time. And it is in room 11 or room J. We will be able to address the question. If you leave us the participant can leave us their email address. We will be happy to answer the question by sending an email. So thank you so much all. I know it's been a very long session, but before we close, I invite all the speakers to have a family photo, and I would like to ask the online participants to please turn on your videos. And finally, I should give thanks to the IUI team at UNESCO and my colleagues who've been working online, Karen Landa and Camila Gonzalez. Thank you so very much for your moderation and note-taking, and for your hard work. I would like people to see your faces. I know it's a Sunday morning, early morning in Paris, but thank you so very much. Yes, and please let's have a photo. Yes, you can give an applause if you want. Thank you very much. Maybe we could stand there to have the participants, online participants as well. And maybe instead of the room view, we could have the participants. Is it possible? Who has a good photo camera? We want to see the participants, please. I want to see the participants. Can we not in the room so that we see more participants? Because now we are in, right? I want to see the participants online, please.
Yeah, if this screen is closed, they will be bigger.
Yes.